Endurance racing demands drivers to maximize their racing skill set, whether that be scything through multi-class traffic, setting hundreds of consistent laps, or keeping cool under pressure. All of that and more is going to be put to the test in this upcoming season of the Champion Motorsports iRacing Team Endurance Series. Welcome to the Apex Racing TV Esports studio. We are very happy to be broadcasting on our own channel along with the Champion Motorsports YouTube channel as well. And it will be myself, Sam Fitzpatrick, and alongside me is David Sampson, or Sampsoid, as you may well know him as better. And David, what a fantastic season, what a fantastic round we have got in store for us today. We love this sort of racing, we love these cars as well, and we've got an amazing host to start it all off.
Yeah, one of the best endurance tracks, and we're here for an endurance format. I never sing Daytona's praises in a sprint race, but 4 hours, that's perfect for it. And possibly the best classes you could pick for an endurance right now, popularity-wise, and the way they blend on an endurance format. LMDH, GT3, I think that's money right now. Yeah, excited for this round.
Definitely, and it's a packed field as
Yes.
well. I was anticipating, I think, 50 cars. I think we got even more than 50 cars taking part tonight. Some
57?
57. So we got over 25 GT3s. I think we got about 25 LMDHs as well. It's going to be completely blockbuster stuff, and I guess just a different sort of race to what you would get if it wasn't quite this form, and also if it was like a 24-hour race. I mean, you got to be aggressive,
Yep.
and that's going to make the racing very intense.
Yeah, obviously we've got the driver swap element as well. So, yeah, I think it's 28 LMDHs and 29 GT3s, which is going to be crucial for the first time through when the classes have to come through each other. So, yeah. Bit of fuel. Obviously, there is a tyre restriction in GT3, GTD, whatever we call them. It's going to be a really interesting race. 4 hours, Daytona, draft, close racing, pack racing, team racing. I think we got it all.
Definitely. And a little bit of a look ahead as well for the rest of the season. We've got 6 rounds. We've got Daytona coming up. A few new circuits as well for this season. We've got the familiar ones. We've got Spa, we've got Le Mans, we've got Silverstone. But Jerez and Hockenheim making their series debuts. I'm a massive fan of Jerez. I sing its praises every single week, seemingly, on the channel. It'll be a tough one. With this many cars around that track, that's a narrow circuit.
Yes.
That will be a big test for the drivers, but I think one that could be very enjoyable.
Yeah, well, I sing Hockenheim's praises, which will be fantastic for multiclass racing. But yeah, I don't mind every now and then a tight different, like for example, IMSA round 1 this season is Motorsport. It's a challenge. These tight, twisty tracks with 50, 60 cars puts hairs on your chest, but it's a fun day.
And you got to remember that Imola's hosting WEC this year.
Correct,
so, like,
yeah.
you know, these tighter, twistier circuits can host these real-life series as well as in the sim as well. Yeah, I guess just a very important, you know, round to get off to the championship. I mean, we've got some established teams returning for the season. I mean, Tempest Sim Sports are going to be gunning for both the championships, but also some new teams. I mean, Overtake have been really looking strong at the moment.
Yes.
in practice as well. And so it's going to be that amalgamation of the, you know, established teams racing against these new teams who seem to pretty much be on pace early on, but can they necessarily deliver that in the racing as well?
Yeah, obviously we never know what they're practicing, if it's race practice or quali practice, so you get that mix, you know, like the Ferrari pre-season strategy. But yeah, I think I saw 6 Overtake teams across the 2 classes, that is. So that's going to be interesting to keep an eye on. Satellite, obviously we seem to see satellite racing in everything we do.
For a long time as well. I
Yes.
remember them, certainly in 2019, I remember them being very active. I think they've been active even before that.
Yeah, no, it's great. As I say, I'm a huge fan of this in the endurance format, and I'm just looking forward to that first time through the LMDHs, through the GT3s. It's why we're watching.
And then we've also got the Pro and the AM categories as well for both our classes. So we've basically got 4 different races going on for the drivers, and that's something good for some of our lower I-rated drivers to take part in. I believe it's might be 3K, I believe, that all their drivers have to be below in order to qualify for the AMs. So yeah, it means that everyone's going to have something to fight for.
Yeah, I like that element. It's a good idea. So this is just, there's no Pro-Am, it's just Pro and Am in both classes. I think it's fantastic. It adds a good element to the race. It does mix things up, but Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Here, Daytona, you can follow a faster driver. If he's faster than you, as long as you're being smart, you can use the draft. I know the draft doesn't really facilitate much of the passing, but T1, it's Daytona. It's very long. It's very technical. Joining the oval, we're going to see a lot of passing, the bus stop. 20x limit.
Yeah.
4 hours. That's either a mistake or it's the best idea they've ever had.
I had to ask in the Discord yesterday, is this right? Because that is really tough. You got to admit, though, in real life, I mean, in Formula 1, every week they're like, why are the drivers complaining about track limits? They get 5 of them or something, and then they get a penalty. I think it's 3, actually, and you get a penalty in Formula 1. And we're like, oh, they should be able to deal with it. That's a 90-minute race. And we'd be complaining, oh, no, I only had 17 off tracks. And
all right, the one difference there is Formula 1...
Be careful what you're saying here, because you might well say that sim racing's easier than Formula 1. So
no, sim racing's harder than Formula 1.
Oh, is it?
Oh, 100%.
Yeah?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Max Verstappen would struggle in top split, whereas in Formula 1, he has no trouble.
Yeah.
No, I was going to say, Formula 1, the off-track system usually is only focused on the inside of corners, the cuts of corners, the advantage plays. Whereas iRacing, if you make a mistake and career off onto the outside of a track where no advantage can be found, I just find that's where iRacing completely differs in its penalty system. So it's for the non-gain moments.
So it's when you make a mistake.
Correct. Yeah.
That you make less mistakes.
All right. Yeah. If you're avoiding a GT3 and you have to use extra track on the outside, for example.
Okay.
Avoiding it and being safe, you're penalised. But in Formula 1, I know the count's low, but it's never given for something like that.
Sure. Okay. I understand. Fine. That's a good point when it comes to the multi-class that these LMDHs and maybe the GT3s as well are going to have to afford a bit of extra space for their rivals. Going to be the bus stop you see there, or the Le Mans chicane, I think it's now called.
Bus stop.
Or bus stop. The Alboreto Parabolica debate. And yeah, that'll be an easy place to pick up a 1X in order to maximize the performance. But yeah, it is a circuit like none other is this. Even Spa that we visit later on in the season is going to be pretty high speed, but there's nothing like Daytona.
No, for sure. It's going to be great. Obviously, we're going to see the biggest issues and advantages on lap 1. Their pack racing, T1. Joining the oval, the bus stop, it's very advantageous to get a position, or if any mistakes made, everyone's bunched up, visibility can be low, the track's flat. So if everyone can get through okay and not too many people are qualifying too far out of position, because say this track does create a bit of a skill gap. You notice the advantage between the fast guys and the average guys is larger at this track because the fast guys spend a lot of time, and they probably have been prepping for like the Daytona 24, and it's a well-known track. So, but the X count is definitely going to play a point, especially closing, say, 40 minutes. It's going to be huge. We're going to see teams ciphering in for that drive-through. While it's not the biggest loss here at this track, it's the loss of all the work that you put in on the first 3 hours that's the biggest pain.
For sure. Thanks to Penguin RC, by the way, our title sponsor, and simrace247.com as well. We'll speak about them in a little bit, but let's transfer over to the qualifying session. Fairly simple qualifying. It's very similar to the iRacing officials, but it's a bit longer. So rather than 8 minutes, you got 15 minutes, and rather than 2 laps, you get 3 laps for the drivers. And well, that is a good sign for the season. When the top 2 are separated by 0.003 of a second, you can only hope that the gap remains that small for the rest of the championship. And hopefully we see some good variability in the GTP running. And yeah, at the moment, I think we have a decent amount. Of course, these drivers can't just commit for this round. They've got to commit to a LMDH that is going to be strong for the whole season.
Yeah, and it's tough because they've only iRacing's just redone the BOP on the LMDHs, and I mean, we're too early to call, but I do think the caddy dominance is going to be with lower this season. We're going to see the rise of the Acura. I think the BMW may pip the Audi this season, but I can't promise it. The Porsche is definitely improved, but it's its drivability that's still in question for this season. But I think overall pace-wise, it's definitely improved.
Yeah, seems to have been a bit of an upgrade for that, as Rafael Amorim is coming round the final corner for last 10th racing, and we'll see if he can push any further ahead. This will be his last lap, I believe. What is he able to do? Not enough for an improvement, so he is hoping that no one else improves. However, I can confirm that Max Muir in second place for Satellite Racing Teal. He is catching up. He's improving on this next lap. I love that paint from Robbie Prescott. And he is driving for these Porsche Rennfahrer Jung. And I'm really impressed that I've put effort into this. I Google translated that yesterday. And I think it's the young Porsche drivers, I believe is the meaning of it. However, whenever I see D's, you know, your mind's always going to go to that. So that's a brilliant livery, though. That is an amazing livery. That's impressive. That's going to take some beating. We2 Fast Racing, though, go to the top of the standings and overtake Team 2, who have been looking very strong in both classes, up into second position as well.
Yep, look indeed close, very close. We've got the first and second in both LMDH and GT3 separated by a maximum of 20,000? Yeah, 20,000. I had to think about that for a moment. Overtake Team 2 in second. We've got satellite dominance in LMDH, well, second and third. But yeah, let's see. I don't know what the strat would be here. So 3 laps, did you say? So double out lap, then 2 push laps has got to be it. I know their iRacing's been adjusting on how you warm up tyres, but I mean, prepping your tyres for longer is still an advantage.
Satellite Racing Teal did move up to the top of the LMDHs. They have got past the last 10th racing. Good effort there from Max Muir. He managed to set 3 personal best sectors on this 5-sector lap on that final attempt, and that was enough to promote him up an extra position. Most of the drivers have completed. Watch out still for the 396 LMDH. And then we've also got Rui Quiros. Lots of these names, I have done a few of these races in past seasons, and many of them do ring some bells. Great to see so many drivers come back. It's no surprise because this is such a well-organised championship, and really does manage to get a good balance between the seriousness of sim racing, organising properly run events, but not too serious to take the fun out of it. It's a difficult balance. I think sometimes, particularly with league racing, sometimes it can be a bit too serious, David, and a bit too overwhelming, particularly for new drivers. But this is a pretty welcoming league.
Yeah, adding the AM feature helps with that a lot because you know, if you come into this race with all the 5, 6, 7K drivers and you're a 2.8 to 3K driver and you're looking to have fun, you're building your endurance experience. I mean, it's nice to have something to at least battle for over the championship season rather than just calling yourself 17th. You know, it adds a great element to that. We're seeing like drivers have definitely put in some prep. We're seeing a lot of close lap times out there. LMDH alone 1.2 tenths separate the top 5. GT3 We2 Fast Racing on a pole with a 43.5. The Bop's looking good for this season at the moment in GT3. I can say that. Porsche followed by a Merc, followed by a BMW, another Porsche, then another Merc. Where have all the Ferraris gone? That's the question. Cadillac's still sitting number 1 though, but as I say, it's so early in the season to start judging, and this track is slightly different to what I would class as the BOP for the season. This track alone, Daytona.
Longhorn Racing number 2, we are watching in one of the few Ferraris. Oh, hang on, there's a fair few Ferraris, to be fair, in the back.
Well, I meant out the front half, yeah. Where are they in the front half? Last season we saw a nice strong amount of Ferraris, that's for sure.
Still my favourite looking. Probably the best sounding as well, I think, GT3 in my opinion. You know, a lot of people like the Mercedes.
I like, if you're in far chase or, you know, outside the car, I like the Merc. When you're sat in the car, I don't mind the Porsche actually, all that, all the whining. I'm just a big fan of being in the Porsche, to be honest. But I think the V8 of the Merc wins when you're outside the car.
This is not the last time, might be the last time. That was Finn Lazier. We've still got some more times to go. So, Pneumatic Motorsports Purple and Penguin RC Simulation Carbon are currently in 16th and 20th, and they've still got 2 more laps to go. However, that is not a very quick line, so they must be... wonder if they did 1 push lap, toe back to the pits, and are now doing another warm-up lap, I guess?
Could be. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing when I say what the optimal strat is, you've also got to work it out to the time, because you do want a fair few attempts, so it might be advantageous to go out there on a prep lap, push lap, and do that 3 times, or... no, I suppose it's 3... I'm not sure. This is the problem. When you change it away from what we're used to on the official calendar, you either go out there and mimic what you'd normally do, or you sit down and work out what the prime option might be.
Really nice livery again from Blake Reynolds and the Penguin RC Simulation team. White liveries often a little bit dull, but that one with the orange accents and the way that they've been able to use the paint to demonstrate the contours of the car, that is very nice. They move up to 19th position with that effort.
They have me orange, mate.
You do like orange here?
Yes.
Big fan of that.
And purple, so let's just look at that livery. That's a very nice livery. And it is nice. I hope we do get to see a lot more Porsche LMDHs this season. It's definitely been improved performance-wise this season, but I say we're not even the first day into official racing, so long way to go on analysis. My worry is its drivability, you know, because a car can be put with a fast lap time, but you've got to finish first, you've got to nail every lap, and that's where I think it might fall short, but I might be singing a different tune once we get into the season. It's certainly improved. It would be... I didn't even call it the last choice last season, I just called it the no choice. It was always Cadillac and BMW very tight, but Cadillac always just seemed to have the edge because its drivability was much easier than the BMW with curves and ERS management. And the Acura was always the wild card. At weird tracks, it would pop its head. But no, the poor Porsche didn't make any sense. Talking of Porsche, We2 Fast Racing still sitting on pole for 43.581, closely followed by the Overtake Team 2, 20,000 still back.
By the way, thanks to one of our title sponsors, as Penguin move up to 18th position. They're just gradually gone up. They've gone one place up on each time that they do. I like that. Pneumatic Motorsports as well with their final lap time now. And they do move up a couple of places themselves. But of course, speaking of Penguin RC, thanks to them for supporting the championship for this season. And of course, you know, founded back in the last millennium were Penguin Simulation.
2,000 years ago? I don't know, what millennium? I've not heard
Millennium.
That. Is that 1,000 years?
Yeah.
And founded in the previous... Oh, because we're in the 2000s. Okay, carry on.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was born in the... You're from the past millennium, so don't talk about not knowing what it is. You were there for ages.
Okay.
Ages. But thanks to Penguin RC Simulations, providing high-quality CNC machine products from the US, and yeah, big thanks to them for offering loads of fantastic prizes for our champions. And yeah, check out their website, penguinrc.com, in order to check out their products. They got wheel boxes, they got button boxes, transmission controls, and all these are made for various different sim racing equipment, whether that be Simucube or Fanatec or many other brands. So big thanks to them for making this series possible, making this broadcast possible, and all the support that they give and the prizes that they give as well. There are some real nice ones available for the drivers. Let's have a look at the grid then for this opening round of the season, and it's Satellite Racing Teal on pole position ahead of last 10th Racing. Overtake Team 1, Satellite Racing Blue in 4th place, then it's Obsidian Racing Future in 5th, Precision Racing Esports in 6th, then it's Penguin RC Simulations, Pneumatic Motorsports, Tempest Sim Sport, 100 Force Sim HQ Motorsports Red, CMSRacing.com, Quokka Racing Pro, Pneumatic Motorsports, and then it's Team FFSR Venom, Overtake Team 3, Sim HQ Motorsports Orange, Penguin RC Simulations, and I am realizing that I am going to have to open the live timing so I can see their entire name. That was the carbon car in 18th position. Then it is Ascent Racing LMDH, Dog Bear Bark, Team Brick Fade, Valhalla Motorsports, Sim Republic, Desperado Dogs, Dog Bear Bites, Mecha Esports, Dog Bear Growl, and Olympus Esports. Titan, great to see Olympus Esports involved. In the GT3s, we have got at the top We2 Fast Racing ahead of Overtake Team 2, Tempest Simsport GT3, D's Porsche Renfara Young, Bear Pope Enduro, D's Porsche Renfala Out, Really Slow Motion Racing, Penguin RC Simulations GT3, Bear Pope Workers Union, The Organisation, Lunatic Racing, Overtake Team 6, Direct Drive Motorsports, Longhorn Racing, Overtake Team 5, Valhalla Motorsports Primary. There's Muradness Ginger Liveries, Back Pain and Ice Train Racing, Overtake Team 4, Can-Am Racing, Delta Simtech, Sim HQ Motorsports White, Longhorn Racing 2, Bear Pope 0, CMSRacing.com Endurance, Valhalla Motorsports, Wild Juice Racecraft, Undertake Team 1, and Fendi Racing Team, Lacked Racing Team. There you go, mess up the last one.
Brilliant.
That's enough.
And we're getting ready to go green. Short pace lap.
Yeah, they are pretty close to getting this season underway. Are they going to be patient?
Yes and no. Yes, they're thinking they will be. But then when the green light goes, adrenaline kicks in.
Oh, there's a gap.
Yeah, there's a gap.
Yeah. It'd be dangerous not to go for it.
100%. Yeah, we all have the mindset at the beginning. We're all saying that to ourselves. But, yeah, as soon as it goes green, yeah, we all go for it.
Here we go then. Max Mura for Satellite Racing Teal to lead this season of the Champion Motorsports iRacing Team Endurance Series. We are green at Daytona, and away we launch for the first time for 4 hours of racing. And it's the Satellite Racing Teal team leading us into turn 1. A little bit changing behind Satellite Racing Blue, getting up into 3rd position. They might even challenge the 2nd position, actually, through these first few corners, trying to get on the inside. For the first horseshoe, a little bit of contact with one of the LMDHs, and there's also going to be a few dives. They're trying to make as much space for one another as possible. In the GT3s, we've got We2 Fast Racing maintaining the lead. Good start for D's Porsche Renfara, and there's also been a little bit of a setback, I think, for Lunatic Racing. They have, I think, spun on the outside of turn 1 and will fall all the way to the back of the order.
Yeah, we're seeing as well Sim HQ and Valhalla. Valhalla have dropped to the back in LMDH.
Lunatic have cut the circuit. They're like on the inside now of the oval. Not sure what's going on there.
Let's hope they didn't straight. It can be a black flag, like a DQ.
Yeah, so that could be very nasty there. So hopefully they got that one sorted. But yeah, Satellite, pretty good start for them. Unfortunately, Satellite Racing Blue weren't able to keep that 3rd place. They initially moved up into 3rd, but then dropped down to 5th. We're also seeing a bit of racing further down the order. Oh, there has been an issue for... Well, no, it's just Lunatic Racing who moved back up, and now they're losing all those positions again. So I'm not sure what's happening with that team. We're running on board with the car number 64 at the moment, of Satellite Racing Blue. Team who were up into 3rd, then they dropped down to 4th, then they dropped down to 5th. They're trying to get back up into 4th now, and they're going to do it the long way round. But this is where the track goes off camber. It's tricky to pull off the move. There's a little bit of contact, but really good acceleration there, and David Williams is able to pull it off.
Yeah, very nice looking move. We'll try and find out what happened to the team was dropping back, but we're focusing on the guys going forward right now. Satellite have broken the draft already, 1.7 second lead. That's going to suit them well, but obviously first time through the GT3s will be the big dictator on where you roll out position-wise. As we see in the draft being used very nicely in 1 and 2. Oh, he is making a move. Really was wondering if he was just willing to follow. No, he did follow in the end. That's what I would do. It's a long race.
Yeah, and yeah, I think just saving that fuel in these early stages is definitely the way to go. Pretty long race. In the GT3s, we're not expecting the drivers to be able to go an hour. There's no fuel limits in this series. But I mean, that might be implemented later on in the season. But at least for this race, there's no fuel limits. There are just tyre limits. No tyre limits for the LMDHs tonight, but there are tyre limits for the GT3s. 3 tyre sets they get given. This is looking neck and neck right now. This is Ben Ford overtaking Team 1. Battling with Satellite Racing Blue. Satellite still trying to get up into this third place. They managed to get the move done in this same place on the last lap, but this time they suffer from that off-camber nature of turn 1. They just lose that bit of adhesion and they can't make that move stick. So Satellite looking very quick, but they're not able to quite show it, and it's not necessarily going to get a whole lot easier than that to pull off the move, because it's really turn 1 or nowhere around this circuit.
Yeah, for sure. To be honest, you just want to follow the pack. Like, if you can save some fuel, look after your tyres, and get along in the stint and stay out of trouble, that's the key at Daytona. The lead Satellite Racing Teal team have got a dominant lead right now, but like you say, David Williams in the Satellite Blue team. Blue and teal are quite similar, but their positions are not first and fourth.
Charles Boschel, by the way, in chat saying, white liveries dull? I'm sorry, Charles. I just realised obviously Olympus have white liveries, and I didn't mean, I wasn't using yours as a case study. So apologies for that one. Your liveries are very good, obviously, Charles. Thank you for tuning in, and thank you for entering a car into this series as well. It's always great to see Olympus out there. They are a couple of places so far in the LMDH category. In our GT3s, we're currently watching Longhorn Racing. They're ahead of Bear Pope Workers Union. Bear Pope actually with a poor start, down 5 places. Actually got one of the LMDHs now mixing around with these guys. This isn't the first time round in terms of lapping. This is just Desperado Dogs who are out of position, and I feel like you have to pronounce it like that because that's how it's spelled.
Yeah, I believe. The 13 car, we've got 2 LMDHs in the pits right now. One coming out right now, Backpain and Ice Strain Racing and Fendi Racing Black team. We know there's 1 fast repair in the race.
Yeah, 1 fast repair. Didn't want to use it this early on. You've got to make sure that you untick it as well. I was doing 23 hours of Zolder today, and I never unticked it because I'm confident my teammates were always on hand to untick it for me before I went into the pits. So yeah, it's an important thing. Otherwise, you can quickly lose that fast repair, and
yeah, it's frustrating. Yeah, I always felt like iRacing should fix that. If you come into the pits and it starts holding you, you can't enable the fast repair because it's such a rare thing to use anyway, and I find that rule kind of spoils it. Yeah, we've had drivers tow and walk away from their rig and think, okay, the car will be just instantly fixed, but fast repair isn't ticked.
I think if you're going to take a screenshot of the Penguin RC Magma car, I think this is a good time to take it because it was the sunsets on this Daytona circuit. The yellows on that machine are reflecting very nicely. Real big fan of that livery, like I said earlier on, as there was a mistake from 104, so they've lost a position to CMSRacing.com Pro. There was also a move actually for one of the other Penguin RC. Oh no, Penguin RC Carbon have gone off the circuit. They were just making up a move, and now they have gone into the wall, and this might be one of our first teams who need a fast repair in this race.
Or a hardware failure, because it makes no sense not to drive back. I'm not sure, I'm not sure. I don't know what to say. Why would you not? If you have a fast repair, there's a golden rule, you drive back to pits. It doesn't matter if your wheel's bent to oblivion, you make it back, because a tow is going to cost you an unrecoverable amount of time. So it could be a hardware issue. Let's see. It's still quite packed up. Wonder how long we've got until the 2 classes meet, because I'm very excited for that.
Oh, trying to go underneath there, Ben Ford.
Trusting the netcode there. Well, that's a good camera angle. Look at that. And these guys are really wanting that second position, but the leaders are running away. Let's see if they can make it happen. The outside's not easy to make this move in LMDH. Not only have you got to trust your fellow guy, the off-camber nature, and yeah, that so easy to. Right, looks like we're coming up to the first pack of GT3s, so they need to stop squibbling. Here we go. This is it. This will because the first time through.
Oh no. And that's a couple of our big hitters, and they keep on piling in, and that's not the best time to rejoin. Well, we can have cautions if more than 4 cars are involved in an incident, and that was around that region, but I don't think...
Unbelievable. We didn't even... We got to the rear of the pack.
You barely completed your sentence about how there might be an incident.
I cannot... It looked like the leader lifted to, you know, facilitate an open move on the GT3 on the exit of the next corner. And P2 still was as hungry as he was in T1, and I don't know. You roll behind someone as they're approaching traffic because you're never sure of the predictable nature, unless the MDH did drop it himself. But it looked like he was facilitated by a rear tap. But we shall see.
We'll get you a replay of that in a few minutes' time. Overtake Team 2 to take the lead here. Or do they? I think saving fuel is almost certainly the best way to go.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, 100%.
They got the flying cat on the Wii Too Fast. Sorry, what's the name of the cat?
Nyan.
Nyan.
Nyan? Yeah, Nyan cat.
Yeah, cyan is a colour, I think.
Thank you. Yes, it is. A Nyan cat. All right, we've got some replays for you. Okay, this is Satellite making the move for a position.
Yeah, it's the 4.
That's committed. Late break-in. But yeah, if you can hold the outside there and get the traction on the exit, you always get the advantageous line here on the inside. Oh, look at that confident driving. He doesn't even slam the door shut. Ooh.
Oh no!
Oh my God.
Oh man.
He used the wrong pedal there on the grass, FYI. Oh no. What an Oh, and that's what it's like to drive with knowing. That's a strange mistake.
Well, he's just gone in too hot, hasn't he?
Yeah, but I don't know. This is Team Brake Fade outbraking themselves.
Oh. Oh. He hit the wall on the inside.
Yeah. Oh,
yeah,
no.
and he's got no steering.
This is why he doesn't drive back. So let's see.
Just a bit
Unbelievable.
impatient, wasn't it? So was that Satellite Racing Blue who did that?
It was not the first.
Yeah, it was the Satellite Racing Blue.
Yeah, I mean that's.
You just gotta be patient here.
Yeah, there's things I want to say, but yeah, that's terrible.
You've been on the receiving end of incidents like that, I can tell.
Yeah, 100%. It just, yeah, I mean, they had the battle in one. Like, I don't know why they kept battling, because the leader's now like was 3 seconds ahead or whatever. But you know, this is the first time up on say 29 GT3s. You squibbling over a half of a tenth on the entry of a corner matters not. You want to, you know. It's nice being the car behind, because the car in front of you can cut holes in the GT3s. You just focus on following and not being too close.
Like this?
Yeah, exactly. Look, nice lift, save some fuel, keep it all safe, keep your car working.
Well,
4-hour race, we're hitting the P2 car in the rear. Unbelievable.
We've got live stewards for this series, so they may well be dishing out.
We don't need stewards for that. That's the
David
penalty.
is judge.
Yeah. That was just us. Too obvious. Bypass the stewards. Okay, the GT3's well packed up. If I'm seeing what P10's only 9 seconds off the lead, that's quite a nice gaggle. We'll see if there's any sort of breakaway up front.
Evagorus Papasamas, one of the best names in the series. The organisation does sound quite an ominous team name, but they're quite well established in this series.
Oh my God.
The LMDH was not committed there. They
No.
ended up really early. And
it's hard to see if the GT3 also lit, because the LMDH, yeah, correct, did back out of that. But I wonder if the GT3 also did, and they just ended up. That was a strange one. Let's see. I see Porsches out there.
this is for P5, and that is so tricky to pull that off. I think he might. No, he can't quite stay alongside.
There's just less traction out there, so if you've even slid the rears a little bit, by the time you get to this corner, you just can't keep the door shut.
Do you know what a quokka is?
I do not.
Google it.
I don't know the beginning of the spelling of what you just said.
Everyone who's watching.
What? QU?
Well, it's his team name in P5.
Oh, okay.
Everyone who's listening along, search what quokka.
Ah, that's a cute little thing.
That's the reaction I was looking for. Ah. Because they are the cutest animal. I don't know if they're actually happy or whether they're crying inside, but they look on the outside really delightful.
Sorry, that wasn't very manly. Yes, he looks adequate.
Yeah.
Looks alright, I guess. Not as good as a snake.
Very good. Right, so we're following David Williams, but I mean, this is the team we do expect a penalty to come the way, because they barely lost at any time as well through the incident, but it wiped out probably 3 teams at least, I saw. Well, not wiped out, you know, ruined.
Yeah, very, very different.
Yeah.
I think quokka might actually be done this time. Pneumatic Motorsports Blue up into 5th position, and this time they have got it. So yeah, they up it to 5th. I mean, sort of because actually Pneumatic started ahead of quokka, so oh no, they've gone wide again. I think they'll get away with that. Quokka don't really want to fight this one. They realise that battling this hard is just going to push them back into cmsracing.com Pro behind. Still, we've got We2 Fast Racing leading the GT3s, 2.5 seconds ahead of Tempest.
Yeah, I was looking for a breakaway. They have their own breakaway out in the lead. That's impressive. Because that gap will just grow now. You want to be following for the traffic as well, because you just lose out if you're an independent like that. If you're the front of a pack like that. Yeah, the priority's got to be, for your first stint, just stand out of trouble and follow in. We're going to see the experienced drivers go, almost 2 laps longer, and that's going to pay dividends in a 4-hour race. If by the end of it, you're taking 9 laps less than your closest opponents. It's amazing what you can pull off.
Still loving the D's Porsche livery. Just a fan of that whenever I see it on screen. So looking forward to seeing that for the rest of the season. Now Mowbray for SimHQ Motorsports White. They are 4 places. Our highest gainers in the GT3 category are overtake Team 4. They're up to 13th place from 19th on the grid. But not that many changes. The losers out, Lunatic Racing, who never seem to get going really. They immediately decide to take there has been an incident in review, back pain and ice chain, and Valhalla Motorsports GT3. Keep an eye out for those messages coming up later on in the race. But yeah, the GT3s with issues, Valhalla Motorsports, back pain and ice chain, Fendi Racing, Black Team, and Lunatic Racing. Unfortunately, 2 retirees so far in this 4 hours.
Yeah, it's a shame, big shame. Because you've got the fast repair, but the fast repair doesn't always help depending on the circumstance. Like where we saw that guy bent his wheel to absolute oblivion. There was no way he was going to be making the pit stop. As we still navigating the GT3s, taking risks. Let's see. Come on, guys. Yeah, this is a really important part. There's so many GT3s, so the LMDH just need to be patient and smart. Not traits they're known for. Even though I drive them now, I get it. You feel like they cost you so much time, but it's amazing how stupid you feel afterwards when you've taken damage and it's cost you your entire race. And when you looked at it in retrospect, you was doing it to save a 10th. Oh, we're going to see a side break. Is this the run to the bus stop, or is this the run to one? It's the run to one. Oh, he's tucking in behind. Cute Bear Racing Pro team, sitting P7.
Is it a bear? I'm not sure if it's a bear, sorry.
Oh.
I think it's like a squirrel. Like
a squirrel.
That because
squirrels
and
cute.
No, because like kangaroos are like squirrels, I think, as far as I'm aware. I think they all originated from like some rodents in South America.
So I'm going to cycle back to the bit where you said a kangaroo's a squirrel.
Yeah.
Is it?
So kangaroos, squirrels, and quokkas are basically the same.
Yeah, I mean they do act very similar. Yep, yeah, for sure.
Sure. And then you got that, and then humans, and then birds, and then moss.
Humans and birds. Did you say?
Humans and birds are separate.
Oh, that's good to know,
What
because
I'm saying is that you got 4
had
categories:
questions.
quackers, humans, birds, and moss, and that pretty much sums up the animal kingdom.
Oh.
That was a gap, only just. The MDH.
Right, as we go on board with Overtake Team 6, ahead of Overtake Team 5, they're going to be pushing for a rename after the race. That's why most teams go with colour, right? Not number.
Yeah.
Because, you know, you're not special cyan, I'm purple. So you're not special, whereas, you know, your team 6 doesn't sing well.
I think my team once did like Greek gods in the past. So yeah, we went through all of them.
That's a good idea.
Now, these numbers is unlimited, and considering how many teams Overtake have got in this series, you do need something which has quite a few options, because they've got a lot of teams in this one. They're chasing down the organisation. Also chasing down is Overtake Team 3 on Ascent Racing LMDH, who are making their way up the standings right now. And I think that was actually an overtake. It wasn't a defensive move. That was an overtake down now. 7 places from their race starts are Ascent. And
So
next up, they've got 104, so you had a little half spin earlier on, I think we saw.
it's a nice livery on the Overtake car, actually. Quite like it. I like the way the words are wrapping around the rear. Like you say, they tailored it to the contour of the car. I like that. That little bit extra work that goes into each livery. There you go. Yeah, it just looks nice.
Yeah,
Not sure about the colours, but each their own.
I'd make it all pink. I think that's the change I'd make. I'm not sure if exactly that was the criticism you had.
No, it's just not orange and purple,
Yeah,
really.
It would drive the for Valhalla Motorsports for avoidable contact. Valhalla Motorsports. Is that the one near the back in 24th? Or is there another Valhalla Motorsport that I'm missing?
Check in.
That's the only
Yeah, that's
one
the
I'm
one I see.
familiar with. There is one in 22nd place in GTD down in Rutherford. No, just
Rutherford.
Rutherford. Apologies, yeah, you just have to miss a couple of the words. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see if Satellite Blue. I mean, unless there was. I mean, I still think they should get a penalty. It was so early in the race as well. But the team in question, I mean, look how far the leaders in MDH are ahead. 8.6 seconds. Not only did they get away good and run good, consistent, they got through traffic really well as well. They don't have to worry about a pack getting through. Penguin RC Simulation Magma P4 in the Cadillac. We're seeing the Cadillacs look good. Obviously last season it was the car, known for its straight line speed and easy curb management. So now I've said that out loud, that sounds really good for a Daytona. Yeah, just Watkins Glen, for example. The BMW and Caddy were on par with each other. Maybe the BMW was a pinch quicker, but you had to navigate a bus stop. And the BMW had one line, the other line's death, whereas the Caddy could take all the lines. So it was Caddy racing. Well, they're going to start getting these GT3s almost every lap in probably 10 hours' time as they spread out. Does make the endurance racing fun. Look at that camera angle. Did you design that camera?
Yeah, I'll say I did. I think I did. So yeah, quality stuff. Yeah, we had a camera angle of the bus stop a few moments ago, and it reminded me, of course, that these drivers have got very few incidents to play with, 20 incidents at their disposal. And you have to question how many of them are nearly there in these early stages.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's not easy, especially the multi. When I was calculating the off tracks that you're going to average, I completely forgot to factor the multi-class aspect of it, the little close 4Xs you get.
Right now, they should be on 2. If they're pacing themselves, then if there were more than 2, at this stage, then they're overdoing it. They're going to reach it by the end.
We're following an MDH here. Let's watch how they all take the bus stop. But someone here is getting an off track. If they're actually going to, oh no, he's just going to brake moments before the apex and then suffer on the exit. Not sure that was the best strat. Then again, these cars don't have much of a draft, but I do think PN Pneumatic is going to be in a little bit vulnerable here. But let's see. He is very, very vulnerable. The lift, yeah, his timed lift just didn't, the timing was poor. Oh, but then he pulls up into dead air. He's just calm following. I like the look of the Porsche. I think I like the look of the fact we just don't see them much, so it's quite nice to see them on the track.
Yeah, yeah. I'll be a little bit cautious here.
Just get elbows out. Oh no, wait, 20x, yes, be very, very careful through here. I love this track from multi-class. I think I told you, but I did 9 Daytona races on Wednesday, I think it was. Got to jump on, do a couple, ended up doing 9 in a row. Arms were sore, but I like this track. I'm not the biggest fan of sprint racing here, but I really wanted to test the updated GT3s. I don't see many Audis. I wonder if teams had already prepped. I don't know like when all this was set up, but obviously teams started prepping and building sets. And
yeah,
that's one disadvantage with the Audi, right? Well, where do you get setups from right now?
Yeah.
There are no archives. I think that's the disadvantage. Huge disadvantage is you've got to build it all yourself.
Yeah, I know in one of our other series that we broadcast, there were maybe 5 out of 60 Audis taking part in round 1. So people not immediately jumping onto it. I think also the fact that, you know, we've had the Audi for a while. It's not as though it's a brand new manufacturer that people are clamoring for.
True.
It's sort of just an update of a car. So maybe not quite the same enthusiasm around it. We're watching the D's Porsche. This livery is good. So this one's almost the other way around. So this one's got the colour.
Yeah, the patchwork on the back.
And then it's black and white on the front. I do prefer the other one. However,
yeah,
it is. I think it's a bottle. It's a glass of water. What? It's what a very basic saying that I'm trying to say. A glass half full. But like you initially the car is coming towards you. You don't think, oh, that doesn't look very good. And then it rounds the corner. You think, that looks much better now. That's probably the good thing with that second GT3 car.
I don't think you're overthinking it at all.
No,
no. Oh, we got that's a festive. What am I talking about? Nice livery there. Very nice, actually. Very different.
What is that actually? Is that?
Like
I can't work out whether that's Florida or Halloween.
Yeah, I see palm trees. Colours. I see palm trees and a sunset. I can't work out what's in the middle.
Maybe it is Florida. I like that in that case. Seeing that we are in the States at the moment. I think we're visiting Sebring later on in the season, albeit
I have the tracks open. We're going to Daytona, Jerez, Spa, Hockenheim, Le Mans and Silverstone.
Yeah, I don't think any of those places are like... well, Jerez probably isn't that much different to Florida in terms of climate.
This is if anyone's ever fancied getting to an endurance race, Daytona 24 was brilliant. It was absolutely brilliant. I had a whale of a time. The track access is amazing. The walk down pit road is amazing. The view you get up in the stands is unparalleled. I've done all the endurances. I've been to them all. Sebring's the opposite. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's fantastic. Whatever corner you're stood at is all you can see.
Sure. Yeah.
Whereas there's spots here where you can watch the entirety of the race. Petit Le Mans, you can see maybe like you can look left and look right and see it quite a lot, but it's so hilly. That's a magic track. Daytona was cold though. It was I think it was the coldest race on record, the one I went to.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it's free. It was ridiculously cold.
I mean, sub 10 degrees, right?
Yeah, it was icy. I remember my wife looking at me like, "Are we going to the hotel soon?" Almost love you. 13 hours to go. Now the atmosphere is good at these endurances as well. It reminds me of the old format of Formula One, where fans supported the race and the racing and all the drivers and all the teams and wanted good racing. I find today, I'm not going to go on F1 rant, but I just find today it's been more like
We've
football.
got 3.5 hours. You might
Okay,
get halfway through.
rant started. No, I find it's like football now. You love a team and you hate the rivals and you don't mind the rest. But I don't know why the hate's there. Red Bull fans hate Mercedes. Mercedes fans hate Red Bull. Like, I mean proper hate. You can't like them both. You're not allowed. You're now not a Red Bull fan. You know, it's changed. It's definitely changed.
Yeah, it's world of online. But we try to stay positive. Don't be negative. We try to stay positive.
Yeah,
As much as,
love the
as
racing.
we can. That is going to be Ascend, and it's going to work out pretty well for one of our LMDHs. We're currently watching Rui Quiros. He is 1 second off the lead at the moment. Not too many changes in this one. The GC3 is very patient at the front, at least.
Yeah, the
realising that.
We Too Fast did have a lead. I do remember saying they've got a breakaway of 2.7, so something's happened to them.
I mean, even on this lap, they've lost a few tenths. I think just the traffic it might be, which is them a bit as the BMW came across a bit too much there, and was risking it.
Let's see.
But even behind this, they're close. I mean, we've got the top 6 separated by less than 5 seconds in this category.
Yeah. As long as We Too Fast don't have any damage, I'm sure they can stick this out and make it work. They definitely showed they've got pace and are good at managing traffic, so I think it was just a wee bit of bad luck. But that dominant lead out in LMDH, 9 seconds now, and we aren't even 30 minutes in.
What happened to We Too Fast?
Oh,
Did they have an issue? I just looked away when they went off.
they must have navigated straight through the bus stop, which is a huge slowdown. Let's see. If they have to box, it's for a fast repair and something's wrong, or I don't know, could be anything. His cat could have jumped on his lap, and you know, anything can happen in sim racing.
Tempo Sim Sport GT3 now to the lead, ahead of Overtake Team 2. We Too Fast Racing. I was saying how the top 5 is only separated by 5 seconds, and or the top 6 separated by 5 seconds. Well, they have paid the price of that one because they've lost quite a lot of positions in that.
Yeah, replay of that. They didn't pit, so it's not like they're dealing with damage. So yeah, it'd be interesting whether it was just a mistake. I don't know. I'm trying to remember the last time I ever went straight. Like what? Unless it's an LMDH, dive in your inside so you open
like
up.
3 LMDHs on your
Yes,
inside, you think, nah, I'm not going to bother with this one. But yeah, it is a rarity, because you don't have to break a whole lot that corner.
Oh.
Cameron Barker for CMSRacing.com. This is the Barker-Parker battle. It is the Barker-Parker battle. And it is Parker who is ahead, but holding on barely. Actually, a second faster that time was Barker. He looks to the inside again.
He is hungry. He made it obvious what he was doing, but all right, here's the replay of the lead GT3.
Oh, so he's already got in the wall beforehand. Yeah, he must have hardware issues of some kind, mustn't he? Where he's
let's watch this
struggling
again.
to drive down straights.
Well, he's looking at, maybe he's just mirror watching those LMDHs, and I don't know. I don't know. I think he's just mirror watching, and the car tracked up a little when he bopped the wall and got distracted. Didn't know, sort of. I don't have no idea. But it looks like the car can continue.
And I think so. We're probably about 10 minutes away from the pit stops, I guess, for the LMDHs at the moment.
Yeah, about I'm trying to think, about 42 minutes, usually maximum around there for them, if I remember rightly. GT3s can probably go around 55 minutes, 57. Something of that nature. What do you think of the pit entry here, being like an oval style?
I really struggle, and I did an oval series once, and that was the thing that I maybe struggled with more because I didn't practice it before the race, and it's really tricky to get it down to the pace. Obviously, a lot easier with these, seeing that you got
ABS and a pit limit.
yeah, but
Yeah, when I did the Daytona 500, my spotter who was working for me was like, "Have you practiced pit stops?" I was like, "Dude, it's Daytona. I've raced to a million times with it. Not without a pit limiter and no ABS, you haven't." I was like, "I'll go try it." Full lock, sideways entry, about 200 kph too much. Okay, tried it again, couldn't get it right. You kept losing the rear, didn't know how to slow because you don't. This is the only time you're braking at them crazy speeds.
unfortunately, you don't need to get down to too low a level. You do need to know where your pit stall is, though, here. If it comes up early, then, and you don't know that it is coming up early, then you got no chance, because you're going so fast. And it's quite a wide pit entry as well. You've got to really hug it to the left. Your car naturally will swing to the right, into the away from the pit stalls when you come in. So yeah, it is a very demanding pit entry. But before these pit stops start kicking off, shall we have a chat with our league organizer, David Anderson?
100%, it's a great name.
We will drag him up. And well, David, thank you for joining us. How are you doing at the moment?
I'm good, guys. Hopefully you hear me without any echo. I tried to connect to my video camera, but I don't know that we need that or not.
You sound great.
Yeah, sound wonderful. How are you liking the racing at the moment? How do you assess the first 34 minutes of the season?
Well, I'm glad that we're off, that it's settled down a little bit. I have to admit, you know, with 57 cars taking grid today, I was a little bit nervous. So when they got through turn one, both sets of classes, without too many major issues, I was pretty happy, and think it looks like we've settled down now.
Definitely. And what was the thinking in terms of some of the changes that we've made for this season when it comes to the tracks, of course, that we've got for this season, a couple of new ones, and then we've also got the Pro and the AM car categories as well. Talk us through sort of the logic when it comes to those changes.
Yeah, well, you know, I'll start, those are great questions. I'll start with the track changes. You know, we always try to do some of the, you know, call it staples, if you will. And those are typically Daytona, Le Mans, and Spa. We've usually also done Sebring, but this year, kind of the way the schedule aligned and whatnot, and starting the season just a little bit earlier, Sebring unfortunately did not make its way back into the season, but we have 3 new tracks, and I'm excited that one of those is going to be Silverstone as well in the season finale. So that's something we always kind of in the design of the series, guys, is try to have you know, some of the classics and 2 or 3 new tracks every season. So that was the first thing.
Yeah, that was a pretty good addition. I mean, us UK guys are always going to appreciate some Silverstone, and obviously Jerez, a fairly new thing to the series as well. And then, yeah, but what about the, how have the drivers reacted to the AM Championship? I mean, it means that if probably we're going to have twice as many teams in the fight of a title going into the final round, I assume.
Yeah, I think that's been well received, you know, and I'll kind of give you a little bit of background on kind of what our thinking there was. You know, at Champion Motorsports, we've been doing this a long time, and one of the things that I think has made us such a great community and successful over the years is we welcome all skill levels. You know, we don't care if you're the fastest guy out there or the slowest, as long as you can be an adult and be professional and, you know, act like you belong, then we want you to be here. And our philosophy is that there's always been somebody to race with. Now, what we found along those lines is that there's a pretty big separation. You know, the first 3 seasons of this particular series, because it's so exciting, we've attracted some of the top esports teams. So it's not uncommon to have a 6,000-7,000 rating iRating team, and then on the track sharing it with a 1,500 iRating team. So this year we opened it up for the AM to just give guys more of something to chase and hopefully stay excited throughout the season. And I think I think it's been well received, and we're pretty excited about it.
For sure, yeah, it looks like it's been a big success, and I'm sure the drivers are very enthused about it, and yeah, many more drivers looking to take home silverware for this upcoming season. And in terms of the track links as well, I mean, Le Mans, 6-hour event, that's going to be a pretty demanding one for the drivers to take on later on in the season.
Yeah, it will be, and that's always just, you know, we felt like, you know, unfortunately we're not able to do 24 hours yet, but you never know. But we felt like let's vary. That's one of the other changes we made. Last year all the races were 3 hours in length, and this year we varied them a little bit. There's a few of them that are 3 hours, a couple that are 4, and then the Le Mans event will be 6 hours. So that'll put the teams to the test. And, you know, we're also limiting tire sets and fuel and sort of infusing in our own little BOP, if you will, kind of at a macro level there to keep guys on their toes.
And from what you've seen so far in this race, anyone who's sort of surprised you in terms of the order? I mean, we've got Tempest and Satellite, so the more established teams still leading the way, but I mean, the one that we've been talking about a lot, are Overtake. I mean, they seem to really be a good addition to the championship.
Yeah, so, you know, a couple I'll point out. First of all, I think, you know, Dan Fendick and his team at Overtake, really excited to have them in the series. They've brought a lot of teams, I think about 6 teams to the series, and quite a few drivers. So it's great to have that organization with us, and I think they'll definitely be super competitive in the series. And as you said, you know, I kind of expect Satellite, Tempest to be up there. You know, some of the ones that I'm looking at that I'm really surprised by, I'll call out too. You know, Pneumatic Motorsports Blue in GTP, I think that's a team that I really think has stepped it up. They were fastest in practice this week, and I'd be watching out for them. And then I'm really impressed with We Too Fast Racing in the GT3 category. That's a team that I've seen kind of take steps from last season to this season and look like they're going to run up front.
Yeah, really good to see. Of course, they were leading earlier on, weren't they? Until a little bit of an unusual setback, but they seem to be back in the rhythm of things now. Well, thank you for coming up and having a chat with us, David. Is there anyone you'd like to give a shout out to, or anything else you'd like to mention?
Yeah, well, hey guys, thanks for having me. Wanted to stop by and say hi, and I'll close with just thanking you. This is our 4th year doing this season, and we've partnered with Apex for 3 of the 4, and you know, 3 consecutive years now. Don't plan to change that. And just a huge shout out to you guys and Lee and the whole team. I'm loving seeing the studio broadcast. We're gonna do 2 of those this season, and then also I'd be remiss if I didn't thank all of the drivers and teams and all the admins and stewards and whatnot behind the scene, and of course our 2 main sponsors, Penguin RC Simulation and SimRace247.com. Be sure to check those 2 organizations out.
Awesome. Well, thanks for having a chat with us, David, and thanks for the kind words as well. It's a pleasure for us to bring this action and yeah, deliver this broadcast. And yeah, maybe yeah, see you later on today, or see you later on in the season.
Sounds good, guys. Enjoy the race, and you guys look great. I like your shirt. You're looking good, nice and professional there in the studio, and have fun with it today.
Thank you a lot, David.
Take care.
Cheers.
David Anderson, there, one of the league organisers.
Yeah, so to bring us up to speed, I've been keeping an eye on the race. So Satellite Blue did get the drive-through penalty for the accident they caused in turn 2. We'll try and get a replay of an incident we had with...
oh, yeah.
Yes.
We all exhaled, but silently when that happened.
All right.
Oh, no.
Slightly net coding,
Last
maybe.
10th are second place as well, aren't they? So
Let's
they
see.
could be a penalty for P2. That's got to be a pen.
Yeah, where... Oh.
This is the Florida Halloween car. Oh, no.
He was too busy watching the guy spin.
Now, who comes up on who? Oh, no. The guy on the outside pinches him, in my mind.
I'd need to see it again. I don't know.
You shouldn't be in the middle of the circuit there. You should be tight. You should be higher. I was fully ready to blame the car on the inside there, but honestly, this is the 223 of Valhalla Motorsports. I don't know. Maybe whichever car you ride on board, it will look like it's the other car's fault. It's one.
Fendi Racing came into chat as well to mention that they had a computer crash, so they're hoping they don't have any issues with Fair Share, and they're going to be heading out onto the track and try not to cause any problems. But they are in GTD, I want to say. Yeah, so they're 7 laps down, unfortunately. But yeah, computer crash.
Lots of the LMDHs coming into the pits, including our leader, Satellite Racing Teal. They have had no problems so far. I expect Max Muir to stay in the car. We have got, I think it's just iRacing Fair Share. It's all about halves, isn't it? It's like
it's
one driver can't do more than 3 times the laps than the second driver.
Hours divided by drivers. That result divided by 4. The 4 is irregardless of how many drivers you got. So
yeah,
4 hours. I'll work it out for Fendi. 4 hours divided by, let's say they've got, I don't know, 2 drivers?
2 drivers, yeah.
And then you divide that result by 4, so you have to do half an hour.
Okay.
30 minutes of lapping. I don't know why. That's just the sum iRacing do. So it means on a 24-hour race, if you have 5 drivers, you've got, if it's Le Mans, you've got to do like 2 laps.
Yeah.
It's just been that way forever. I just don't think they should quit Fair Share. They should just quit.
Well, I think you should just have a maximum drive time, right? And I've never understood why they have minimum drive time.
A maximum
If someone
drive time. That's interesting.
If someone jumps in for 1 lap and there's like a 6th driver, I don't mind. I'm not going to be angry if you only do 1 lap and I'm one of the rivals. I'm going to be angry if someone does 23 hours. That's
Yeah.
when the issues come in.
I'd say one incident we have to look out for that's common here at Daytona, as a car's exiting, the car coming round the corner, we use the pit exit line to open up the corner. And sometimes if you may be a single screen user and you're a bit blindsided, you absolutely body slam the car in pit road. And to be honest, you usually don't damage your car, but the car coming out pit road is proper dead. But hopefully we can avoid any of that. As we're seeing pneumatic going longer than most teams. So let's see where that cycles them out. Yeah, Satellite Blue are running all the way down in 9th currently, and I assume they've got to pit. You know, they served their drive-through lost positions, and then they're going to be coming in very soon to for fuel.
Just looking back at the YouTube chat, online search saying the camera angles are great. Thank you, online search. And David Anderson, who of course we were just chatting with, mentioning that the broadcast looks good. Thank you very much. We'll take the compliments. But do you let us know any other information? That's probably the main thing to us. Scott Kessel saying, bring back Watkins Glen next year. I wouldn't mind having Watkins Glen as a circuit.
I love the track. It's one of my favourites, especially for multi-class racing. But I do feel iRacing has the weirdest bus stop penalty off tracks. I mean, end of the day, we don't even take the bus stop. We jump over it from off track to off track, and that's the line iRacers have come to expect. When they jump in another sim like ACC or any other sim, they're always wondering why this isn't right. Like, why can't I take the bus stop? It's like, well, have you ever watched it IRL? Because I tell you what, iRacers don't know the line. But it's the line to us. I get it. When I jumped into ACC, I was the complete same. I just didn't know what to do. But yeah, I feel of all the penalties and off tracks iRacing give, this is the strangest. So Pneumatic did actually pit in the end. Looks like going to be T10, unless Overtake Team 3 are coming round. It looks like they can hold on to P10.
No need for like pushing extra laps. The drivers may well fuel save in order to get shorter pit stops, but they're going to be fairly easy on a 4-stop, I believe. I'll pit on 45 minutes, I'll pit on 1 hour 30. I'll pit on 2 hours 25. Probably 2 hours 15. Then 3 hours, 3 hours 45, and then you've got 15 minutes spare.
That's the pit though, 3 hours 45. Why? That's the thing some teams are going to look to remove. 15 minutes over 4 hours.
Do you think they?
Yeah.
Do you think they're going to get rid of that?
Well, teams are going to try.
I mean, they need to be going. So what lap are we now on? So you basically need to go 2 laps further each stint.
Yeah, and the first stint's always the hardest because fuel saving's a little bit more dangerous when there's cars all around. It depends. It really depends on the if you're following a pack and how this traffic's all working out from. But yeah, I mean, it's got to be in your back of your mind. got to be. Well, we'll see. Pneumatic did go a lap longer than... well, actually, let me see how many laps longer. They pitted lap 29, so they went... Most teams pitted on 27. The front four pitted on 28. Pneumatic pitted on 29.
Okay, so if everyone's going to do it,
Well, let's see, yeah, because the leaders may step it up now. First stint's always the toughest. You have the pace lap. I know it's short, but it burns fuel. And all the grid time burns fuel. No traffic, you know, like it's just sprint racing at the beginning, so you're less fuel saving. And you never really want to be clutching in the infield if there's an MDH right up your rear. Oh, someone's phonetically telling me how to say the name. Pneumatic.
oh, is it?
What have I been saying?
You've been saying
Pneumatic.
Pneumatic. I've been saying pneumatic. I just thought the P was silent.
Pneumatic. Pneumatic. Thank you, Hendrik.
Pneumatic.
Oh, no.
Oh no, Hendrik is lying to us. Hendrik, we trusted you. How can you do this to us? We'll believe anything.
Oh, I'm reading bottom down as well. I see the conversation going on as well now.
I think it is just pneumatic. I think I was right along. John Chrissy, former leader in this race, had a lap where he was driving into walls down the straight. Since then, he's been driving much better.
Yeah, I've been keeping on his lap times. Nothing seems to be wrong. I think it was just mirror watching. He was probably overly wondering what those two LMDHs is going to do, and the next thing he knows, he's bopping into the wall. But yeah, most of the time you're okay with the 0x there, as long as your wheel's straight. Can cause problems though. But I remember, I swear I remember back in the day a 0x meant no damage. I know it's not the case nowadays, far from, but I do remember it.
Oh, someone's in the...
Oh
yeah, they've gone into the
my
inside wall.
God.
That is overtake team 6. Were they battling with the organisation? They've been battling with the organisation. Or maybe Bear Paper Workers Union, perhaps.
He's got a pit penalty.
I hope no one comes across. Well, I sort of do. It'd be hilarious, but I hope...
You get a pit penalty for that. You get...
Really?
Yeah, because dangerous... you've...
No, he hasn't entered the pit though, has he? Or are you saying he will get a dangerous pit exit penalty? But then he never got out.
Hold on.
He was still as a rock.
No, yeah, if you enter the pit environment, yeah, he's getting a pen for that. Yeah.
I guess he is in the pit environment. You're
Yeah,
right,
yeah. Because the old exit line, it wouldn't have
Oh
mattered.
no, that's 3 cars involved, and there's going to be more as well. There was just a slight tap, and one car slid across and involved others. Precision Racing Esports were one of them. They seem to have got away without too much damage, albeit I hope the same thing doesn't happen again. And, well, they were trying to go 4 wide for a second there, and now they're very slow, due to the damage they're trying to get past. They've given up.
No.
They've gone on the apron. That's
No,
not really
you can't
what
take the
it was.
Williams line. The low line, sorry. No, you can't. No. He may think the rule is, because it's not for position, I'm allowed to do this.
Well, no, I think he'll think that his logic is they annoyed me, so I'm allowed to go on the apron. Because he tried to go past twice, couldn't get past, and so just thought...
But we're clear, that's a penalty, right?
Okay. Oh, yeah.
He's not using the racer's surface. 100%.
Yeah, I mean, if you
no-
could do that, everyone would be doing it.
Yeah, we can bypass the stewards of that. That's it. That's the drive-through. I really want to see this. We'll get a replay of this LMDH. I think it was the LMDH in the back. I think 2 LMDHs are fighting, and 1 MDH just tried to change lines.
We're seeing a preview of it. We will show you as Maestro subscribes to YouTube. Thank you. New film coming that side to see. Looking forward to it. The organisation are into the pits with damage, so they were one of the cars. So they were involved in the incident with the organisation, I believe, at the turn 1 instant, which feels like a while ago after the massive shunt we just saw.
I can't believe someone got put into pit road. I can't wait to see that one. I hope it's all just close racing and they picked up a tap.
At the moment, then, we have got 2 retirements.
Chat saying I think he got afraid of rear-ending and jumped on the apron for safety. No. Okay, GT3 leaders pitting. No, he definitely had slowed down. He went from the high line to the low line. 2 GT3s were side by side. Like he had the same momentum of the GT3s and then took the low line, unfortunately. But no, yeah, I mean, he actually slowed down so much that the LMDH behind him slowed, almost wondering like, dude, we got places to be, mate. We can't wait. Can't wait for the GT3s here. Yeah, GT3s have got to be smart. Even if they're going side by side, you've got to think of leaving a gap open. Is it your right? No. Do you have to? No. Is it wise because you don't want to get rear-ended, net-coded by an LMDH? 100%.
Yeah, I mean, you always need to make it so that you can go 3-wise. So if you just hugging the wall in that scenario, or hugging the line, perhaps more likely, it's a very good strat to go to expand the rest of the circuit. Slow stop for our race leader. Tempest SimSport GT3 were leading, but are still stationary. Now, that's not extra tyres, extra fuel. That's got to be a speeding penalty. Because the drivers will be taking full fuel and tyres.
Yeah, you're right.
At the pit stop anyway.
It's going to total 64...
81 seconds, I think. 40-second penalty.
Yeah, so 82. Yeah, if you're right, if it's a minute 12 on our pit stop timer. Am I doing the math right here? Wait, are they still in? Are you seeing them out yet?
No, there's still going. Okay, they should now be leaving. Oh, you know what? Actually, they're still stationary.
No,
I wonder if this is something even more.
Yeah,
They'll
they're
be
way
stationary for
past
an extra
slowed
50
down.
seconds.
Yeah, no, they're way longer than a speeding penalty.
Unless they've been able to cut the pit entry line and speed. But I doubt that's the case.
No, I don't think there's a pit. Oh, I see what you're saying. No, not at Daytona.
Who's needed to get a bit of food. So our leader is gonna be Bear Pope Enduro. However, they are on a slightly alternative strategy. They pitted 9 laps earlier than the rest and took less fuel. So I think basically for the GT3s, they're going to do
Yeah, I mean, the
3.5 stints.
The debt comes due. You can't short fuel in an endurance. Like, at some point, you've got to compensate like that with a longer pit stop.
Yeah, because the drivers are doing 4 stints and a bit. They're currently doing the bit.
Yeah.
And so they would have done a stint and a bit when they make their next pit stop, and then they're going to have 3 full stints to come basically. As long as they get to the hour 20 or so, they should be able to get to the end of the race on 3 more stints. So yeah, alternative strap.
Tempers are done, mate. 2 hours. Well, it feels like it. 2 minutes 53. They are done. Like, there is no quantifiable reason.
Maybe Rui's gone into the pits, waited for some teammates, and he's found
Yeah, but you would head if I didn't hear them on the radio and they weren't there, not only are they in trouble, I would have headed straight out.
I'd give up on that and be like, no, you're not here.
I've seen it in endurance. I've seen a mess, not my team. I've seen a picture before of a teammate did a couple of stints and no one came back, and he just put a DM in the Discord group. Look, guys, I'm off to go eat dinner. The car's there in pit road if anyone wants to help out.
Yeah.
Like,
Wow.
I'm off, mate.
Oh no, sorry. As we're anecdoting,
Oof.
there's been a crash again. I'm so sorry.
Replay guys are going to be busy.
It's Lidkia.
Oof.
Doing all right as well, was the Canadian.
I think their front's missing. Yeah. Yikes, that's straight line damage at a track where you need straight line. We'll get a replay on that and a replay on everything else, like the pit entry, chaos, the triple LMDHs.
It's
I'm looking
not
forward to seeing
slowing
that.
down this race. This is good, like, pacing of incidents at the moment for us to watch through. It's not overwhelming at any point, but we're...
No, for sure. Keeping a track on the leaders, yeah, because it's all to play for. Overtake Team 2.
So yeah, overtake Team 2 now the leaders. They were running 3rd, but have edit issues. One of the issues was for We2 Fast Racing, but they're making up moves as well. And they'll be up into 4th, and that's a sweeping line for them. Nice work. Good job for the MDH on pit exit. It's going to be behind, fortunately.
So when did you see overtake Team 2 pitted and less fuel? I don't have any pit information for them.
That wasn't overtake Team 2, that was D's Porsche.
Ah,
No, it
okay.
wasn't. It was Bear Pope. So Bear Pope have now been overtaken.
Our overtake
by-
Team 2 made it to 57 minutes. Yeah. Wow.
Wow. Could they be going for the 3-stop?
Well, they didn't make the hour, so they're failing. Like
Yeah,
literally,
they'd
you
have a
cut.
lot of
You,
catching up.
if you want to do it, you make it to 60 minutes. You don't need a fuel count to tell you that you're in trouble now. If you miss it by 2, that's now going to be 6.5 minutes. You're going to miss it by now. But let's see. Yeah, what lap will be on? Where am I looking? Yeah, so they went a lot longer than the other teams, unless I missed something in the race.
Good pace though. I mean, they're not going to be a whole lot far behind the... Because overtake Team 2, they were in second place behind these Porsche of Enfaro Young. And they're now coming out of the pits 42 seconds stationary. So I think these Porsche will lead the race again. But not by a big margin. That's worked well for overtake Team 2. They'll have to take less fuel later on, even if they
Yeah,
don't
a lot less fuel.
get one less pit stop. So take less fuel at least.
I'd say the average was 30 laps with D's Porsche doing 31. But I'd say the average was 30 or lower.
Yeah, you know what? They're in the lead. Overtake Team 2 have done the overcut.
Yeah, 3 laps longer.
Well, that seems to have worked on all fronts there. Good work from Zain Khan. They've got a 2-second lead. Fresher tyres and more fuel.
Okay, let's get into the juicy replays. Alright, so this is the... Oh,
Oh, it's just a small tap, isn't it?
okay, we...
Oh,
I mean,
such a small
it
tap.
is just a racing...
That is a racing incident, absolutely.
Oh,
Oh, no, he came across, didn't he? Is that the...
yeah, there's
yeah, it's the overtake.
overtaking both clips.
Lewis nearly makes it.
Oh, nearly.
I think that's the second faster per needed as well for Olympus.
Oh. Yikes. Oh.
CMHQ involved in this.
Yeah, again, same thing. An LMDH just coming over and clipping on rear of an LMDH. Same.
Oh, that was good avoidance from the car that we're running forward with.
Some juicy incidents. But yeah, that pit entry one was a weird one. The Merc. I don't know if it was a bit of a netcode hit on the front because the car very over rotated. Not sure. Maybe he tried to steer left before the contact, and the contact pushed him left, and we're actually seeing an Audi. Let's see. The Audi straight line speed seems to be good enough. Your nice livery Porsche is still looking clean.
Yeah, that's all we can really hope for today, eh? That thing stays as good looking as it started off. Albeit that's the one that I'm not as big a fan of. It's got the...
Yeah, of course. You want the one on the... You like the one on the rear. No, front.
No, the front. Yeah.
Of course.
Oh, the front.
I forgot your story you told us. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah,
Racing come in.
Like, there were chapters to it. There
Yeah,
was a
I know.
narrative to it, so
Yes.
I'd appreciate if you remembered it.
That's why I said
obviously.
story and not just quote.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, seen a move. The GT coming up.
Ooh,
Oh, my.
no, and that is a crash.
Imagine being 3 wide and thinking you found extra room.
It was a wiggle as well, the way that the car reacted. It was oscillating at 1 million rates a minute,
Yeah, and that.
and it eventually spun into the wall.
Yeah, we will get a replay of that. Oh, as we see
no,
another.
sorry, what was going on there? I didn't see that.
There was no space, and well, I'm not sure. He opened up the corner, and this Nicholas guy was 3 mil onto his rear fender. I'm not sure. But all the LMDH incidents have had a similar theme. It's these 1, 2, 5 millimeter rear fender taps. Should be interesting. Nice 3 wide.
Oh, even that's a bit close.
Around the outside. Audi got the inside. Porsche's got nowhere to go, but can he get the traction? No. Is he going to tuck over to the left and follow? Audi goes defensive. Compromises his exit. But he parked the bus nicely, so the Porsche had nowhere to go.
It's one of the closest battles going on. 104's with Nicholas Maynard. I'm not sure if they got much damage from that incident, but they have just lost out to Overtake Race Team 3.
Yeah, Overtake with the 2 or 3 incidents they've been involved in the last 10 minutes has really hurt their chances.
They're taking repairs.
Oh. No, that's speeding, 100%. I mean, when you're smoking 20 foot after the line, you're probably going too quick.
He had to get out of the brakes in order to not go on the grass.
Yeah, that's a unique line as well.
It reminds me, and I mentioned this a lot. It comes up a lot. Oh, someone's got a puncture. That's Tempest Sim Sport. You can see the front right. Yeah,
Wait,
the front right's not... Oh, I mean, that's a speeding, isn't it?
A little bit, yeah. I don't think that's a punch. I think that is just front suspension.
Okay.
I would love iRacing to add punch. Well, they technically have if you get
yeah.
if you get down to 0%.
You can get it with damage, I think.
Really? No.
I think so.
In all the 1,000 races I've done, I've never seen... I mean, I have technically had it. You get the meatball flag when you get to 0% tyres. But second you put tyres on, it fixes. But I've never seen a damage puncher in all my days. But that green Ferrari is still going.
Yeah, maybe I just imagined to myself, he's got puncture damage. But yeah, maybe it is just suspension.
I actually, on the subject of tyres, and I would love to see iRacing add flat spotting.
Yeah.
I mean, it's hard to believe it's not there. No, I don't want them to add... I mean, the discussion about random damage, you know, like,
No.
your radiator's
The idea
given
that
up.
that should be a thing is
Because we have it, right? Because our sim gear goes wrong. Our wheel disconnects, our wheelbase turns off, our internet dies, we lose the left monitor. Like, we have mechanical damage. We don't now need it to pop up saying, oh, you've got a fuel leak. Oh,
Yeah.
great.
I mean, the car should be more brittle. Like, you should be able to drive the car too hard. Where...
Yes, that's what I think flat spotting would be a great addition to that. You go in and absolutely 4-tyre lock to avoid something. You come out of it and you can feel the problem.
Or you should hit, like... To be fair, there's an element of randomness where I'd be alright if it was random wear or random, like, breakages if maybe you hit, like, a curb and there's a 1 in 20 chance that if you hit that curb, you've damaged your radiator and your car's going to be overheating for the rest of the race. I'd be alright with that. And there's an element of randomness to that. But I think that's alright in that case. I would be alright with that randomness. But no, it shouldn't spawn out of nothing.
True, yeah. I suppose one of iRacing's biggest downsides is the fact that regardless of race length, it's a very repetitive sim. As long as you're repeating what you're doing, everything remains the same. We saw Team Brake Fade get a penalty there. They cannot be talking about turn 1, the pit entry incident. Cannot.
Was that Brake Fade who went in?
No, Brake Fade was, I think, the team that survived. I could be wrong.
Yeah, that would be harsh.
Yeah, because, I mean, they were there. They were turning. Yeah, the Mercs car overreacted on the... I'll be shocked if that was because of that. As we go on board here with this Satellite Racing Teal team with a 27-second lead. With the fastest lap. With the pole position. Having a very easy time out there. Well, I say easy. They're having to pass 29 GT3s every 15 minutes or so. So they're doing a grand job. And that green Ferrari is out there balling without a front. I just hope he has a teammate saying, like, let's tick the fast repair at pit stop.
Need another 5 minutes and then he can get to the end of the race with just a couple more pit stops. Pitting now would be tough to get to the end as a GT3. You'd be a couple of minutes short. So maybe he's just waiting for that.
But I assume this David Williams isn't the David Williams.
No, I think I was racing against a David Williams yesterday, I want to say, as well. There's a lot of them about, very common name. There's some of these names, which are like, blah de blah, 71, because there's...
Yeah.
There's, I don't know, like Louisiana or something. Every other person is called like a certain name.
Even I don't have my own name, that's why I use my middle initials in the middle.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, I was
Yeah,
David Sampson 2.
Sure, it's a very common name. Yeah, I managed to keep... I was racing against my long-lost sister, though, Saoirse Fitzpatrick,
Oh, really?
yesterday. So that was nice. We were running first and third with the Fitzpatricks.
And yes, congratulations on the Jimmy Broadbent 23 hour, I don't know the name of the race, for Mind win in Mustang.
I cannot remember but yeah, it was for the Mind charity. So yeah, lots of money raised.
Yeah, was it? Oh, I heard 50,000. Almost 50,000.
45, I think, at the end of the race, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's increased since. And yeah, Mustang champions with drop bear always. So yeah,
Easy, man.
I have some authority here. I mean, honestly, these guys sprint race this 4
Yeah.
hours. Tried 23 hours in a Mustang, guys, at Zolder at night. It was night for 18 hours of the race. That's a challenge.
Yeah, for sure. LMDH looking very strong from Satellite Racing Teal. That is quite the lead. Scrolling down the rest. Gap's not too bad. Gonna start getting lapped. Well, yeah. Just checking the pit laps as well. Still pretty competitive in LMDH, but we've just got a Max Verstappen out there as well.
Yeah, but that's the good thing with team racing. I mean, there's not necessarily any correlation between the two drivers. There we go. Max performing very strongly right now. 5.6k is Max. I mean, you're higher rating than that.
Yeah, so I'd be beating him.
Yeah, so you'd be way ahead.
I would
right
be,
now.
yeah, no, I'd be like maybe 4 seconds ahead of him.
Yeah. But Max is a quality driver.
Yeah, he
So
is. I've raced him.
He's yeah, I mean, it's a huge gap, which I haven't really noticed increasing, but he has just under the radar done it. Here is Can-Am Racing defending, but a dying cause, I think, because they've got a lot of cars lined up behind them.
Yeah.
They got Direct Drive Motorsports, they got SimHQ Motorsports White, and they got Bear Pope Zero, all chasing them down. But remarkably, despite lacking the front of their car, the gap is barely coming down. And there might be 4 wide. We've got a car. They'll get away with that one. That's not using the apron technically. It's just using the pit entry, I think they would argue. And Can-Am to hold on, but I don't know how they managed to do that. It's now Direct Drive Motorsports, the ones behind him, but they lost over a second on that last lap to these cars behind.
Yeah, they just need to get that front fixed. Where are they running to see when they pitted? Lap 20. So they were very short on fuel as well, to be honest. Well, not, sorry, very short, a lap.
Oh, they didn't take much fuel, did they? They only took 26 seconds of fuel. Oh, that's a cent. I didn't even very spotted that.
Yeah,
I
if
think
that's
that was
correct.
just an
If that's correct, that's... Yeah, that means they're in... I'm not sure their strategy here.
So that's quite good news for them then. The fact that they got damaged during their short stints.
It's good news that they've got a broken car and they're short on fuel compared to everyone else. You see that as good news?
No, I'm saying that, like, it's good
Yeah.
that it's happened in their short stint rather than a long stint, because they weren't planning on going long anyway.
Yeah.
So the fact that they're paying early now for repairs is slightly less of an... I'm a positive person. Let's bring back to the glass half full.
Yeah.
I'm the glass half full, and you are the glass half empty. Yeah, so it seems.
Yeah, I'm sure that's how he's sending it to his teammates. Guys, I've damaged the car, but it doesn't matter. We weren't planning on doing a long stint anyway.
It's only going to lose us 60 seconds, guys.
Yeah.
It's not that bad.
Brilliant. But this is what? This is a 6-race season, or is it?
6, yep.
6-race season, yeah.
We've got a couple of 3-hour events, got a couple of 4-hour events, got a 6-hour event at Le Mans as well.
I love the 6-hour Le Mans. Back in the day when ELMS was there, I actually did a 2 on a Saturday and 2 on a Sunday. had a blast. They're always night, thanks to iRacing. They seem to want to sell Le Mans at night. Oh, as we get send, well executed, as long as he gets the track.
Oh, man.
Okay, that was... I retract the part where I said that was a good send. That was a completely uncontrolled slide, unfortunately. He had it done. All he had to do was focus on the traction on the exit. I think I'm getting a little frustrated there. Got the straight line speed, but as we talked about before the broadcast, actually, it's not the best car in the infield. It can be quite tricky. It's quite heavy, quite understeering, quite hard to put the power down. Whereas the Ferrari and Porsche, especially the Porsche, are just in their element on the infield.
That's been a good battle been going on between the organisation and Overtake Team 5. I feel like the organisation have been battling against one Overtake team or another for this entire race. This is for P9. And that is the organisation remaining ahead, but they did lose about 0.2 of a second on that lap. I think these guys may have gone back and forth a few times, and Overtake Team 5 even now trying to go on the inside, but the organisation staying resolute to the right-hand side of the circuit. And no opportunity is alive for them. But they are by themselves right now. They've got 20 seconds to the car behind, and they got 12.5 seconds to the car ahead. Oh, and there's within millimeters of contact there as the LMDH sides on through.
I think by millimeters you meant there was definitely contact.
I was like, okay.
Well, the Porsche seemed to move strange. Yes, I think it was motivated. Yeah, I think the Mert drivers, it can be frustrating.
Ooh, Bear Pope Zero, I think, have crashed.
Oh, were they the team that...
They were with Can-Am Racing, I think, though, in that battle we were watching before. Oh, here we go. Can't get it done at one, get it done at the bus stop.
Yeah, let's see. But I've just remembered the off-track limit, these guys. I think I've watched 20x.
Some of these guys have burned through their bar stuff already.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you've had to use your fast repair, you know, you're going to be struggling. I was see two teammates running...
Yeah, it's definitely Florida. I wasn't sure if it was Halloween or Florida. It's definitely Florida. But yeah, that is the good news of that incident for Nicholas Holden, Bear Pope Zero. They were forced back to their teammates as here come... Oh, sets of lights. They're not going to have a whole lot of luck around there. But they did pull off a very similar move on about lap 2 of this race, actually, around that part of the circuit. Just are able to hold it off there. Pneumatic. And now there's more contact there. They're stuck together.
Yeah, it was.
And the Pneumatic get a bit of a gap now. But that was just them both turning in. Once that first bit of contact was made, there was no way the Pneumatic car was able to steer his car to the right.
Yeah, we'll take a look on the replay. It did look like Satellite Blue may have, you know, Rensported him, lent on him a little early, meaning the Porsche couldn't rotate, but we'll see. We'll see, we'll see. That's the problem in iRacing. If you lean on a car's fender, they can't turn. We call it iRacing glue, I think it's the best term we use. But I was about to say, the Satellite Racing Blue, considering they had to serve the drive-through for the incident they caused, they are running P5, so all is not lost. P4 is obviously on the table. That was the battle we witnessed on the screen. Lap 50, so we're coming up to the second round of pit stop soon-ish for LMDH, although we can expect 30, 36, 37 maybe maximum. Let's see if they're going to really push it. But it was Pneumatic Motorsports that really pushed it with 29. So we'll keep an eye on them because they've dropped since the pit stop to P9. Well, I say dropped. Where did they come out? No, they're not the team that came out. That was GT3. We were talking about the long pit stop working. Yeah, Pneumatic were 10th actually. They exit the pit 10th. So
something's happened to cmsracing.com Pro.
Oh yeah, tumbling indeed.
Sorry, but who was the as they are? I think they've gone off in turn 1. Yeah. So who was the team that you...
Pneumatic. I was trying to remember where they exited pit stop where they exit the pits after their long stop, but I believe it was 10th. They come out, so they're running 9th, and they're the team I expect to go. Can they take it to 39? Sorry, my math's gone out.
58?
58. I'm going to see if they can take it to 59.
Yeah. Team HQ Motorsports red drive-through for avoidable contacts.
That wall cam shake is awesome. Yeah, so Sam, I don't know if he did these ones, but Sam designs a lot of the cameras himself for the broadcast. Yeah, he's pretty good at that.
I did not add the wall shake, I will admit that one. But that's a nice iRacing update from about a couple of years ago where, particularly for NASCAR, and of course these circuits work very well, that little wall shake. And of course, do check it out on the camera tool. You can turn that up or down.
Yep.
So
yeah, if you want to run like an in-car camera, you can turn it all the way off and get an experience of what it's like from the outside, how bumpy the track is on the outside. It's a clever trick to use.
That's like going for it again. This didn't work out the last time we tuned on this.
Yeah, he's got it this time. But the GT3, if the GT3 goes to fence, let's see. Yeah, the Porsche.
Oh no, and the GT3's going to avoid it. And in 3 laps, the two of them went for the same move at the hairpin, and both times it ended in disaster, and the second time was much worse. Pneumatic out.
Yeah, we need to see that again, but again, I'm not sure why Satellite Racing Blue was so far over to the left. The move was done. All you need is the traction, then you get the inside at the next corner. They didn't, I don't know. Let's see. Could have been Netco content. No, contact?
No, it was, I don't think it was Netco. I think it was definitely proper.
Yeah, it looked like they were squeezing the car out towards the GT3. They know they would have been trying to minimise. Oh, Ferrari with no front overtaking a Porsche.
We saw this at VIR Day, didn't we, on Friday? How there were a few very damaged cars in terms of bodywork, and they seemed fine.
Yeah.
So maybe it's just like an iRacing update. Maybe they've changed something where bodywork is always a bit of contact back there, but maybe bodywork falls off easier, but it's not necessarily more damage.
Well, I know on the Audi, unfortunately, people can experience in this season, even a dent on your front bumper costs huge in a straight line. So hopefully iRacing can get that patched ASAP, because I've seen it multiple times in week 13 races. Yeah, I'm sold on this overtake livery.
We've seen a lot of it, good or bad.
Yeah, even the colours, I have warmed to them. Yeah, it's nice.
Ben Ford that we are watching at the moment.
They should get a website. What should they call it? These GG domains are pretty useful nowadays for racing. So overtake.gg won't be expensive to buy, will it?
Good pub quiz question. What country is the .gg?
Oh, I think I didn't when it. I think I did know this
Because
when it
I
was
didn't
announced.
even realise it was a country thing.
It is,
I genuinely thought that they'd, but no, like small countries make money from selling their unique
TLD. No, it's not a TLDR. It's a. It's not a top-level domain. It's. I forget the word.
Mr. Quancho, my computer science teacher at A-level, will be telling me that I should know this.
GG. No, I think I did know when it was first released a couple of years ago. Well, more than that now. No. Go on then.
You sure you don't want to have a guess? It sort of makes sense. Anyone else? Well, we'll open it up to the chat for a bit.
Okay.
Anyone else who knows it? And don't Google it. Aha! Henrik de Voort, who was lying to us earlier on, he's said Guernsey, and that is correct. Well done, Hendrik.
I would have never got to Guernsey.
So yeah, Guernsey make money from selling that.
Yeah, you have to be careful because with search engine, how they treat the domain, it can be sometimes unbeneficial, but it does look good.
Yeah,
and especially because the world of .com is just gone. So I remember when all the 3-letter domains.com went. I actually owned a 4-letter domain.com, but then I believe they're all gone now. I did have one back in the day. Back in the day.
Well, so you had your own thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I own. I still own like 760, 770 mates. I'm not just a racer, you know.
No.
No,
I
yeah.
mean, you're multifaceted.
Thank you. I'll take that. No, the GG domain has really taken off for gaming, esports, allowing people to use their brand name, which is great. Team FFSR having to defend off the overtake Team 1.
One of the most, tough to say names. Thomas Sengelbalf is driving for.
I'm glad you're here to say the names. I just point and you say them. Brilliant.
Sengelbalf. The French driver is running in 11th position. And Ben Ford, who has had some better times. He started up in 3rd place, actually. Did Ford for overtake Team 1. But he is far away from that now. We had that long pit stop earlier on for our former race leaders in the LMDH category. Which was... I can't remember which one it was. Was it Tempest Simsport, I think, had some issues?
Yes, in GT3, yeah. Very long. Very long pit stop.
It was the long pit stop in LMDH.
It was... pneumatic? Wait.
Yeah, was it pneumatic?
Wait, why haven't pneumatic been in the pit for 3 minutes? Oh no, there's two pneumatic teams. Okay, so there you go. There's a purple and there's a blue. And blue were in the pits for 3.5 minutes. Dog Bear Growl, 2.5 minutes in the pits. So talking of pits, in the next 2 to 4 laps, we're going to see all of the LMDHs peel in. GT3s have still got a while to go.
Say Tempest GT3 back out on the circuit. I think I was getting confused between GTPs and GT3s.
Yeah,
but it's been the GT3 category where we've seen the long pit stops for our front runners. And Rui Quiros, he could have well been leading at this point if it weren't for that long pit stop. I thought maybe he had no teammates that had all walked off. But no, he was stationed for 3 minutes extra for somebody. That's enough time to get out the sim and get in the sim, maybe.
That's enough time to get out of the sim, walk to local McDonald's, grab a quick meal. As someone misses the pit box, 42 minutes of navigating traffic. Oh, misses the pit box.
Yeah, but he's driving for Quokka Racing Pro, so he must be happy.
Well, unless they're crying inside, we can't tell.
That would be a terrible sight, wouldn't it, if there was like a scandal involving Quokkas and the Quokka Racing team. I think they'd have to lose the name at that point. It would be disastrous.
Oh, we've got Dan Neese in chat. Hello there. Hope you're well. He drove with me for Petit Le Mans. He's a beast, by the way, in case you've ever wondered. So nice to see you there. Right, we're going to start seeing a lot of the LMDHs pit in. And I will be keeping a keen eye on Pneumatic Motorsport Purple to see if they can extend it even further.
Yes, in terms of time for them to get to, they won't be getting to about 1 hour 40, isn't it? In terms of, that'll be around the time that they get to lap 59. And then, they'll be able to perhaps do one less stop than everyone else.
Satellite Racing Blue coming into the pits. They have the looming possibility of another well, not a penalty over their head. They've got probably another investigation over their head to whether they're going to be having a penalty. So driver swap, David Williams out and Justin Hess in.
Yeah, they could potentially take a slightly shorter pit stop as well with these LMDHs. They're not going to have to go for full stints throughout. They're going to have as long as they don't fuel save for the extra stop or the one less stop, so they should have about 10-15 minutes to play with come the end of the race. We're expecting them to come into the pits with about 15 minutes to go in the event, and so they could go for maybe under fuel by 10, 15 seconds perhaps and get track position, but it seems like most of these teams are just loading up the car with maximum amount of fuel and to get back out on the race.
Yeah, 100%. You've got to, yeah. The deck comes due if you short your fuel. At some point in the race, you've got to put in more and longer.
Our race leaders are in. It's outside Racing Teal.
Yeah, they've been extremely dominant.
Jesse Leon. Feel like, have we seen Jesse Leon somewhere before?
What, the name? Jesse Leon? I'm not sure.
Maybe I'm thinking of someone else. It just seems to ring some bells.
As Last 10th Racing comes into the pits. Everything normal for Jess Leon and Ray so far, pit stop time-wise. And Pat, sorry, from Overtake Team 3. It's going to take a while, but I assume we'll see Pneumatic leading for a couple of laps until they peel in. But I'm not sure. The gap Sim Racing Teal was pulled out. I think they can get a pit stop. Let's see. Maybe I'm wrong. No, yeah. Sim Racing Teal resume the lead. Pneumatic Motorsports purple. P2, but obviously they do need to pit. Expect them to be going a couple of laps longer. So what was it? Keeping them on strat would put them in at 58. I have a hunch that if they're going to be trying this strat, they may try it to 59. Let's see.
Yeah, they seem to go a little bit short, so they've got some work to do in order to do it. The question in chat asking how the Mirandus Ginger liveries are doing. Well, I can just say they've just gained a place. They've just gone up into 24th position while Juice Racecraft went off the circuit. And so Mirandus Ginger liveries are up into 24th position in GTD, so good work for them.
That's Wayne, by the way, a better hammer. He's a good guy. Hello, Wayne. Hope you're well.
If you could explain the team name, would be much appreciated.
So what team name, sorry?
Mirandus. I was addressing in the chat.
So Daniel Morad's brand.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Yeah. He has the whole get up.
And the ginger?
Ginger is the name of the person who makes the liveries.
Oh, okay.
I tell you what, that's 2 for 2. When have I ever been 2 for 2 on questions? Ask me a third. Okay, we got some replays coming in. Oh, this is... Wow, the car in the middle gets a tap on the rear and it violently overreacts. Let's see. Oh, no. The car in the middle...
in the back who gave the first hit, or...?
No, the car in the middle moves over to the right too much for the GT3. Look, he's already clear and then comes up more at the last minute. Yeah, no, it's definitely that car's fault, unfortunately. Yeah, this is the one I tried to explain to you.
Yeah. Oh, no! I mean,
Wait,
yellow flags, yellow flags. If that was real life, a marshal would be out on circuit there, and you'd have a lawsuit.
Oh my God. Oh, that's brilliant. An LMDH going off there is a rare sight. Going off there when there's a car there and he's staring at it is... Oh no, that was...
So this is episode 1, and this is the finale. Oh, so the finale is coming up in a second.
Yeah, see, this satellite car... I mean, the Porsche hasn't got... Oh, this is CMS flat spinning.
Oh, he saved it and then applied the throttle.
Don't...
Oh.
Right, let's look at this crash here.
I think it's the car on the outside he's come across. Or did they straighten up?
Let's see.
I think they only straightened up.
I don't know. So Tempest Sim Sport have been... no further action. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure. That was tough. I'd need a million camera angles and some time to decide. Because there was a GT3 on the outside and it did... so I said it was the satellite team's more fault, but yeah, you might be right. I think it more was the Porsche on the outside trying to alleviate the GT3 issue by pinching the car on the inside. But I don't know. It's really difficult to judge from here.
the organisation have just had an off. They're in 13th place. They've lost out to Zach Sternhagen. And might lose out actually to Tempest SimSport GT3 as well. And that does seem to have happened. So yeah, bad news for the car number 77 Ferrari. We're the highest placed Ferrari actually. There are no Ferraris in the top 10. But there are a fair few of them behind there, at least. No, I changed my mind. Fair Play for Enduro have had an issue as well. And now you have Longhorn Racing number 2. 10th place in GT3 in a Ferrari.
So, update on Pneumatic Motorsports Purple. They actually pitted a lap earlier than their cycle suggested, so whoever's driving the car now is not just doing the same thing. Oh, I see Boris Angel Advado is in the car. Precision Racing to Esports. I've driven with him thousands of times. Great guy, running P8 in LMDH. So good luck to him. Paul in chat's asking what happened to the organisation.
I think anything happened to the organisation.
There was the LMDH. I think they picked up damage from the LMDH incident, if I remember rightly. There's been quite a few instances.
Oh, Tempest trying to get through.
So Tempest, this is the Tempest team that spent long time in pit road.
Same driver as well, who's been in that car from the start. He wants to get the cut back, but he realised that there was a MDH alongside him.
So it's got to be multiple laps down, right? 5 minutes they spent in the pits, wasn't it?
3.5.
Oh, 3.5.
Ooh, slides. And another slides. Those tyres are going to be boiling right now. And they're not leaving a whole lot of space for the 20th place LMDH. I think that's MHQ Motorsports Orange. He just got past.
But I don't see Tempest a lap down. Just maybe I'm seeing it wrong.
They are nearly a lap down.
What, 3 minutes in the pits and not...
Yeah, I see your point. I see your point. 3 minutes extra in the pits, and it's certainly longer than a 3 minute stop. But don't think there's been any pit stops since for the guys ahead. So yeah,
maybe they
just on our screen. Maybe wasn't
lucked
quite
out.
that long.
Yeah, maybe. I'm not sure.
Or maybe they towed back or something. Well, they were 3.5 minutes stationary for Rukurus, and yeah, I wonder if they like towed back or something and then gained a lap on the next time round or something, because that would make a bit more sense why they lost only about a lap. That's what you lose in a tow. So yeah, could be multiple things. Do let us know in chats if you know more information.
Overtake Team 2 now extending their pit stop range 2 laps over P2, 3 laps over the next 3 positions. So Overtake Team 2 looking very strong and in control. And they'll be fighting for that Overtake Team 1 nomination for next race, I think.
Wow, I mean, that's a kick in the teeth, isn't it? When you've been given the pat on the shoulder and you've been said, you know what, mate, we're going to make you team number 1.
Yeah.
And then after round 1, you get called up to the Discord and you say, okay, there's been some changes around here. And, you know, your successors in there as well. You're on Discord, you can't see their face, but you know that they're smiling. And you get the news. I'm sorry, but you're team 2 for the rest of the season. I mean, you got to prove yourself, right?
You do. You're only as good as your last race.
You're only as good as your last race. One of my favourite films is Whiplash, and yeah, guy gets demoted lots of times. It encourages him to get better. So sometimes you got to do that.
100%. Sattler Racing Blue still going strong in a battle with Last 10th Racing. They've really recovered well from the drive-through penalty. We know they're a fast team, and it looks like Chris Bourne. Sorry, Chris is in the other team. Justin Hess looks like a very fast driver, 5.2k. Definitely making gains. So I'm sure he's going to move up. Oh, as we see an LMDH recovering off the grass there for a moment. overtake teams who are about to drive away from chat. Yeah, I mean, looks like they've got a 6.5 second lead and multiple laps over their nearest competitors. So they just need to keep doing what they're doing.
Yeah, just need to hope that their second driver is strong. Zayn Khan has been in that car from the start. And
yeah, his pace is looking good. His pace is looking like a couple of tenths over.
4.7k is Zayn.
That's strong.
Yeah, much better than me. About 1,200?
Oh, what iRacing are you? No, you're...
3.5.
Yeah, but you're just a hider, right?
Well, yeah, I come out every 6 months, win
Yeah,
a couple of races in a weekend and go back in some
just a hider.
coffin.
Yeah, we know people like you. Okay, Penguin RC Simulations Carbon are in the pits right now in LMDH.
Southside Racing Blue. I think every time we tune in with Southside Racing Blue, they're doing this outside move at turn 1. Now, a couple of times it has not worked well for them.
Yeah.
Down here.
And Blue.
And he's going to try it. That's so ambitious, and it's not worked again.
You don't know what I was about to say.
Justin, that's the third crash they've had at that. Well, the fourth crash they've had at that corner.
Correct.
I
Yeah.
remember, like, they had one in the early stages in like lap 2. They had 2 about half an hour ago, and now they've just had another one.
Yeah. It's. Yeah. Again, that wasn't on. It wasn't their apex. They did it under braking by releasing the brakes and getting their nose, what, 3 inches in on the inside to a closing position where the car was coming across.
And the GT3 on the outside, like,
Yeah.
that was really squeezing them. No way they're moving on.
No, not on at all. And I say, it's a long race and they've got the pace. This guy's quicker than the guy in front. So again, just slightly poor judgment. Yeah, they've wrong or right, they've been involved in too many incidents now, and it's just costing them because they should be quite easily fighting for that P2 position, if not P2. But yeah, you were saying that they're usually going for the outside move. I was about to mention the T2 calamities, and then
Yeah.
before you finished your sentence, they're doing... I mean, yeah, they weren't alongside at the corner. The other guy had started turning in. He just released the brakes, dived down the inside, clipped him. And, well, at least it was them that spun and not... Because I don't know how it was them that ended up spinning. Fendi Black team is part of Overtake, just letting you know. Okay, cool.
They didn't realise any numbers above 6, so they changed the entire name. We have got a pack of 5 cars. This is it. At the head of this is Wayne Hutchison, which is confusing to me. I know a couple of Hutchinsons, but no, this is Hutchison. And he is in part of Dogbear Bark, and then they are ahead of Sim HQ, Motorsports Red, Obsidian Racing Future, and Pneumatic Motorsports Blue. Also, Sim Republic actually aren't too far behind these guys. They're catching up at quite a rate. And so we could have a 5-car train for 14th position in the overall LMDH standings.
Yes, indeedy. The Satellite Racing Teal team absolutely built different out there at the moment, though. Lap time wise, I say pole, fastest lap, 35-second lead. Everything's looking like sunshine to them. Obsidian Racing Future gaining 2 positions there on that lap, I think. But they got a 6k driver in and he's passing 1.9k. Satellite Racing Blue have to serve another drive-through penalty. And you know what? I don't think it was for the incident that just happened.
No, it would have been a 4 earlier on.
Yeah. Perhaps we're saving the stewards' work. Perhaps they're just listening to our complaints and like, yeah, just give that team a penalty. Yeah. No, I don't think so. The stewards are, the last thing they're doing is listening to us.
I think, would you say you're a contrarian? Would you say where someone says one thing and you think that encourages you to have the opposite opinion?
No.
Or would you say you're someone who more tries to match other people's?
No, neither. Yeah, I've been doing this for so long now. I don't know. I just form my own opinion so quickly on what sometimes I don't even get to see the full incident. I just know the circumstances it's probably led to. So no, I don't think either. I just, you know, been doing
Just
this.
correct.
I didn't want to word it that. No, I'm far from correct. I know I'm not correct because when I'm driving, I always feel like it wasn't necessarily my fault, but then I watch it in post and I look at it from far chase.
But you look at any of these incidents where a driver is at fault, and from the onboard, from the cockpit, almost always looks like it's not their fault.
Yeah.
Like that you look at it from either angle and you think, hang on, like both sides look like it's the other person's fault. But then you look at it from the external and you realise it was one of the car's faults. This is last 10 versus CMS.
CMS Pro are making waves. They had an incident earlier in the race, I remember you mentioning, but now 4/10 off the back of last 10. Last 10, I don't know if they're struggling, but they've had on the back of them recently Satellite Racing Blue, obviously got caught up in that incident. And now they have on the back of them CMSRacing.com Pro. Impressive stuff. Let's see if it can not turn out to be an issue. Yeah, it's hard to say because last 10th were making moves. Maybe just Chris is a little bit slow, but then again, it's so hard to judge. So many factors come into play with traffic management, fuel management. But yeah, CMS Racing Pro definitely making waves. I think after the bus stop, they're going to have a nice clean run into one. Let's see as we stay on board. Caddy versus Porsche. I'd rather be in the Caddy here for sure, but things have changed since last season and I'm looking forward to getting testing. I've heard really good things about the Acura, but this necessarily isn't the track to best judge how the LMDHs have changed for the season. But I think we're definitely going to see the Acura a lot more, especially week one. Especially week one. I think Motorsport will be the Acura's the OP car.
Motorsport is a crazy circuit to start the season.
Triple multi-class, you're not wrong, mate. And my safety rating after rounding out the season at Red Bull Ring, Daytona Silver, with Ascend.
Has he got that stops? No.
Not even close. Not even close.
You could just tell that front right was not rotating for about 100 meters there. Guarantee he had a huge lockup.
I love the camera angle because he went for a full send, but our brains were telling us, no way, like there isn't room there to do that.
We're braking at the braking point. Where are you braking?
Oh, that Porsche is way too quick for the car in front. Lucky he didn't get a contact. He's going to have a little bit of poor exit, but lots of draft. I've just remembered again about the 20X. They must be feeling it. Can you get anything done though? Sim Republic, Nathan's having a look, but there's GT3. Oh, careful, GT3 at the ABEC. Okay, all good. Focus on traction. It's a good camera angle here. Don't eat it. Nice. And you got him to defend a little bit offline, compromising the guy's exit in front. And the Porsche sounds so... Is this the Porsche? No, this is the Acura. I thought it sounds different. Not one I usually drive. Not even this week, I imagine. Right, he's got the Porsche in front, blocking at defending. Sorry, I didn't mean to say blocking. Defending at every corner. It's just so tricky to pass here. I know the debate between IRL draft and sim draft, but can't we all agree that it's less fun? Less fun with having the draft. I don't know if everyone remembers, because fun enough, it's here at Daytona where the LMDHs were announced, and week 13, not this one, nor the season before, or the one before that, whenever they came in, the draft was insane. Like, absolute, well, and maybe a little bit too much. But when they patched it, they made it much like the GT3s are now, where, well, as you can see, we know this Nathan guy is faster than the guy in front, and he had a better exit, and he's got draft, and it doesn't look like he's going to get it done.
Of course, for this season, we have not just the overall standings for each of the classes, but we also have the Pro and the Am. I think I can say that the Pro leaders of the LMDH are currently Ascent Racing. So congratulations to Ascent for their very strong performance, currently 12th place overall in the LMDHs. Yes, trying to consolidate that position.
Yeah, I think you meant Am.
Am leader.
Yeah, that's
probably is
Yep.
what I meant. I
What,
probably said
what does
that.
this mean? Wild Deuce Racecraft. What decision? I don't think they put the reason or the penalty. They just said team.
Oh, I thought you were asking me because I know about tennis, and you were saying, what's a wild juice? And I don't know what a wild juice is.
Oh, more replays. Oh, where? That's the comment I've got.
Wow.
Yeah, so the LMDH there touched the rear right fender of the GT3, causing it to snap right, so... Oh. Yeah, so, yeah, he caused that. But obviously, it was just a gentle tap, so it's not like the MDH did anything wrong, but the gentle tap caused the GT3 to turn into him. It's these fender taps, you can't use netcode as an excuse as an experienced driver because you know it's there. At corners where there's rapidly descending steering or braking, so T1's not so much on the braking front, but a lot of steering. It's constant steering input. Increases your hitbox size and thus what we class netcode. Oh, nice battle going on here for the P6 position. Very nicely defended by overtake. But we are running out of overtake. From the clip compilations, the overtake teams are starting to have damage, but there are a lot. I suppose there are a lot of them. That increases the factors.
We currently have 4 retirements from the GT3s. One of them is an undertake team, and one of them is an overtake team. Also Fendi Racing Black, who apparently are overtake as well. And Lunatic Racing, who cut the circuit on that one and have not been seen since. And in the LMDHs, I think we've just got the one retirement. Jeff Schmeier for Dog Bear Bite has been in the pits for about 5 minutes. I wouldn't be surprised they get back out.
There's 2 others in the pits for
There's
6
also,
and 7 minutes.
Yeah, Obsidian Racing Future and Penguin RC Simulation. They're a fair few laps
I think
ahead.
one of the teams hasn't landed yet after that last incident. So we'll see where they land. Ampy Motorsports in chat. Great job on commentary, by the way. You guys do a great job. Thank you very much. We appreciate that. It's nice to have Sam back. He's been away for a couple, 2? No, 1. Well, 1 day of my...
Yeah, one broadcast I missed. Anyone who listened to Aero Super Formula would have heard I was not in my prime, shall I say, for that broadcast. Very, very groggy.
Groggy, that's a good word for it.
I think it's a word that my mum would use.
Right, we're on board with Boris, running P6 in the Precision Racing Esports team.
Boris Angel of Avande is one of the more, confusing names, really. That goes about every single way on that one.
Yeah, I've been racing with him for years. I've known him since I got into sim racing. He's a good dude.
We've also got John Joey Banks as well ahead. Some great names, really great names in this series. I think genuinely Americans do have better names than British people. Surnames at least.
Yeah.
more, you know, there's a wider range of sorts of names, I think. That's yeah, Avande and Marjorie Banks are a couple of the good ones. Lowe is catching up to Ovanda, 3.5 tenths of a second, albeit he lost actually the position on that last lap, so maybe he's not necessarily gaining. Not entirely sure what exactly is happening in this fight, because the Australian struggled that last time out, but there's no struggling now. He is motoring along nicely with the draft, but not forcing the issue. They're going to go almost 3 wide.
Yeah, because Satellite Racing Blue are, what, 9 seconds off the back of this. They've had a torrid time with their penalties.
Well, they probably got another one coming. Well, no, they haven't got another one coming.
No, I mean, it was unless they caused damage, no. In the end, they only caused themselves to have a spin. Depends how you interpret the rules, right? Just because it depends if you do it on the circumstances or the result. But no, I don't think they have.
All the pit stops have nearly been completed in GT3, by the way. It's just our leaders who still need to overtake Team 2, who went 2 laps longer in the first stint, and they're looking to back that up. We're not imagining they're going to get to the hour.
No.
But
nor do they need to now, really.
They should get to lap 66, maybe.
That's impressive. That's 6 laps longer than the average team.
Yeah.
It's impressive.
Yeah, that is crazy.
I mean, yeah, these Porsche are doing better than most of the other teams, but yeah, the average is 60.
And that's the young team. I mean, there's 2 D's Porsche teams.
Yeah,
the young ones, the old ones. Apparently, the young ones stole their number as well. They weren't meant to have the 911. They were meant to have the 992, which is the new Porsche number, and then the old team were meant to have the 911, but they had it denied from them. Still, Zane continues for another lap. I can't remember if he's on lap 70. Okay, so he's now on lap 66, so he should almost certainly come in on the end of this lap, should Zane Khan, for overtaking Team 2. And when he comes out of the pits, well, he had about a 6-second lead before. I think it's going to be maybe even a little bit bigger than that, as they get sent by an Acura.
Yep, that's going to open up some battling, as I do think the Porsche is going to lose position here. Yep. Better that than being accurate.
Yeah, so Bearpoke now ahead of V2 Fast Racing. You haven't quite recovered after their early lead that they lost. Daniel Arujo for Obsidian Racing Future. Now, weren't they one of the teams who were sat in the pits like 2 minutes ago that we were saying, they've been sat in the pits for 5 minutes?
Yeah, just trying to find them on track. What was the team name, sorry?
Obsidian Racing Future, 24th place. So I feel like they may have towed back, taken their fast fare, and I think they may have gone straight back out and crashed. Oh no, sorry, they've been waiting in the pits now for 12.5 minutes. That's the same thing, yeah. Them being stuck in the pits.
So Wayne Hutchinson, commentator's curse, 2.5 minutes in the pits.
Oh dear, sorry Wayne.
Yeah, you mentioned his name and now it's over.
Should have added an N to your name, Wayne. I get confused by it. We might have an interview with one of our judges. Would you like to have a chat?
Yep.
With this?
What's the name?
We are chatting to. Oh no, it's Nikki Chan.
Nikki Chan. Yeah, let's go for it. Hello there, Nikki. Can you hear me?
Hi.
And
hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine. Can you hear us okay?
Yep.
Brilliant. Tell me about yourself. Are you... Oh, you're last 10th. Okay, so I've just got the information come up on my screen. Last 10th racing. How's it been going?
No problem. It's going pretty good. I think we have quite a pretty good lineup of drivers out there whom we all met in the PCA. And we've shuffled up and down the grid a couple of times, so we're back in E3 right now, so pretty happy.
Oh, excellent. Are you one of the drivers, or are you... What's your role?
I'm the team manager, but
okay.
we have, I think they have a limit of 3 drivers today. or for generally the races. So I'm sort of the fourth for today, which obviously I'm not driving, but so I'm sort of the fill-in guy when we need it.
Okay, brilliant. Yeah, you've had some close battles there with I believe it was Satellite you had a close battle with the blue team, and trying to think of the other team you was was it CMS Racing Pro you was battling with recently, very close on track?
It was a yellow and gray car, I think. I wasn't watching too closely when I was kind of waiting in here, so I didn't manage to spot for them while we have the 3 drivers. But yeah, we did have quite a few pretty close battles. I think all the drivers handled it pretty well as we could. So I guess we just kind of got lucky in a couple of those.
Excellent, yeah, and you're on course for a good pit stop strategy. I see you're matching the front 4 teams, all 56 laps in. Any damage? How's the race gone so far? Is it all under control?
Just a little bit of bumping and grinding. I think everybody's experiencing that a little bit. So, not particular damage that we think is detrimental. Probably not more or less than anyone else. So I think we're on track with what our plan is, and hopefully we can execute the remainder of it according to plan.
Excellent. And you've chosen the Porsche. Talk to me about that. How did your team settle on that decision? Because obviously coming off the back of last season, it was quite the unpopular Porsche car. But obviously the BOP and a few changes in the traction this season. Do you think it's suited you?
We chose it because all 4 drivers, we predominantly race in the PCA League, which is the Porsche Club of America. And that's kind of how we met. So it's quite a caliber. We have sort of an insanely fast driver in that league. We have one of the ex-champions in that league. We have one of the cleanest and most consistent drivers in that league. And then there's me. So, so if you ask me, like, there's no weak link in the team. And funny thing is, if you don't see a weak link, you know what that means, right? So that's kind of how we settled on the Porsche, because we all own it, we've all driven it, and we just figured, you know what, like some people say it's sort of the least competitive car. We figured, whatever, we know it. They'll probably do some BOP stuff at some point anyway, so we just kind of drive it and see how it goes. So I think it's okay, it's not bad.
I think it has picked up a lot from last season. My concern was just its drivability, but I think performance-wise we're going to see a big step up this season. Probably on par with the BMW. I think it's going to be the Acura season, but Daytona is not an average track. I still think the Cadillac here has probably got the straight line advantage, and that's really all you care about as long as your fuel management's fine. But no, that's great. Yeah, good luck to you guys for the rest of the race.
Because, oh, thank you.
No, go on, carry on. You were saying interesting, it's fine.
Oh, no, I was saying how it's interesting because the BOP actually gave the Porsche quite a bit, but post-update, we actually lost quite a few tenths with our existing setup, and we weren't able to manage to get it back. So
yeah, but that's the case for LMDH and GTD.
Yeah.
Across the board are, I think GT3s at some tracks are going to be up to a second slower.
Wow. Okay. Because I've never driven any other LMP either, so this is actually the first time we're fielding an LMP car. So this is kind of all very, very new for us. So yeah, it's good to hear that.
They're all down on pace. Yeah, they are. The Cadillac and BMW are very down on pace.
No. Oh, we're just watching our live screen here, so I guess you'll catch something in a minute.
Yeah, I'm seeing it now. I didn't see what happened. We will get a replay on the stream, but I'm seeing P4, 5 dropping back. Hopefully no, it does look like damage.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Okay, I will let you go speak to your guys, and hopefully you've got your fast repair and you can just muscle your way back into this race. But yeah, good luck to
We'll sort it out.
And yeah, all the best.
Thank you.
Cheers. Okay, that was a nice chat with the last 10th Racing team manager there. He's got to unfortunately go deal with an issue. We'll get a replay on that, but the timing was unfortunate. I feel commentated Kersey there while we're chatting to him. Also, I did keep an eye on the screen. It looks like Sim Racing. I'm going to try and say it without laughing. Satellite Racing Blue are unfortunately serving their 3rd or 4th, I've actually lost count, drive-through. So hopefully they can turn things around. We need to, they're a fast team, so their focus needs to be staying out of trouble in turn 2. because, yeah, you're doing something wrong if it's... I think Sam will remember. I can't remember how many it was. It's 3 or 4. It's at least 3. It's a shame. So CMS Racing Pro are up to 3rd after all that played through, with losing last 10th racing. Okay, so we're going to bring you up a replay of what happened to last 10th racing while we were talking to last 10th racing. So this... Oh, no. Okay, we'll look at the onboard, but... I mean, that's all on the GT3. He's on the outside, going slow. The LMDH of last racing checks up just to grab the inside, and the LMDH behind was waiting. And then the GT3 just slams to take the inside. And I always say the rule on multi-class racing isn't being on the correct line, it's being predictable, and, you know, hard steering from a wide line is not a great position. Yeah, so I think the GT3 is the cause of that. You don't need to be on the inside there. You can, I mean, it's an oval. You can take the high line all the way out. But yeah, such a shame. Interviewing last racing while their car gets royally hurt. They're rejoining in 15th. Obviously, I assume they would have fueled up. Well, I suppose it's not much fuel take. The pit stop wasn't that long ago as we see them coming out. But there is a fast repair. They've used it. We know they're quick, so... Yikes, commentator's cursed there.
What was the reaction?
What, while he was there?
Yeah.
Yeah. And oh no.
Oh, just a
He kept it calm.
Good. I think you're going to be more just... Oh, no, well, how do you react when stuff like that happens? Because I would say
What, when
very
I'm...
silent. When your team... Of course, you don't mess up, but when your teammates mess up, what's your reaction? Is it
yeah, it's
an instant, like, audible thing? Or is
No.
it just silence?
silence, because I know what they're going through, you know. Whether it was their fault or not their fault, whatever it was, to be honest, my priority then turned to the driver, calming them down, reminding them, like, still in a race, like, just... Yeah, I always tell my drivers when I'm racing them, it's not the incident, it's how you handle the incident. If you want to do an endurance race, a 24-hour, there's going to be incidents. It's how you handle yourself in that moment. Don't cause another one. Don't make a dumb decision after it. Yeah, but no, I've been there. I've caused more than...
Oh, no. Overtake 4. And was that really slow motion racing?
Yeah, I
On
think
former
it was.
leaders?
Oof.
And that's an extra pit stop that they're going to have to make.
Let's see. We'll get a replay of that. But yeah, that's the team that's 66 laps into the race.
That's really bad as well on NASCAR time for, because you make that move so many times in the race that you don't even think about it. And so if you're squeezing that...
Oh, Sam, I had a
you've gotta
question.
it.
So Sim Race, Satellite Racing Team Blue, how many penalties had they had when you left? Anyway, the good news is, well, the weird news
So
is that...
the lap 2 one, I think only 2.
Okay, well, they've had another one.
Okay.
So it is the triple now, triple drive-through.
And once again, they're on the outside at turn 1. But this time they're 3. And thank goodness they don't have to negotiate an overtaking maneuver at the hairpin because their success rate is dismal.
Well, perhaps they think it's fair share. Every driver has to have the same.
Yeah.
No, it's a shame because they're, like I was saying a moment ago, they're a fast team. We know every single one of their drivers have been very quick.
Yeah.
They just can't keep away from the incidents, unfortunately.
Yeah, going into this season, of course, we had a bit of an idea of who was going to be near the top. Satellite have, I think, won championships in the past. They didn't win anything last year, I believe. But also, of course, we lost our LMP2 class as well. And so a fair few LMP2 teams have promoted or progressed to the LMDH class now and are looking to come out on top in that one as Tempest Simsport move past. I think Tempest themselves were one of the favourites going into this season. I think they were 2nd place last year, I want to say. I'm quickly trying to find my notes. Yeah, we'll certainly be, whilst this round 1 hasn't gone their way, they'll certainly be a threat for the rest of the championship. I can absolutely guarantee you on that one.
Just catching up with chat. David needs to quit giving away our GTP BOP secrets. I'm sorry, Ryan. Overtake Team 1, heck of a recovery driver being hunted out from the overall lead. That'll buff out, says Dan. Maybe with a fast repair, yes. I can't believe I'm seeing Team 1 in Caddy. No, this is a different track. Daytona isn't part of what I would call the quote-unquote BOP because, yeah, a good driver, all they really need at Daytona is top speed and good fuel management. You just manage the infield with pain. So yeah, this is never in line with the BOP as Daytona. So if you're an Acura driver, just get to the end of this one, score some points, and then cook for the rest. Unless you're going to Le Mans, then I have no idea. A lot more corners at Le Mans though.
Have you made up your minds in terms of what you're racing in Daytona 24?
No, not since the BOP. I mean, I imagine it would be the Caddy, but we need to test them out for sure. I can't see it being the Acura unless there is. I imagine there is a fuel advantage, but I don't know. I imagine the Caddy, but we will test. But I do think week 1 Motorsport will be an absolute Acura fest. I really do. Let's see. Race is quietening down a bit.
Yeah, halfway through the race now.
There you go.
We are a 12th into the season. Can you believe it? Here's that's like racing.
That's some
2.
quick math there.
What can I say? Got a C in A level.
A C.
Don't like to boast about it so much. Got a C in everything. Politics. Here's a good question.
Well,
Maths. Politics, and what's the other subjects I didn't know?
what guess?
Yeah, guess.
Knowing you,
Oh, here we go.
I'm going to go history.
Really? Oh, well, I think you make me sound smarter than I am, or like more big thinking than I am. No, I did that at GCSE. Enjoyed it a lot. But that was politics, basically. It was history.
True.
So, I mean, technically, everything's history, really. You just...
Okay, physics.
You're getting closer.
Okay. Okay.
We've got another 15 hours of broadcasting of this season to go, guys. So we're in for a treat if we get some more content like this.
Yeah, for sure. Me guessing your classes. Okay, I am gonna go with. Good God.
That's, by the way, overtake 4, getting past direct drive Motorsport.
David, Porsche's incredible at Motorsport. Oh, right. Cool. I'm looking forward to trying them. I'm just going on sort of what I'm hearing more than what I've tried. But I definitely will try them all. Physics was closer than history, because history politics. Good God. Short chemistry.
No, you're getting further away.
Damn
But
it.
like, physics isn't that close.
Oh,
But, like,
oh, brilliant. Okay.
it's quite close. But it's not that close.
Yeah.
Apparently, this is dragging on too long. People are falling asleep.
Oh.
Oh.
Nice rejoin. Go on. Economics. Last guess.
No, it's computer science.
Oh. Okay. Computer science.
Dalton Hall was the man involved, 12 laps down.
Hey, Gibbo. Gibbo's in chat. I just want the 963 to be competitive. Yeah, it would be nice. Oh, Jesse Leon is in from the lead. Wait, is that time come round already? Wait, what lap are we on? 85? Need to check.
Yeah, that's right. Because they appeared on 45, 1 hour 30, 2 hours 15.
Okay. It's flown by the last stint.
He did do 1 less lap though, that time. I think he's been doing 56 lap stints. That was Sorry, not 50, 28 lap stints. I think that was only 27. So he did go a little bit shorter than the others. Ray Kingsbury for Penguin RC Simulations takes the lead. But Jesse's pace has been good. There was always a little bit of a concern when Jesse got in the car. Could he keep up the strong pace of his teammate? He absolutely has. And Sassite Racing Teal would need something significant to happen to them in order to lose this race win.
I'm still seeing Overtake Team 2 leading in GTD. Is that correct? They got involved in that big incident and boxed, right? Was their lead?
I don't remember them getting involved in the big incident.
It was Overtake Team 4. Sorry.
Oh yeah, the NASCAR Turn 4 crash.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing the replay of that. Right. Yeah. So okay, good. I thought it was Team 2. They're absolutely smashing it right now. 16 seconds ahead. Okay, cool. So we got the replay of the Overtake Team.
I think it's the car on the inside which is squeezed. I think it's actually the Overtake car.
I don't know. Let's look.
That's the car on the inside, surely.
Yeah, it is.
You gotta hug the inside there.
Yeah, it is.
On the inside, like,
Where's it
there's
going?
no point in extending the circuit. The
Sure,
shortest
I mean,
line is on the.
He will say like it was Netco glue and it pulled me up. Yes, because you came up those
Yeah,
few inches.
You've done some of the work already.
Correct. Yeah.
Stewards can pay us later on. Feel free.
Yeah. Closet Sim Race Win Track, Team Brake Fade. Not the race we wanted, but we are proud to run the paint designed by our children. Onwards and upwards. Ah, well
That's
said.
cool.
That's very cool. On to the next.
Here's the delivery. I do like that one. I like the reds on it, just in that bottom corner.
I like the Brian. Let's see the rear wing as it flies by. It looks like it's got their names on it. Yes, very nice. Oh, there we go. Very nice. Running T24. Just try and maximise your points. It looks like you've still got dog bear bark on your lap. As far as I can. Or am I wrong? No, I'm not. Two laps ahead.
That was a very subtle pun, wasn't it?
What?
You said something about dog bear on your lap.
Oh no! Okay. No, that was way over my head, mate.
I thought, oh, he's not done any inflection of voice there in order to emphasise it. What a humble guy that he's just dropping in gems like that for us to pick up on.
Yes.
Flynn Lazia for Penguin RC Simulations Magma back out.
Yep. As we see P3, well, pneumatic coming in.
Yeah, the CMS.com Pro move back up into third place. They should be behind Quokka. GT Tammy is into the car now for the pneumatic Motorsports purple car.
Yeah, your Quokka Racing Pro team are looking good. Up 9 positions. Sitting P4. I think they're going to have a hell of a problem with Boris and stuff as it progresses, but right now, sitting good.
I thought Quokka Racing were like Quokkas. I think Quokkas are Australian.
It looked
One
Australian.
might say we've talked too much about Quokkas today.
They definitely
I
are
would
from a
say
country I've
we
been to.
haven't. They are, yeah, southwestern Australia. So I thought they were an Australian team, but they got American drivers, it seems. But to be fair, you can be from any nation and be a fan of Quokka.
Yeah, I'd never heard of it until you made me Google
But
it.
aren't you a happier person since?
Yeah, I'm really
I
glad I said
really feel like
on
you-
stream. Yeah.
Yeah, I really feel you got a glow ever since you saw Quokka for the first time.
Flintstad won the 1996 Indy 500 with a broken back.
Wow,
Whoa.
that's pretty cool.
What, broken back, or like Mike Tyson broken back? Have you seen that?
No.
Oh, he comes off after a fight, and they're like, "How's it going?" He's been interviewed, and Tyson said he said, "I had to fight to a broken back." The commentator looked, a little bit confused, and he was like, "What?" And he was like, He asked him like what type. I forget. So many years ago since I've watched the clip. I'm not doing it justice. And he says, "What's the?" Our chat's probably going to tell me what the word he uses.
Ooh.
Nicely
All right.
executed. He says, "Broken back, broken back." Yeah, basically he's trying to emphasise that he's got a complete broken back.
Sure. Okay.
But we just watched him box in a
yeah,
fight.
and he's standing up.
Yeah.
That's iRacing Blue have just got past the last 10th in racing for 7th position in LMDH. They are a fair bit ahead of this man. Overtake Team 1, Mark Myhusen, ahead of Team FFSR Venom and Pneumatic Motorsports Purple. JT Tammy, of course, recently getting into that car. All their pit stops being completed fairly recently, and then they've got another 35 minutes or so, and we'll make another pit stop, and probably 2 more pit stops for most of these drivers still to complete. Yeah, 2 more pit stops for them to do.
I'm seeing Satellite Racing Teal 47 seconds ahead. That's come up a bit since I last checked on it.
Yeah. CMS.com Pro back into the pits. This is a drive-through for instance, I guess.
Yeah. If it's about, oh no, wait, pit stop time says 50. Well, we'll see when it pops up. Okay, that's strange. Okay. Right, oh yeah, on my time, what I'm seeing. 50.
That's not 100% accurate.
Copy.
I think that our system. It's
Okay, gotcha. All right, so drive-through penalty for CMS.com Pro. It's not the biggest penalty here. It cuts out T1, but obviously it hurts. Especially, I don't know if you can dig in the rules, or if anyone knows the rules, what the second one is. Because if 20 is the
I think it's
first.
16.
Oh wow, that's generous.
That's generous, you think?
Well, yeah, it's a secondary penalty. 16.
The first one's so hard. I mean,
Yeah.
you should be getting one after 36.
Yeah, I'd say I'd like
in
to see
a
it
lot of
5.
minutes.
If it's 20 for the first, then 5 for the following.
But no, I mean, too, I think 20 is pretty good. I think, you keep it within the limits, and if you can consistently set those times in the limits, you're sorted. Like, rather than it being a thing left to chance, you've got to be very purposeful every lap. Not going to go over the limits. And if we had it in real life, if we had a 4 hours of Daytona in real life, they would probably not even get 16 off tracks before being told, no, you've gone too far.
Mace chat saying precision racing from P18 to P5, P4 now. Yeah, I see them only up 2 from the start. Maybe there was an incident that pushed them back, and now they're recovered. But yeah, Boris is in the car. I've known Boris for many years. Brilliant driver. But yeah, looking like a really good team. I see Quokka up 10 from the start. Overtake Team 3 up 10 from the start. Satellite Racing Blue are only down 3. They are only down 3 positions. They've served 3 drive-throughs, and they're only down 3 from the start.
Well, they've got to have an instant drive-through as well, right? Like, they've had 3 4Xs, I think, that we've seen. And so they've got to be getting to the 20 instant limit, so they'll probably get 4 drive-throughs.
Could have got lucky with a few of them being 0s and 2s, maybe, but yeah. As we're on board with Boris, see what he can get done. He is 1.5 off the back of our beloved Quokka Bear. Oh, this is going to be really good for Boris. If he goes up, straight on the exit, go up, up, up. Oh, clever from the guy in front. Brave as hell, because Boris had that. But John there, balls of steel, it must be said. It's not, well, is it blocking? Because he made it, it's borderline at best, but Boris has got the job done. Is that, wait, did I see that the right round? No, sorry. Oh, okay, cool.
So yeah, Boris got past. Maybe someone page the altitude esports page actually that we cover in a different series. And I'm a fan of that one, and I'm a fan of this one for precision racing esports. Up to 4th place now.
Mace is saying early damage fell back. Okay, copy, understood.
Back with the young team, the D's Porsche. And still performing well.
Overtake team 1.
This could be a move. This is one of our closest battles out on circuit. Periyik Kirinar going past Mark Myhusen. But this one is not over yet. Overtake team 1 will do well to get that one stopped. They're very slow on the power, but they're still going to be partially alongside potentially into the next hairpin. Fortunately, just about get completely clear to Kerinard. And he's got that one complete there. But all that batting has really invited back JT Tammy, who was with these guys, but has only recently got in the car, so you could forgive him for being a little bit slow to get 100% up to pace. And yeah, now just sits 7/10 of a second. But these guys are completely by themselves. I mean, we haven't got necessarily battles going on everywhere, but generally, apart from our race leaders, really, everyone is fairly close to one another. Like a spin or something would lose most of these drivers a position or two.
Yeah, for sure. Sure. Yeah, it's never over at this track, especially in multi-class. You've got to, you know, everything needs to go well. And we saw things like the calamities at the bus stop T2. It can rack up quick. I had a result here at the end of last season that just still scars me because I was running so strong in a high split, and the leader in LMDH spun at the bus stop, and I'm thinking, yay, until I realised, where he stopped, I'm dead. I cannot. I saw him go, didn't have time to slow, but I just assumed he would track out wide onto the grass. He held his brakes, but the problem was, well, yeah, my car got destroyed on lap 4 white flag. So it's never over at Daytona. But overall, yeah, I think this has been a pretty well-run race in the terms of the drivers and the respect in the incidents. Obviously, we've seen Satellite Racing Blue get triple penalties for the same corner, which never great, but I'm sure they're still going to finish strong. They're 16 seconds off the back of Overtake Team 3, but with the pace they've got, we've still got, what, hour and 30 odd to go?
I got another interview with our 20th place driver in MDH, I believe, or Mecca Esports. Shall I have a chat with him?
Yep, go for it.
Let's have a chat. Hello, can you hear us all right?
Yeah.
Awesome stuff. Can we get your name? Is it Great Man?
Yeah, Roman Rado.
Awesome stuff. And of course, racing for Mecca Esports?
Exact.
Nice. Well, how's it going for you guys at the moment? I mean, Kevin's in the car at the moment. He seems to be doing fairly well.
Yeah, he just came on the car a few laps ago, so we are quite happy about the first part of the race for us, because we have some issues with other driver during the second stint with me as a driver, so we lose a lot of time during this phase, but we are quite happy about the GT3 field, who is very cool on the track, very respectful. So the race was very cool to race. Just a little quite unhappy about the little mistake during my turn, but the race was very good for the moment.
Yeah, seems to have done or kept it as clean as possible for your stint before. And well, how have you found? Of course, you mentioned the GT3's done a good job at getting out of the way. Where would you say is the biggest trouble spot when it comes to racing the GT3s as an MDH?
I think the bus stop and the first turn was very tricky for the GT3, and for the GTP it was very close on the middle of the track, because we lose easily the tires. We block the tires easily, so it's very complicated to manage the tire at this point of the track. But GT3 was very cool for the moment. GTB was a little bit more not disrespectful, but a little more tricky on the track. It's normal. We are in the same category, so we are in battle with us. So it's normal, but sometimes it's quite incomprehensible to run with us.
For sure. And at the moment, were you telling Kevin in the car? I mean, is he someone who likes to have a lot of chatter in the car? Are you constantly feeding him information, or is he someone who prefers it to be a bit more quiet?
He's a driver who prefers the quiet, but we just send us the good information about the traffic for the GT3 at the bus stop. If he has to lift before the bus stop or not, or the exit of the pit lane. And Kevin was very experiment driver, so he don't have to have a lot of information, and he prefer being quiet in general.
And when you look ahead to the rest of the season, is it Daytona that you're most fond of the circuits that we have this season, or are there others later on in the championship? I imagine your French circuits may well be at the top of your list.
Yeah, for sure. Le Mans was very cool for us. We're expecting this track a lot. Daytona, it's not a track with a good finish for us arbitrarily. We have some issues for all race we run in Daytona. So for now, it's a good race on Daytona for us. We clearly prefer other track like Silverstone or Le Mans because it's track more traditional, and it's more easily for us, and we have a lot of experience on this track.
Awesome. Well, we wish you the best of luck for those circuits. We wish you the best of luck as well for tonight, that you can consolidate this strong result. Is there anyone you'd like to give a shout out to?
Thank you to you guys for the broadcast. Thank you to the league for create this championship. Thanks for all the driver on the track, because it's relatively clear on the track and respectful. We have to thank our partner, Nuage Communication, No Life Closes, and Michael M. Wood Glasses, and thanks us again for the broadcast.
Awesome. Well, thank you for the kind words, and well, yeah, we'll wish you the best of luck for the rest of the race, man.
Thank you, guys.
So that was Wimran from Mecca Esports, running in 20th position in the LMDH class, and very positive about their race at the moment, in high spirits, with an hour to go, hour and a half to go. And yeah, but it's not calming down at the moment. Some of the footage we've just seen during the interview of the classes, it almost looks like it's the first pass through again.
Yeah, I mean, obviously there's more to play for as we get closer to the end. If you've, a few seconds back, or there's someone a few seconds behind, the dynamic of the race changes from an endurance to a sprint to the finish. I'm impressed. Victor Lind out there in the lead in the Overtake 2 team car is a 2.6k driver. Now, wow. Yeah, nothing against that rating, but leading the race with this level of skill out there, that's great. He's holding it. Sorry, basically 15-second around lead. But yeah, great to see.
I'll have to check if they're an AM team or not. I don't know if his teammates maybe are above 2.6k. I imagine they are. But of course, yeah, if you're below a certain I rating with your drivers, then You
All
can
your drivers,
enter
right?
the
It
app.
has to be every single
Yeah,
driver.
every single driver. I think has to be below 3K, I want to say, but I might be wrong on that precise number. But yeah, Victor would qualify as an AM driver, and there he is leading by 15 seconds at the moment.
Yeah, very impressive. I still cannot believe the leaders, Satellite Racing Teal, have 47-second lead in LMDH. That's something else. Great recovery drive from... wait, I thought Precision were ahead of Crocker. Is this battle still back? Oh, as I say that, they are side by side, battling into one. Wow.
That's the race leader behind them as well.
Yep. It's going to be... And Crocker with a lovely move there. Is Boris going to have a look? I assume he is. Yep, what a legend. Is he going to hold it? Is it going to be clean? Knowing Boris, it will, and it is.
No.
GT3 on the outside, though.
Right.
I tell you, this Crocker driver, he's 2.8k and he's going up against Boris, door-to-door racing him.
No!
Oh, my
and
life.
is anyone there? Is anyone over there? No, fortunately, the grass has gripped up enough.
You have to be careful where you rejoin on the track, though, because it can sometimes give you a severe penalty. Sometimes a black flag drive-through penalty I've seen before, because the system sees you as cutting the track.
Slow motion racing caution for spatial awareness.
So we'll get a replay of that Boris incident, but I don't know what to say. It was a strange one. But I will say, impressive driving from John. I've gone door-to-door with Boris. He's an excellent driver. He's an esport driver. And unless John is a professional hider, much like yourself, Sam, then, yeah, 2.8k. And he's overtaken Boris. Boris has overtaken him. They've had quite the battle. I mean, that didn't look like anyone to blame. That looked like a simple case of, I don't know, the car. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think the fact that he's offline, I mean, how much difference would it make with the marbles being out on that part of the circuit? Would that decrease your grip by a decent amount? Or?
I don't know if it's I don't know. No, not enough to send the car like that into oblivion.
So they'll continue on their way then. A few seconds lost for Boris with that incident. But yeah, we'll try to recover that.
Yeah, I hope it is just a few seconds. I hope we had a few of the teammates in chat. Hopefully it is just a few seconds and not just
No, yeah, 40-second penalty.
yeah, I'm sure it's going to be okay because I saw the way you rejoined, but you do have to be careful because yeah, iRacing can think you've I forget what it's such a rare flag penalty to happen that I've even forgot what it's classed as. Because yeah, I think if you cut all of it, you can get disqualified, I think, as well. I can't remember, it's been so long. I usually only see it in week 13 races.
It's so easy to cut the entire infield.
Yeah,
at
100%.
this circuit that they do have to put in those extra measures in order to ensure people don't do it. So he has now come into the pits then, Boris, which is perhaps a little bit of a bad sign.
Yeah, so... Yeah, I think...
Unless he may have just got to the 20 instance, perhaps. No. What's this going to be? Is this going to be normal pit stop, or is this... He's on the jacks.
A stop and go, can you service? You
Yeah.
can.
But it, like,
yeah,
adds
yeah,
40
it does.
seconds.
Yeah. Because, right, a serviceless 40-second pit stop, I hope they realise this. I don't know if they're listening, but a serviceless stop-and-go penalty is not a 40-second penalty. The reason it says 40 seconds is because most people have something ticked, like
It's just a 1 second
tear
stop and
off.
hold.
Oh, yeah, no, I think it's like 13 to 16 seconds or something like that. I think
So, okay.
I think service costs like 30 odd seconds. I can't remember. All these
Yeah.
fringe penalties are so rare.
Yeah, I think service adds 40 seconds. I think I remember that.
Oh, okay. So, yeah,
but-
if you take tyres... Why most people don't know about it is actually because of iRacing's tear-off rule. Because most people untick the fuel and
Yeah.
tyres and think it's... Okay, so it is a 40-second penalty. No, it's that visor tear off. iRacing, if you're listening, please. It's a visor tear off, costing you 40. Most teams. Actually, funny story. Swellio, you know, a pro.
Yeah.
I was in his stream. This was probably a year or two ago. He was doing some Porsche race, and he got it was a community-driven black flag, and he was Watkins Slim. He was coming down pit road, berating that it's 40 seconds, and yeah, I told them to untick his fast repair and his untick his visor tear off, and the penalty went away. Well, he still had to serve a stop and go. So chat's updating us.
So iRacing has given us a 40-second hold.
Yeah.
For what? Cutting this course.
So
To Boris spun.
yeah, Ryan, if you're listening, the 40 seconds is for the service. If you untick tyres, fuel, and tear off, it drops to like an immediate stop go. Yeah. So hopefully you knew about that. It's so annoying.
So they've now dropped down to 13th because of
Couple of replays. Oh, okay.
yes, that was a nice. Oh, so here we go. Here's the spin.
Yeah. Oh, Boris lost the rear on entry. Yeah, Boris just lost the rear on entry. Oh, and his rear tyre touches the far asphalt. It's over. Yep. If he could have just not touched the asphalt. Yeah, Boris completely loses it, unfortunately. And his rear right touches the asphalt.
So at that point, he needed to drive almost backwards onto the circuit.
Correct, yeah. Yeah, this way, back to the cones, yeah. But, yeah, no, that's okay, Ryan. To be honest, not an Ampy. Not many people know that, honestly, because this penalty that you're experiencing, the stop and go with it being under an iRacing rule, is such a rare penalty. It really is. And iRacing don't make a good deal of documenting how this all works, so most people are so used to seeing the 40, but it's for the service. The stop and go, like Sam said, it is instant. You would leave the box immediately. But yeah, that only spreads by word of mouth, I feel. But it's the visor tear off again. I'll mention it. I know this is the third time, but that's insane.
But it's probably better though to take service though, isn't it? Like when you got that snow, so you don't have to come back into the pits.
It depends, because he didn't need tyres, and what would the fuel have been, like 10, 15 litres, like.
But now they can get to the end of the race on one more stop. So like they were going to have to make 2 stops, and that's
True.
basically been their penultimate stop there and then. They've only got one more stop to go now, just because of when it was. They can pit on the 3-hour 20. They should be able to get to the end of the race from there. It'll be tight. Might have to save a lap or 2, but it might mean that they don't have to do an extra tour down the pits potentially.
Yeah. No. I don't know. I'm going back and forth with that. I'm trying to actually work it out. It's tough because he didn't take much fuel. That's the issue. That's why I don't think it's worth it. But yeah, maybe.
CMS Racing Pro catching up to Quokka Racing Pro. I feel like these guys have been glued to one. 19th of a second faster with CMS on that last one.
Yeah. This John guy's been brilliant at defending though, so let's see. Don't count him out. I know CMS's guy is almost double his I rating and fast, but if I saw the way he was defending Boris in 1, 2, entering the oval, bus stop, it's very impressive. Not an easy guy to pass.
Shouts out to one of the sponsors for this series, by the way, SimRace 24/7, an independent website dedicated to delivering comprehensive news and information to the sim racing and driving community with the gaming genre, undertaking a variety of activities, including in-depth race reports, promotion activities, noteworthy features, investigations as well. And so if you're interested in the in the new side of sim racing, then do go to SimRace 24/7 and see the latest news of what's going on in the genre that he takes so much interest in.
Yeah. Ooh. Yeah, it's just not worth it on the outside there with the traction. Let's see, as we follow on board with CMS, trying to get past the unpassable John Quacker Racing Pro. The cute little squirrel. Mate, squirrel.
It's like... Yeah.
Squirrels are hideous, rat-like things with a long tail.
I think chinchillas, squirrels, kangaroos and stuff are all the same thing, I think.
Mate, it's
Which is
cute,
weird.
cuddly little bear. I'm reclassifying it.
It's really weird how kangaroos are like closer to a squirrel than to humans. Because
Do you know the only person who ever think that though is you? No one else has ever said that.
No, because like you watch them stand up and like they could take on like Mike Tyson in a boxing ring. I mean, that's what everyone wants to see, right? Is a kangaroo take on a professional boxer, because the kangaroo would stand a chance because they're ripped, and like it's weird that that's closer to like a chipmunk than it is to a human, despite the fact that it's so humanoid. A kangaroo's almost humanoid, David, and people don't talk about it enough.
Yeah, but didn't I read a banana's like 97% of our DNA as well? Like, not DNA, the, what's the word I'm looking for?
Yeah, DNA, yeah.
DNA. Ah, see, some
We're 97% bananas, are we?
Something like that. It was high.
Okay. Wow.
Oh, as we've seen Alfonso trying to get past on John here, but if I've watched John the way he defends... oh, well. Alfonso was just not looking down the track there. Because he's going to lose out more time doing this than he would have had he just followed. It was almost like he was so focused. I've got him going. Wait, where'd this GT3 come from? Brilliant. But yeah, John's doing everything he needs to do.
Devon Horvath. I feel like I recognise the surname Horvath. I'm not entirely sure. Maybe not Devon. No. He's chasing down Penguin RC. We've also got this one, Moradness Ginger Liveries, who actually come into the pits. They were chasing down Billy Sigmon for Direct Drive Motorsports. However, this could be sneaky undercut, perhaps. It will be Jeff coming into the pits. Oh no, so he went very far there down the pit lane, and I thought, this is going to be a drive-through here. But no, eventually he did come into his pit box. Not going up on the jacks though, albeit they're limited to tyre sets. They've only got 3 tyre sets, remember, in this race. So one of the stops, they've got to keep the same tyres on.
Yeah,
and maybe that's what they're doing right now.
Ironically, the timing of it working for this season, the degradation, it seems, over a long stint has been reduced. I have seen some reports of it being increased at certain places, certain tracks, certain driving styles, but overall it seems to be a bit more consistent and less. But as I say, we're not even one day into the new season, so a lot of this is rumour and untested speculation.
Got another interview potentially. Dan Fendick. We have been talking about Fendick, haven't we?
Correct.
I've got the NG list. Fine. Oh no, I've opened emails.
Oh, nice little battle here. Just go high, drop low, run the draft.
Fendick is racing for Overtake Team 1.
Overtake Team 1, how are they doing? Where are they? Team 1.
8th place in LMDH.
Oh, yep. Oh, yeah, I know the team, yep.
Would you like to have a chat with him?
Sure, let's go. What was the name, sorry?
Dan Fendick.
Perfect. Hey, Dan, can you hear me okay?
I sure can.
Excellent. How you doing? How's the team doing?
Doing fine. Just having a little difficulty keeping up with everybody. But this is our first experience with CMS, and everybody's having a good time.
Okay, excellent. And how did your stints go? You are a driver, correct?
No, I'm not a team owner of all of all the 8 of all the 8 teams we have out here: Overtech, Undertech, and Fendi Racing.
Oh, awesome, Dan. That's great. Yeah, I saw.
Yeah.
I like the livery. Lots of teams. Obviously, I've seen a few teams get caught up with incidents here and there. Obviously, it's easy to say you guys have been getting caught with a lot of incidents, but you've got lots of teams out there. But yeah, how's the general feel?
Yeah, I mean, everybody's having a really good time. people are kind of curious of where, kind of where we came from, but Fendi Racing, which is, team principal there, we've been doing endurance racing for a couple years now, and the guys wanted to take it to the next level, so we spun off Overtake team and created 6 teams there, and another team, Undertake. We still have the Fendi Racing guys forming teams. So, yeah, this is the first experience at upper level split racing, and the guys are really enjoying it.
Yeah, no, excellent. I'm watching a MDH of yours pass a GT3 of yours. It's looking great. Livery looks good. So, talk to me. When you say 6 teams, what, 6 teams that could run in the 24? That many drivers, or 6 that are running in smaller format endurance racing like this?
Well, the way we have it set up at Fendi Racing, we have about a couple hundred international racers, and we try to make it easy to go team racing, and so we have an open format where the guys just fill their teams with similar skill levels, and that still exists under Fendi Racing. But now we going for dedicated teams like we're doing for today.
Brilliant. No, that's great. That's brilliant. That's what sim racing needs. I mean, ever since I ever got into team racing, I got the bug, and now I try and do every endurance there is. So no, that's great. So you say this is the first event the brand Overtake has taken part in?
Well, we participated in MTech, which we're doing very well. I think the GT3 team's in 1st or 2nd place, and LMP2 guys are in like 3rd place. So the guys are really starting out really good. We have some experienced racers within this Fendi Racing community, and they work hard, they practice hard, and they take this seriously, and they put in the hours to figure out the fuel, the tires, and so forth on this thing. So,
okay, the question then you can hopefully answer, because me and Sam were talking about this as the broadcast was firing up regarding your team names using numbers rather than colours or random donations. Is it 1 is the best team and 6 is the worst, or is that just?
Yeah, that's the we've had a continued conversation. We have 24 open teams at Fendi Racing, and those are all colors. So when we started this Overtake team, we just put 1 through 6, and they're just random numbers. The number 1 team does not represent the fastest team. The guys just rotate into the teams, but we'll probably do a number change or try to figure out something that kind of goes.
Maybe triple numbers. I think triple numbers might solve it, because then you get a bit more diversity, and you. Yeah, because that was obviously it doesn't matter. But we were joking that the team 2 might now become team 1. But...
yeah, nothing's fixed on the teams. They can. Matter of fact, I'll make a point of juggling those things up so they don't have to think about it. Teams are just numbers. That's all it is. But you have talent we have talent from teams 1 through 6. We really do.
And
plus the Undertake team. I'm sorry, what?
Do you have racing experience in the sim?
Yes, I do. Yeah, I've been. I started in 2020. I'm just an average racer. 1400 I rating, so I'll never make this Overtake team. So I'm content just helping these guys and supporting them whatever I can do for them.
Brilliant, Dan. That's great. Well, yes. Good luck to all your teams. Does anyone like to give a shout out to?
Oh, absolutely. Our sponsors. I can't say enough about all of our, a couple hundred Fendi Racing members. Those guys contribute and makes this possible. Palmer Law, and we got a couple of fantastic designers, Evaz Design out of Italy, and JLP Design, and we just took on a new sponsor, Delta Simtech. So, without their help, we wouldn't be doing this stuff. That's for sure.
I know Delta, yeah. That's great. All right, well, good luck to all your teams to the end. Looks like Team 2 have got this in the bag, so fingers crossed they can stay out of trouble and, bring home a great result for you guys.
Yeah, let's hold our breath, right?
It's a long way.
Right.
Yeah.
Take care.
Yeah. Cheers. Good luck to the end.
Okay.
Okay, so that was Dan from Overtake. So we got a lot of our questions answered regarding the Fendi Overtake Undertake situation, so that's great. Okay, let's check back in with the race. So Satellite Racing Teal still leading, 43 seconds. So it's come down a little bit, but when you're managing 43 seconds, it really doesn't matter. Overtake Team 2 are currently a lap up, but the pit stop phase is happening, so they'll be coming into the pits real soon, and we'll see their gap. But no, Victor Lind has run a great race. Maybe he needs an iRating update, because he's not driving like a 2.6k driver. That I can tell you. Okay, Dog, Bear, Bark are coming into the pits with Wayne. I believe they had that incident earlier on, which hurt their chances of anything in the race. Quokka Racing Pro are into the pit, so that's going to be interesting to see how they come out in relation to CMS. Let's keep an eye on that as they're exiting the pit now, because I know this battle's been tight. Let's see, let's see. God, it's such a long exit when you're waiting. I'm seeing them back a little. Oh, wait, no, wait, sorry. We've still got to wait for CMS Racing Pro to pit, of course. So, yeah, we'll circle back to that when the rest of the teams start to pit.
Yeah, I guess it won't be too long until they have to last pit on that. 84 did CMS. Albeit, actually, to be fair, that's like Racing Blue going to pit on lap 82, so a couple more laps to go. You'd expect them to go longer than That's Like Blue. In fact, That's Like Blue do now come into the pit, so that very much indicates 2 more laps for CMS Pro.
Yes, for sure. I forgot how pit stop phase works for a moment there. I was waiting for the battle to happen, but they were the only team to have pitted, and I was getting myself a little bit confused.
You're very much a forward-looking guy.
Correct.
You don't believe in the present.
No, no.
Like now. This team is simultaneously making the pit stop now.
Yes, yeah.
I'm not restricted by the present. I live in all time.
Yeah, I'm not restricted like things like the present, correct.
Oh, that's a bit of scraping of bodywork. Maybe just been over the curb, or maybe it was Brett Chosin having something a bit more significant. He is currently the last of the runners in the LMDHs, albeit Rudy Valentin for Penguin RC Simulation Carbon. That's a shame for that team, because they, I think we're doing all right early on. They have been stationed for 7 minutes, so yes, Penguin RC Carbon might be out of the race, but we'll see. I think if they can get back out, they will get back.
7 minutes though. That's a long time. Really slow motion racing drive-through.
I think that may have been no, I think they got a warning earlier.
They had a warning, yeah.
I remember looking at a decision involving really slow motion racing, and I thought the ruling was really slow in terms of this team is so slow that we've given them a penalty because they're next to the other teams. But no, it was just really slow motion racing was the title. So long story short, that's why I remember they got a penalty or a warning.
How do you feel? You're in charge of running lots of leagues, and you've seen lots of incidents. Would you like to see a facility to allow you to? Because you know that you can restrict driver aids, but what about triple screens? What about a requirement, ticking a box on a league or anything to require triple screens? How do you stand on that? Or at least a full, i.e. a field of view larger than 80.
No, I don't think that's here, because I think you've got idiots either way.
Yeah, for sure. No, I 100% agree.
I think there's some bad drivers who would drive worse with 3 eyes than there are with drivers who would only have 1 eye, and there'd still be more of a menace. So.
Oh, I'm just catching up with chat. Oh, we got a Quokka replay. Oh no.
Oh, just on the grass. And Celsius the car.
Oh no. What lap was this? Oh no, this has been since the pit stop. Wow. That's a shame.
Oh dear, yeah. So Matt is back running again. So I guess he's towed back since.
Yeah.
And then got back going. So he's down to 15th place. But of course, he was fighting for P3, was he? He was fighting with CMS Racing Pro, wasn't he?
Yeah.
So I think that might have put him outside the top 10. I mean, towing back like that, it costs you best part of a lap.
Just catching up with chat. It kicked off when I was doing the interview.
leader into the pits, so Flynn Lazia has the honour of leading for a little bit, but it won't be for very long because Max Muir, back in that Satellite Racing teal car, will be taking it not quite to the end with this stint. He is going to need to pit with about 20 minutes to go, but he will not be far away from the finish, and good news for him, he just comes out ahead of a bit of traffic and he's got some clean space in front.
Yeah, for sure. Seems like all of them boxed now. Is GT3 AM really slow motion racing leading Team Longhorn second? In GT3 AM, really slow motion racing leading Longhorn Racing 2.
Ah, thank you for that.
Yep, thank you.
Yeah, currently 10th place, Antal Byro.
This is going to get interesting.
I'll make it 3-way.
Car on the inside's the one backing out. But let's see, will the red car get clear at the corner? I think so.
We were chatting with Kevin's teammates, of course, earlier on. Roman.
Oh, yeah, he tucked in behind. Okay, live to fight another day. All right, so a quick scan. Real shame for...
Walker.
Yeah, so I assume it was a new driver and he just...
Well, yeah, Matt started the race, I believe.
So he just...
There was certainly a Kingsbury. Maybe it wasn't the same Kingsbury, but I think it was the same Kingsbury. Got back in the car and, yeah, drops it very, very quickly.
Yeah, what a shame. Yeah, the bus stop there, it claims souls. What you can do is, I got drivers to this at Le Mans, you've got to practice when it goes wrong there. Just like Watkins Glen, like at the bus stop. There's tricks you can do because there's so much runoff. Things like trying to save the off-track is deadly. If you're going to be taking the off-track, either lift...
straighten up the car.
Straighten up the car, correct, yeah. Because if you get that bump wrong, and yeah, then you've got the choice between going left and right. Usually, neither saves you, unfortunately. Same like the bus stop as well. If you know it's going to be going wrong, like, you know, you're about to hit the bump again, it's good to practice what to do to not end up perma-dead.
Got J.R. Gregory in 4th position. One of our colleagues. Dies Porsche Rennfahrer out. This is the old person's team, I believe. In
older.
Let's see what alt means in German.
Point.
But yeah, the other team is the young. Alts. Oh no, it's not working for me. Here we go. German. Old. There you go. Yeah, old.
Okay.
It's the old team.
Old internet as well. Oh.
Buckinghamshire broadband for him.
Oh.
JR with one of very few drives with sub 2K in this race. Running up in 4th place. We got 2.6, 3.7, 3.2, 1.9, 5.6, and he's just been overtaken as well. So, not sure if he was present for that or whether he was not in the physical world whilst that was happening.
1.9k running in P5 with all these big iRatings behind you would be scary. That internet is not helping him. I have 2G connections on old devices. Have a better connection than that, unfortunately. It's going to be really hurting.
Have you ever stopped a race because of bad connection? Because I feel like when you're in the car, at least my mindset is, it'll improve in a couple of minutes. It'll recover.
So funny story, in the Silverstone 24 that I competed in really, a couple of weekends ago, we actually pulled a driver in after only 5 laps into his stint because, well, it was getting bad. His internet was pinging in and out. He sounded fine in Discord, but we muted him, spoke as a team, and we could time it so there was only 55 minutes left of the actual race. So while we were going to lose out in the driver swap, this is what we determined. We were going to lose time we was going to lose about 4 seconds of the driver swap because we didn't need that much fuel, but we could make it to the end and we were going to secure a position. It did mean we were going to have to fight for that position, but we made the vote to bring him in. But the reason I'm talking about this is because at Spa we didn't do this. The guy was blinking. We knew he was blinking. He didn't know. We spoke and we were like, no, because we just didn't want to lose a few seconds for a driver swap. We was like, no, let's see if it'd be fine. Then all of a sudden, he's gone in Discord, he's gone on track, and we're in pit road, and it was over. Personally, though, I've never had, touch wood, bad internet. I've had my power go out a few times, especially when I was living in America. I swear I don't know what's wrong with America's power grid compared to England. But the day it happened, because it cost iRacing, you change your life around it now. So I went out and bought 3 powered electrical backup generators.
Never happen again.
Try me. What was funny though, when the neighborhood did lose internet when I wasn't racing, my Wi-Fi had its own independent thing. The only Wi-Fi. It's amazing the range, by the way, when everyone doesn't have Wi-Fi and you're the only house on the block that does. But no, that doesn't personally happen to me a lot. I run gigabit internet on a low latency with it. I always just spend on internet. I stream it, so it's needed, but yeah. But I don't mind. I don't mind it being a part of sim racing because, as we circle back to it, it's the mechanical damage side of it.
Oh,
yeah. It is like IRL. Stuff happens.
Yeah, you invest in making sure it doesn't happen, like in a real car, where you invest in making sure that the car doesn't break down. Ooh.
Yeah, if you're taking sim racing seriously, then the thing that causes you problem, yes, you need to invest time and money into working out why it happened and what you can do to eliminate it. So, like for example, I run my PC, my internet, my rig, and my DD all on separate power generators. Like, that's insane. I take it. Because the reason, if you're wondering why I don't run one, is because when sim racing with the DDs and the 4 screens and the PC, no electrical backup generator could last long at all.
Sure, yeah.
Minutes. The torque, once you're at full torque on a direct drive, the amount of electricity it pulls is insane. Not to mention your GPU's at full tilt. This has been an impressive display from the sim racing teal team. Their lead is dwindling, but by dwindling I mean has gone from 49 to 44 over the last half an hour.
They did pull out 2 seconds as well in that last lap. So
Yeah.
They very much recovered some of the gap that they lost.
Yeah, I don't think they class it as a loss. I think the MO right now is let's bring it home.
Michael Hooper.
Oh yeah, Hooper takes part in the GT3 trophy.
Yeah, it's GT.
Yeah.
I couldn't remember if it was GT3 trophy or whether it was ARA Porsche Cup, but yeah, I certainly remember that name.
But if you turn into me for names and history and memory, then you're still ill, mate.
Yeah.
Because I know nothing.
But he's a new driver. See, if he raced in 2019, I'd be like, oh yeah, my best friend, can list off all of his best results. His qualifying results for that season. You asked me someone who raced last week.
Yep. Okay, so we've got a little battle going on here with Michael Parker and is this Thomas? Yeah. So nice to see Porsches out there. Craig in chat, it happened to me tonight. What? Internet? Oh. Where in the world are you, Craig?
Once again, by the way, a shout out to another one of our sponsors, Penguin RC Simulations. To Penguin RC, of course, providing their custom wheel boxes, button boxes, their transmission controls as well. And you can order some of their products and make your sim setup that little bit nicer. They are really high quality equipment, are these? And so do certainly check out penguinrc.com in order to check out what products are available. And they work not just with Fanatec, but also a range of other sim racing hardware providers. That was messy. And Satellite Racing Blue are up into 4th position. They were able to get ahead of CMSRacing.com, but CMS perhaps with a bit of damage as well. And I think a GT car as well, who was involved, also received a bit of damage.
Yes, indeed. Oh, Norwich.
Norwich? What's that?
Sorry, I just said that. I was asking Craig where in the world he's based because he had an
Are
internet
you
issue.
saying that Norwich is a bad connection?
No, he's saying he lives in Norwich.
Is it, oh,
Yeah, and has. Yeah.
be careful what you say about Norwich, right?
I don't know
It's
anything
a really,
about
it's
Norwich.
a really nice place, yeah? That's where I'm from.
Oh, is it?
Just, you know, mind your tongue, yeah? Think
I
about
haven't
other
said
people.
anything.
You know, you can just see it's implied that, you know, we get
mate.
all this stick.
Defensive
There's Norwich
much. I
people,
say the word once.
wonderful people.
I don't even think I had a tone. I don't know anything about Norwich.
Sure, we only got internet 20 years ago, but we really like it. And we are catching up.
Yeah, when I was looking up a house this way, one of the things on my list was, does it have fibre? I can't go back to non-fibre. America, you can get 5,000 up, 5,000 down simultaneous fibre. When I moved here, the first place I got was, I want to say 53 down, 13 up. And I just, so on my phone, like when you get updates, you'd update all and the app's just ping from black to done. It's just done. I couldn't believe when I moved back here. Half my apps were unusable for half the day because I chose to update them. Couldn't believe it.
Craig saying, that's right, yes, sorry, I live in Norwich. It's a fine city. It's a fine city. It says that when you drive in. Norwich, a fine city. We weren't going to be big-headed about it and say that's
Zane.
a great city. Humble.
Zane saying we're going to splash and dash. Yeah, I think all the teams are, mate. I do not see a team avoiding it. Oh,
Oh dear. 3rd position rounds. That's
these young
D's
kids, I
Porsche.
tell you. These young kids.
With their cool liveries.
Yeah.
That did they lose the position then to the
Bear
P2?
Pope.
They did.
Yes.
So
Okay.
Bear Pope now up into 2nd place.
Yeah, we'll take a look at the replay, but I think it's a simple case of mirror watching.
Yeah, it may have run a little bit wide as well. I wonder if he sort of on that ridge in the middle of the circuit. What's it called when you have on the road the line in the middle, the crown in the road? I think he may have been running on that, which didn't help him. Michael Parker being caught by Thomas. Now, someone did explain how to pronounce Thomas's name. I think it was Song or both. I believe it was Song or both. Is the one you're catching?
Zane in chat is overtake 2, right? I'm going to go out. I'm going to be no, I'm going to say it in a more confident manner. Zane, I believe, drives for overtake team 2.
Is what the entry list is for, Zane.
No, I believe he does. I'm on it. I'm on the ball. I think he's like 5k.
Is he even coming up? What's just first name?
Z-A-I-N.
Yeah, that's what I'm putting.
He's not. Oh, he's not a driver. Oh.
Oh, yes. We've seen him out on circuit.
I'm sticking with my guns. 5k, overtake team 2.
Yeah, I think it's me being thick. Yeah, there you go.
Oh, you found him?
No, but he can correct us if we're wrong.
Craig.
Team 2, there you go. I was really confident with my entry sheet as well, and then
Alright, some
Kyle corrected.
replays. What?
So it was Satellite Blue who were on the outside in the first place. A little bit of contact, it's just uncertain though. I don't think that was Satellite Blue's fault necessarily, but it just, yeah, slowed up.
And let's see the Porsche. This is the young...
Oh, he lost it fairly early, didn't he?
Yeah, it was just mirror watching. Is he going to send it? Is he going to send it? Is he going to send it? Oh, my rear's going around. So it's so easy to do in T1. So easy to do.
Very much in the pit window now. Anyone who pits in GTD at least can get to the end of the race from here. So watch out for that one.
Zane in chat, yeah, I drove for Team 2. I have been 5.1k before, but I'm now 4.7 due to the Nords. I've seen Adrian drive, but doesn't even use a monitor. He visualizes the track in detail, rendering completely in his mind. He has a biological grip pack. He is unbeatable. Copy.
Do you think you could... Wow, this is a big if.
Win this
what
race?
iRacing could you get to if you didn't see the circuit? Do you think you could... Basically, what I'm saying is, do you think you could ever drive this circuit without seeing the circuit? Just driving it blind?
Do you think I could drive this circuit without seeing it?
By memory?
Not a whole lot, no. I will say something interesting did happen with the new build. So in the new build, we've been seeing a lot of screen freezing. And I was actually in a race. My screen froze in one of the corners. And when it came back, I was on the exit. Like, I was exactly where the car needed to be. I was very surprised. It was obviously muscle memory that did it. Because I just assumed I'm going to be rolling off on the grass into the wall. Like, once it came back, I thought it was over. But I was perfectly where I needed to be. But no, I mean, I can conceptually probably do the gears and when to turn, things like that. Like, if I had my eyes closed, like roughly, but not accurately enough to make, I mean...
But if you practiced it, do you think you could nail
Um,
I reckon if you did like 10 hours of practice on it, you could get with
I
it.
have done 10 hours of practice.
5... No, but like 10 hours of specifically practicing just driving from your mind. I reckon you could get within 5 seconds. Just by visualizing it.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to try it.
That'd be a weird world championship for iRacing to be.
Does it have to be Daytona? I mean, even the straights aren't straight. They're banked.
Well, it's all about timing, isn't it? It's like, all right, 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
Turn right. 1.
Well,
2,
I kind of think
3,
you want to be more
4.
general than a whole second, but yeah. T1's kind of crucial that you do it on the 10th. Yeah, I'm not sure. We say this track doesn't have many corners, but it is a technical track in that sense that how much steering input you have to put in. Like you come off one and there's these S's we class as flat, sure, but if you had to conceptualize it blind, it's going to be really tricky. And these corners here have a long steering input zone.
Ken Copeland is racing. Ken was in Apex's November compilation highlights video, which
Good
you
or
can
bad?
see on the Apex Racing TV channel. Good.
Oh, okay, good.
one of the best ones, actually. He had a wheel-to-wheel battle at Monza on the last lap of the race, and he narrowly edged out another driver and managed to win the race. That was in the Rick Motec Sports Car Series or World Challenge, and yeah, the commentators get very excited that Copeland has won. And yeah, it was really good because it demonstrated just the grunts of the BMW of the Mercedes compared to the BMW, because you just power straight past coming out on the parabolic on the run to the line and manages to win the race. So that's been actually on the Apex socials quite a bit. So Ken is yeah, great to see him out there.
Ken's going to have a good run here on the Porsche. I mean, that Porsche must be running a couple of clicks low. At least I think wing 5, but still, he's going to be in lunch for the Merc. Oh no, he's aero pushing. Oh, he's leaving the line. I would go for the... No, he's lifting. If the car in front of me goes high, I'm having that, and he's lost out because of it.
Well, yeah, I think that car's a lap ahead. Who could that be?
It'd have to be James or Victor.
Bear Pipe? Enduro?
Yeah, it must be.
Oh.
Yeah, you're right, Bear Pipe. So that's why then. Did you ever see, so I don't know if you saw when the meme that's quite popular of Bottas, when he's doing that blindfold test, showing before the race how he would take each corner blindfolded. He stood up doing it, turning the wheel, doing the gear shifts. That was the race he went bowling into T1 and took out everyone. So the meme is that he knows it better blindfolded than with his eyes open.
That's a crazy Do you think that's actually something that like a psychologist would recommend, that training exercise before a race?
I know Michael Schumacher talked about it a lot in the bath. He would sit there in the bath and conceptually go through every track, every gear and the timing.
To me, that seems... I don't know. I don't know. They know better than me. They're 7-time world champion, and sure, I did win bracket race 3 and I won 23 hours older, but that's where my credentials end, unfortunately. Michael Schumacher can do what he wants if he wins. If you win titles, I guess he can do what he wants.
I remember asking Jamie and Johan what Max Verstappen's like in the sim, because I asked him about, I was talking about I've raced Max like 8 times, I'd say, and they've obviously raced him a lot more. And I've asked them about lots of pro drive, from the biggest names to the smallest names. And you. I won't say what they said. And I asked them about Max, and both their faces said it. I was like, how's Max in the sim? And they were just like, yeah, he's a beast. Because Jamie said the annoying thing is he doesn't put in nearly as many hours as I do, just doing the sim. Yeah, some
lot of talent.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's in terms of just like pure talent. We're getting a bit off topic here. And
it's a 4-hour race, mate. Go for it.
This could be controversial, but to me, he's the most talented driver who I've seen. In single-seaters, I mean. I'm sure there's other motorsport disciplines where there's probably more talented people, but in single-seaters, he's the most talented person I've seen.
I'm going to say something even more controversial than you.
Okay.
Because I agree, but I don't think that's the problem. I think, this is actually, I'm risking a lot here. I think it's the most untalented grid had in a very long time.
I disagree with that.
I think
there's like 8 drivers or so who are like good quality.
8? No way.
Yeah.
No, there's not 8. There's 4.
Verstappen,
Yeah.
Leclerc, Hamilton, Alonso.
Right, okay.
In the wrong order. Norris, Russell,
No,
maybe Sainz,
no, not
maybe
Sainz. I love
Ocon.
Sainz, but he's not a super talent.
Piastri.
He's young and learning, and yes, he shows signs of it. But I mean, at the moment, he can't make the tyres work. So if he doesn't solve that, he's no better than a Haas car.
Nice move, by the way, there from Satellite to get past Overtake Racing 3 whilst we were chatting about that. But anyway, so you don't think Leclerc's special?
I do. Although he's showing signs of the frustration holdback issue that seems to plague Hamilton as well. When things aren't going his way, he doesn't sort of get the most out of the car. I don't know. I don't want to go too much more controversial. But yes, Leclerc's a talent, that's for sure.
But it's better than back when you had, I don't know, Trulli.
So I think when I'm saying untalented, what I mean is in relation to the alpha driver.
Like a gap. Sure.
Yeah,
Okay.
Sorry, the gap. That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah,
I sort of see that. I don't 100% agree with it, but I agree with it more than it's an untalented field. I think this is the most talented field ever.
Well, but the crazy thing is, so when the Hamilton era, Bottas was always going toe-to-toe with Hamilton. In every quali, in every race, it was close. Right? We've seen Max have so many partners.
Car to drive, I think.
Oh, you think it's more that?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think the Red Bull's harder to drive, but I'm not sure about that.
It looks pretty easy, mate. Every corner looks flat. Like, how hard can it be?
It looks easier than the other cars, right?
Yeah, it does look quite easy. But no, if Piastri can't learn to make the tyres work, which at the moment he hasn't proven he can, then he'll never get to show. Yeah, he looks like a brilliant driver, but I mean, looks like and tens of millions of pounds in Formula One, they don't stack up to me. You have to have the complete package, or you're not an F1 driver. I just don't know. I don't know where the next generation of F1 drivers are. It just seems to be we've got a lot of old guys now. And Stroll.
Oh, Piastri.
Yeah, but he hasn't proven he can make the tyres work. He has to at one point prove.
But these old drivers aren't actually that old. Like Norris is like 24, right? He's only a bit older than me, which is so depressing.
No comment. But no, I do think Leclerc's a great driver. He is a fantastic driver. He showed that all the way back from his Sauber days.
That's our F1 chat, I think, for the winter. there is a time to stop talking about Formula 1 because I think it's talks to death sometimes, but hopefully we've
For
got
sure.
some absolutely new and original insights. This conversation is
Ferrari's
definitely
gonna
not
win
been
it next
had
season.
by everyone else already. Overtake racing for Marius Blandaya, only half a second behind Valhalla Motorsports. And in fact, they've actually just lost that spot, so Valhalla up to 10th position, up 16 places as well.
Yeah.
Valhalla.
Big,
What a
big
performance.
chunk to the next teams though. 40 odd seconds up the way. But let's see, there are going to be a few pit stop things, like actually Chad Henson in the, as you call them, the old guys, has made their pit stop on 106. So whereas other teams, like for example, Overtake Team 5, 86, 91. So there is going to be a lot of shuffling around in GT3s. Is basically what I'm going to be saying in the next coming minutes.
Yeah, like the teams who made their pit stops after lap 100 will get to the end. Bear Pope and Jury will be in a good place. It was Bear Pope and Jury who... No, they didn't crash. They've only just pitted at Bear Pope and Jury. It was someone else who crashed. They'll go to the end then, and we'll probably get a couple of places in there. It was Bear Pope and Jury, apologies, running in P4. They were in P2, weren't they? Because these Porsche, the young ones, spun to give them that P2. Tempted move there for the number 15 of Ewan Marshall. That's another driver I'm familiar with. I think Ewan may have raced against Lewis Ward, one of our broadcasters today in a championship again, 2019, Sim Racers World. He's a former teammate of Lewis Ward's, even.
Wait, Lewis drives?
He was super talented. He'd be eating these guys for lunch, for breakfast, I mean.
What, Lewis or the other guy?
No, Lewis would absolutely destroy all these guys.
Yeah. He raced me recently. Apart from his send he made, I had him under control.
Oh, Ewan's been done that. Maybe he's been... Has he been lapped at that? No, he's actually been overtaken. Ewan is not proving himself right at the moment as we first tune in on him on the broadcast. Being overtaken there by Quokka Racing Pro, Matt Kingsbury, after his 40-second hold earlier on for cuts. They didn't cut the circuit, that was something else.
No, Quokka was the wall damage. They just binned it off to the bus stop on like second with Matt driving once he got into the car.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Just on his own, I think. Well, did we actually see it? Was it on his own? Yeah, it was all on his own.
Yeah, we did see it, yeah.
It's horrible, that feeling though. It's heavy. If Matt had started and it is him who'd started, then it's just a heavy fuel thing. You catch the bus stop wrong with max fuel and I know the feeling here at the Glen when it goes wrong at the bus stop. It's a horrible feeling. Ooh. Oh, they looked like the Fendi car was letting him go there, so I assume, yeah, because the Fendi car's 7 laps off, 6 laps off the lead, so yeah, just letting the car go there.
Disappointing day for really slow motion racing. They were leading in...
Well...
Were they leading? No, I'm thinking of We Too Fast.
Yeah,
Those
no.
two names remind me of one another.
Really slow had the warning, then they had the drive-through.
Yeah, they are down 7 places from their race start. How many teams do you think are on 18 or 19 incidents right now? I reckon about half.
I'd say more.
Because I don't think many of them are taking drive-throughs. Obviously, it's easy for us to miss drive-throughs, and do let us know if we do miss any. That's not on the chat, but I don't remember. I think we've been fairly good at catching them so far. We've only seen 4 or 5 of the front runners at least.
Yeah, actually, of all the questions we asked the league owner, the 20X one we didn't. Because what are the tracks they're going to? Are they going to Silverstone? Okay. Le Mans, obviously, that's super easy, but Silverstone, it's only 3 hours. Okay, but still.
Well, I think David explained in his pre-season post how it's an effort to increase driving standards for this season. So to make people really think about getting those 4Xs and whatever, knowing that that's 20% of the way to a drive-through, should hopefully encourage cleaner racing.
I don't know. It's tough because the argument can be easily made unconfidence at the bus stop because of worry of a 1x can quite simply easily cause an incident. You get a 4x because, well, why did you lift? Like, why did you lift so early? It's like, well, because I'm on 15x. It's like, so I mean, unfortunately, there is no way of just stamping safe racing. No way.
I mean, something that should change, in my mind, unquestionably, is that why on earth do we have car contacts and off tracks under the same section of penalty?
Oh,
They have
100%,
nothing
I
to do
agree.
with one another.
100%
The
agree.
idea that that's the safety rating, sure, that works for rookies, because if you're a rookie, then you're struggling to keep it on the circuit and you're struggling to not hit other cars.
Look,
Makes sense when you're a rookie, but when you get to this level, off tracks are a performance thing. You're not getting off tracks because you're an unsafe driver. You're getting off tracks because you're trying to maximize the car. The car contacts are completely separate. So you should just have in each race a maximum number of off tracks, say 10, and you should have your safety rating just decided by contacts, which
That's crazy, yeah.
so why that isn't the case. Well, I understand why it's the case, but I don't understand why not more people call for it being separated.
Well, we have 1x's, we have slowdowns, right? But there needs to be one. You shouldn't get a 1x if no advantage was gained. Like all the other sims, it's not difficult. They have so much mini sector telemetry now. A 1x should be almost like when a steward is reviewing. It would pop up off track detected, and then 3 or 4 seconds later, you know, like all clear. Like, is it just a mistake or did you gain time? Because how about this? The difference between the exact same 1x, but if the guy lifted, or if the guy throttled. If you lift, take the 1x, carry on, and no time was gained, or at least you lost some time. Maybe that's what I'm saying is you can't you can't break even and still take the off track. If time was lost, then nothing happened. But yeah, guys, again, do you need to be given a 4x if your car's all smashed up? Like, isn't the smashed up meatball part of it?
It should count towards your safety rating.
Yeah.
In my opinion. But then if you're going to do that, if you're just going to take it by crashes, then you've got to take into consideration the category of racing as well. You're going to have many more crashes in touring cars than you are in prototypes.
And another thing to mention, I will mention it because I've been a part of the issue many times. Fast repair creates very dangerous racing. Why? Because you get people driving back to the pit lane with 2 wheels, no rear wing, you know, a bent up visor, they can barely see, but they're driving back to the pit lane because it costs them less than a tow. So fast repair can cause havoc, unfortunately. Yeah. But I get why they're there, because you want people to be able to compete or race long.
Battles are mainly dying down. We've got 2 battles going on out on circuit now. One of them has just ended because they came into the pits. Boris Angel Avande for Precision Racing Esports is into the pits.
I think we would be talking about Boris being P2 if it wasn't for the, I'm going to say mistake. I think he lost the rear and then cut the far side. Big shame. Big shame.
He lost. It's difficult to tell how much time he lost, but I think we can probably say 40 seconds with that instant.
Scott's asking, are we still doing interviews? We are. Yes, I believe. Well, I don't speak for everything, but I think.
We'll do interviews.
Yeah. But hold on, I let Scott's comment slide saying that Leclerc would beat Verstappen in the same car. I didn't even bite. I didn't bite, but he then said Daytona isn't bad for 1x's. I mean, Daytona is bad for 1x's. That's exactly. The bus stop is. Yeah, it's bad for 1x's. Because why it's bad for 1x is because 99% of the time there's no time gained, and you get even a 1x for clipping 4 mil more on the bus stop than you should have. I think there is a gap for better sim racing experience with all the points in mind. Yeah, for sure. I completely agree. Off tracks are not inherently unsafe. I take the off tracks avoiding incidents. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, in multi-class racing, you can sometimes take a. This corner we're watching right there, I actually cut the entire corner because there was a spin and big accidents in one of my races recently. and I lost, you know, 4 seconds doing it. Why that should affect my safety rating and go towards the possibility of getting a drive-through in a race is boggles the mind. How do I get interviewed? It is the interview waiting area 1 channel on the ARTV Discord. Thank you, LA Sim Racing. Appreciate that. You are part of Ren. All right. Okay. Yeah. Remember the team name. Let me just scan where you guys are.
Pneumatic Motorsports Blue are into the pits from P5. And they will drop behind Satellite Racing Blue. Yeah, but it won't be a long pit stop this. Well, fairly long. You want to probably pit, or you don't want so little fuel to put in that you can't take all 4 tyres. You may as well pit when you still got to take more than 25 seconds worth of fuel, and that looks like Park is going to be stationed for maybe 35 seconds or so.
Yeah, it's all to play for now.
James Huth stationed for 1 minute 3. It's much slower than what he was hoping for. Oh, apologies. Or maybe that was his last pit stop. But he's into the pits again now. And yeah, stationing once again. Parker was stationing for 36 seconds. Comes out of the pits. He's by himself as Michael Parker on Pneumatic Motorsports Blue. He's got his teammate, the purple car, further ahead. They've still got to make a pit stop though. So, Pneumatic Purple.
Last 10th into the pits. What a shame with their race. Everything was going peachy. The team manager comes into an interview. I felt bad. He literally said, "Oh no, what's happening?"
Well, they're going back out on circuit now. They are going to lose out to Ascent Racing and LMDH, who I believe are still the amateur leaders, are Ascent Racing and LMDH. And of course, that's very significant because they will score points for their class position. It's not for your overall position. It's for your class position within the pro or the AM category. And so winning out of the AMs, you don't need to beat the pros. Finishing 4th overall as an AM, you score the same amount of points as if you scored, as if you finished 13th overall. As long as you're winner of the AM, then it makes no difference, basically. So,
bragging rights.
Bragging rights, yeah.
You can post in the Discord and go, "Bam, I'm pro."
Yeah.
But don't move me.
No, don't move.
Yeah.
So yeah, I could be a pro. I absolutely beat these players, but don't move me.
But don't move me.
We've had one of our series, which has been a little bit of a controversial thing on that, where one of the teams is adamant, or maybe not a team, but a couple of drivers are like, "Shouldn't be pro, shouldn't be pro." I put them in pro, and they're campaigning for the rest of the season.
What's that
I
iRating?
result?
Is it they got a bloated iRating?
No, so they've got a low iRating, but they did well in round 1, so I promoted them to pro from pro-am.
Did you have a look at their iRacing stats, see if they've been professionally hiding or anything?
I always give a look at how many races they've done. If they've done less than 100 races, then I usually whack on an extra 500 iRating, because it's until you've done over 100 races, you're not at your representative level.
Any guess how many I've done? Remember, I'm not an OG. I haven't been around forever. I know a ballpark. I don't know the exact.
666.
That's an honest number, but thank you. No, 1,100 odd road officials.
Okay.
Yeah. Now you remember I do 5 a day every day, though.
Well, I was taking that into consideration. Now 666 does sound a bit low. I remember us chatting about. We might be able to get an interview in a minute. But I remember us discussing on the late Apex about Alex Dunn doing, on average, more than 1 race a day for the past 2 years, despite being a real-life driver who is travelling all the time for racing, and he's still doing, on average, more than 1 race a day.
I had to shoot animal he is. Precision Racing and CMS. Oh, under investigation. Precision Racing, Esports, and CMS Pro. That could be big. Scott's part of Ren, Father, the old and young team.
Oh, but which one is what I was thinking?
Oh, I'm not sure.
Oh, hang on. His name will be along here. I'm looking at the wrong part of the sheet, I think. But I still don't see it. Oh, no. Loads of these teams are, like, empty. Okay, yeah. I need to get a new...
Rocket Pro into the pits. It's such a shame to see what happened to them. But that's racing.
Shall we have a chat with Scott before we get into the clean stages?
Yep, let's go.
And we'll drag him up. Scott, can you hear us all right? Oh no. It's always good to ask that question first before you ask any questions, because any proper question, because you can waste minutes of your time leading up a real big question for there to be no response. Or maybe Scott will return in a bit. Or get his mic fixed, or something else. We'll probably get a chat with him before the end of the race anyway. Here is overtaking
Hello?
team 3. Aha! We have got Scott's. Was it your microphone not working, Scott?
Yeah, I had the mute button on by accident, but I'm here now.
Ah, that does make a difference. How are you doing?
Good, how are you?
We're good. You know, it's tough for us commentators. You know, you drivers have it easy. You're just, you know, turning your limbs. Us, you know, we're having to put on a performance here. And
Sit upright and everything.
sit upright sometimes when the camera's showing at us, at least. But it's going all right for you guys at the moment. Remind me, are you part of the young team or the old team, Scott?
So I drive for the younger team, but unfortunately last night I had to pull out because something came up today. So instead I get to be in the interview. But
Cool.
They're doing an amazing job. I've been paying attention to it. Adrian, luckily, he was going to be part of our alt team, but fortunately last night he was willing to switch in for me. So he's running with Robbie, and he's doing an amazing job.
He is doing a very good job. I'm a huge fan of your paint, by the way. I don't know how much of this broadcast you've been following, but like literally the first time we saw your car, I thought that is a nice paint. Particularly the young paint as well. Like obviously the old one, you still got it reversed round. Is that like a paint style that you run on various cars in various championships, or is that a new thing for this series?
Our driver for the alt team, Chad Henson, he actually he designed it himself. We met through the Porsche Club. We're all PCA drivers pretty much, so we knew that we were going to be driving one of the Porsches. So it originally started as we were trying to run the Rennsport, the GT3R Rennsport livery, and then it became this. And I'm really happy with how it turned out. And it's fortunate because we moved up to 2 cars this year. Last year we ran as Master, the marginally above average sim racers, but we moved up to 2 cars. So it's nice that we have 2 liveries that are similar, but they're also distinguishable to the broadcast.
Yeah, we really appreciate it. So yeah, we've already got your livery banked, and we immediately knows it's one of your 2 teams. You mentioned about a Porsche club. Is that an owners club, or talk us through how you guys met through that?
Porsche Club of America is the largest Porsche club in America, pretty much. And then they started a sim racing league, which I believe it's one of the biggest leagues on the service. It has like 800 members, and they run league races. And that's how we all met each other. And Mark Nister, who's been in CMS for multiple years, he got us together last year, last minute, and we decided to run iRTES. And we had so much fun that we just decided to move up to 2 cars this year in iRTES. And so far, it's looking really good. The boys are doing great.
Yeah, it's really phenomenal up there. You a little bit, are the legs sort of twitching a bit, thinking, I wish I was out there?
Oh yeah, I'm sad that I'm having to miss it, but fortunately we have enough drivers that we were able to figure it out, even though I had to pull out last night. And yeah, they're doing an amazing job. Honestly, Young's probably do it better off with Adrian in the car than me, so he's doing a great job. They've been amazing all day. They've been really consistent, doing a good job of saving the fuel, and keeping up with those Mercedes, even though they should be a little bit faster. So they're driving the wheels off that car. And they managed to save like 11 laps of fuel, so.
Yeah, I think we saw in the early stages those guys going really, really long in the first few stints. Also, good news for you guys that Adrian's just come out of the pits and he's a second clear of P3. So you guys have just jumped Bear Pope and Duro for P2 because you had lost that position with a spin, but now by going much further there, you've just been able to nip ahead of him. So nice work. So you could have P2. What will you guys be saying to Adrian right now to keep him calm? Is he? Have you been chatting to the guys a lot during the race, or have they been a little bit more sort of alone whilst they've been driving?
My communication with them has been more, you guys are doing great, keep it up sort of things. But I've run with Robbie a lot, Robbie Prescott, who ran the first 2 stints in qualifying, and he did an amazing job saving the fuel. And I can imagine he's just telling Adrian to stay calm. Adrian's a really good driver, so I have no doubt that he can bring it home here.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on what is looking like it's going to be a very good result with a 2nd place and a 7th place at the moment. Is there anyone you'd like to give a shout out to, Scott?
I want to thank the team for not kicking me out yet, even though I had to back out last night. I want to thank Chad for setting this livery up, and then Mark Nisser for just putting the team together. And just everyone on this team's been doing a really good job, and it's a great group of people. And I hope that we're able to stay as competitive as we are for Daytona this whole season. And it's looking like iRTES will be great. And of course, thank you to David Anderson for helping to put everything together.
Sure. Well, thanks for coming up and having a chat, Scott. It's been interesting to learn about the origins of the team, and I hope that you can keep this up for the final home stretch of this race.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
Yeah, good luck to them.
Scott Kessel there, explaining that, yeah, they were part of the Porsche Club of America. And that's how they all got together in that team.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Working very well, and then also explaining the origins of the livery as well. Just one man's inspiration, but that's one of the best liveries we've had on the channel in 2023.
Yep, getting to the closing embers, dying embers, something to do with the embers part of the race. Dying embers.
Yeah.
Dying embers. It won't be closing embers.
Just the embers, isn't it? Are the embers something throughout, or just near the end?
No, the embers of a fire at the end. You sit around the embers after the fires have gone out because they're still hot.
Yeah.
What was we? Yeah, getting near the end of the race, basically.
Yeah. If you can't tell.
The dying embers.
The dying embers. Well done.
I think.
Finn Leslie into the pits. We did have Satellite into the pits recently, but Flynn is next. He will not be stationary for very long. We're thinking 15 seconds. Well, he won't even take all 4 tyres. Maybe 2 tyres, maybe no tyres. Because he's only got 15 more seconds to go. 15 more minutes to go, so a bit longer than I thought. 20 seconds. CMS are going to be pretty close there. And CMS will be past.
25, yeah, that was long for the amount of fuel they need. They may have... I didn't see if they went up. Not sure.
Oh man, I'm very confused on what laps. No, so Penguin RC are way ahead, aren't they? They're in 2nd place. So CMS and Satellite, who just went past, they're a lap down. So actually, Flynn stays in 2nd place. That was not a battle. They've got another minute and a half to play with.
Right.
Pretty crazy, the
gap. Of course, yeah.
I mean, like, we've currently got the leader 1.5 laps ahead of 1.5 laps ahead of 3rd.
Yeah.
Huge gaps.
Yeah, I mean, that P3 has been up for contention by the teams like CMS Pro, Satellite Blue, the cute little squirrel bear, Precision. Boris was...
Pneumatic were involved, weren't they? At some point?
Precision obviously were looking like they were going to take over it, but then they got their 40 penalty for cutting the track. Last 10th were in contention, or were in P3 as well. Actually, last 10th were the P3 team. And then the commentator's curse kicked in where we were interviewing them. So yeah, P3 has definitely been up for the battle quite a few times. But CMS Pro have been doing a great job.
Ewan Marshall for Sim HQ Motorsports Red has just come out of the pits, or is coming out of the pits. I think they should, well, they'll be close actually to Quokka Racing Pro. We did see Quokka overtake earlier on, but actually Quokka have lost that position again. Sim HQ are ahead. May have been a shorter pit stop, 7 seconds shorter for Ewan Marshall. Of course, Lewis Ward's old teammates.
That's a strange amount of pits up line, 20 seconds on lap 441. That, they might have to be careful. That is a short pit for the amount of time. Unless everyone else has dropped the ball, but I doubt it.
I mean, only 30 minutes. Ooh!
Oh, well avoided.
We've only got 13 minutes to go, right? So 20 seconds of fuel, probably going to be enough, I thought. They've got, how many more pit stops do we have to go? Satellite Racing Blue? No, they don't need to pit again. Maybe Temper Sim Sport?
Yeah, David Anderson saying CMS Pro's had 2 drive-throughs. Yeah, but that's the crazy thing. 2 drive-throughs is actually the quickest way to get P3 because CMS Pro have had 2 drive-throughs. Blue, who we mentioned, so all the teams we mentioned were in battle for 3. Satellite Blue have had 3 drive-throughs. Boris had a stop-and-go 40-second penalty. Quokka Pro removed the front half of their car. Who was the other team? Precision. That was it. So, of all those we mentioned, 2 drive-throughs was the weakest of it. So that was actually the best strategy.
Drive-throughs aren't that bad here.
No, not at all. Because you cut T1, that's the big benefit to here.
Yeah, and it's a fast pit lane.
Yeah.
So yeah, in the grand scheme of things, across a 4-hour race, it's not too bad. Oh, someone's way off the circuit.
Yeah. Hope that's not their last 1X before the drive.
Oh no, that was Quokka as well. Going back to its natural habitat there, in the green.
Squirrels live in trees, not in grass.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, they're basically koala bears, right?
I thought they're basically squirrels.
No, but they're all the same. They're all, but because I think, and you know, I'm pretty much an expert on this. I think we all evolved from rats.
Oh,
I think rats were like the first mammals, and then some of them grew into like humans. Some of them grew into like.
So I have a question.
Duckbill platypuses.
I want answered, Sam, because we've got a little bit left time, so you have to
Sure.
answer this quickly. If all those tens of, well, how many are, I don't know. If we evolved from rats all that time ago,
Yeah,
how are they still rats?
because some of them are just really good animals. Rats are just like that's a solid animal. That's like.
I know, I know.
But some rats evolved to eat other rats.
No, I gave you a chance.
in
No,
order to-
I gave you a
What are you
chance.
talking about? Like rats is a really good. It's like
If they're a really good animal, why did things branch away in such a van?
because it was really obvious there was a gap in the market to eat, because you got all these rats around, and then some of the rats are like, let's eat the other rats because there's all these rats around, and so that's how humans became a thing. But like basically, rats, humans, and crabs are basically the 3 ideal animals.
Oh, right. Yeah, crabs are
Because they're-
universally known for their superior dominance.
I mean, and we could go into a massive topic here. We're being told to be quiet now.
I think he was talking back to you.
That's for round 2. No, yeah, it was definitely targeted to you. for all the common sense. Round 2, tune in for that in about a month's time, when you can hear why crabs are great.
Wait, the next one. Oh, of course, Christmas break and stuff, right?
Yeah.
And it's you say it different to me. You say Jerez, I say Jerez. I assume you're correct.
Yeah, like it's the Z, isn't it? Which
Is it
I think
because I was in America for 11 years? Is that what? Do they?
No, well,
Is it just me?
There's always a complaint whenever Wimbledon comes around. You've got a player called Alcaraz. Is it Alcaraz or Alcaraz? And people get angry about how people say it, basically.
It's strange, yeah, language. Because people say to me in France, my name is David. I'm like, no,
Yeah.
French people. That's in France. I'm David. I'm British, so, right? So my name in France translate. They have to say the English.
Sure.
Yeah, am I right?
I get that.
So it gets confusing. Oh, we've got David Williams in chat. Hello there. Great stints, mate. It was great watching you. David A. Williams was driving the... What car? The over... Was it overtake? I'm trying to think now.
Oh, we might have...
Oh, well, that's the Teal team. Sim Racing Teal? I'm not sure. Driving well, though. Oh, no, wait. David A. Williams was in Sim Racing Balloon.
Oh,
I think I remember why I remember David Williams' name. Sorry, David.
Oh, we're going to go under the yellow, and he's kept a wheel above the yellow. Now, I'm not exactly sure what the rule is there, but I think he's all right with that one. And he's got 2 places, but not for long,
Well,
because
we know
there's
what the
contact and
Ferrari
he's gone
thinks of
flying
going low.
off. And he's lost his rear wing, and he's hit the wall. Well, it was an ambitious move to start off with, and he's blown the engine. He'll be able to limp that car round as he keeps on just hitting across. He's like dribbling his grill right now.
I don't agree with what he did, though, at all. He did go below. If that was grass...
forced the gap.
Yeah, I mean, if that was grass, he is completely off track, right? More than half his car. So he used non-racing surface. I mean, I'm pretty sure we know what the Ferrari thought of it. Because that is the move we do in iRacing when someone uses the low line. You increase their speed 3 kilometers an hour and you make it look like a netcode. I'm sorry, but yeah, he used non-racing surface to get the move done there. That's just my...
Of course, NASCAR has the rule where I think you're allowed to go below the yellow line, but maybe not on the last lap. I think it changes quite often. But yeah, you have to keep, I think, all your car above the yellow line in NASCAR, but only on the run to the line. Apart from that, you aren't allowed to. This isn't NASCAR though, so that is totally irrelevant. But yeah, it does sometimes come up in this circuit. So that leaves Life Force then, one of the drivers in still in this battle with Andres Kuksma. And this is the closest battle going on in these closing stages. There's a couple of others, one other that I'm seeing going on, but this is the closest to make a move. And really slow motion racing want to get this done, but they do lift out of it. They're going to leave it to the last stages. And of course, being Daytona, chances are at some point in the field there will be a run to the line coming out of the bus stop and heading across the famous start finish.
Yeah. Okay, replay's coming up. Okay, so... I'm trying to think if he was full slow there. I don't know, what happened so quick?
Oh, he's come up so far there, hasn't he?
Yeah.
He just keeps on going up.
That didn't look as blatant as I made it out, though, on using the low line. I'm not saying he was forced. Okay, so he... I don't know. Yeah, it's tough. That's a tough call. I think the Ferrari, yeah, definitely. I don't know. He come up. He should have stayed low there.
Oh, I mean, he had like a car's width on the inside by the time they made contact.
Yeah.
I appreciate iRacing's physics there, trying to simulate pushing along the grill as well.
Yeah.
But of course, the grill just keeps on disappearing, so it's sort of doing the right thing in terms of it's being pushed in front, but it looks like it's just being reset every single time. So nice effort there from iRacing, but there are some limitations to that feature. Songle Both is being caught by Michael Parker still. He lost 0.3 of a second on that last lap. Parker's much faster. This is the battle for P5 in the LMDH Pro. And the 99 is going to be most caught up heading into the bus stop. Now, you know this. Can you go for the run to the line in the LMDH, or is it better to get it done before?
Trying to think, sorry, because I've been doing a lot of GT3 here. And I don't think you can get it done, run to the line, no. There's just no draft in these. The dirty air you get on the exit, you don't make up. I don't think you can get it done. In GT3 you can, but no. As we just saw here with the Porsche on the run, I just don't think there's time. Yeah, it's T...
Oh, I think hit the wall.
No, that looked just net code scare. So this happened to me probably 3 out of the 9 races I did on that Wednesday, where if you get close to the inside wall, to be honest, Twice I had it where the car in front of me completely explodes and then comes back together.
Well, I think that's what happened to Michael Parker there, because he reacted, he lost time.
Yeah,
in
that's
that.
I did every time.
Yeah.
Car would go sideways, the front of the car flies off, and then bam. Now they're 3/10 ahead, car's fine, and it's scary. But no, in GT3 you can definitely get a run, because I had a really interesting race with one Rennsport Yuri Kastorp who started from last. I qualified 6th or whatever, and he was catching on the white flag. He got me by 0.01 at the line.
Yeah.
And I did pinch, I did everything I could. I wanted to win this. I may have run non-racing surface, but it's to the finish, right? We all do that.
No, well, that's the time that you're not meant to use it.
No, not for an overtake. It was defending. No, I don't want to talk about it. I'm here to judge, not be judged. But yeah, he got me by 0.01.
Precision Racing Esports 101 and CMS.com Racing. I'm not sure if that was a penalty given, but maybe just an instant
Them
under
two-
review, I believe.
No, them two had one under investigation. I don't know if that was clear in it. But yeah, them two teams had an investigation I saw pop up earlier. But so in GT3 you certainly can get it done and run to the line.
I've just gone ooh, but actually I'm not sure if it was worth an ooh.
Oh, Boris and Quacker
Oh.
both out.
Well, yeah, because Kingsbury crashed, right? Did he? We saw him on the side of the track, and I feel like something's happened since to Quacker. He's back out on circuit though. No,
Yeah.
he's not. He's out.
Yeah, Boris is out as well. What's happened there then?
Matthew Wyckoff, the one ahead of them. I go replay.
Oh no. So that's Boris. 2 mistakes summed up his race, unfortunately. This and the turn 1 exit. Oh man. Whoa!
Oh.
No, see, when I come back to the triple screen thing, this is a single screen move. Look, bosh.
What, you blaming the car on the outside?
I'm not blaming the car that hit the wall.
Well, yeah, but it was a dive. I think you got to be
Oh,
prepared
did I?
that the
Did I not
car
notice
head is
that?
gonna,
Okay, all right.
gonna turn in.
Okay, maybe I read that wrong.
I would say that was a racing instant.
All right, they're gonna show me again. Right, let's see.
Do you not think that's a dive?
No.
I think the car on the outside has already started turning in by the time he's along the side. And so I think it's excusable that he doesn't know where he is. I mean, like, I wouldn't know where he is. Like,
It's a
because
late-
I look at the mirrors, but...
I don't know, because obviously we're judging it is a very long corner, right? I agree it's a late lunge, but it's a very long corner. Like, we hadn't actually reached what I would call the apex yet, and he's already been smashed into... I don't know. I don't know.
Stewart's going out.
No,
We're going to
so
have to make up their
why-
own mind on that. We're not
Oh,
going
white
to
flag.
instruct them.
He hadn't started turning yet, and he was completely alongside, so I'm going to stick to it. He hadn't started turning in
No,
yet.
I disagree. I think he had started turning by the time when he
think-
was still behind, yeah. Oh, change for P2. What's happened there?
Check-ins, CMS Pro.
The D's Porsche has dropped a place to Bear Pipe. They weren't even close, were they? Trying to look at the sector times. Not seeing anything especially
are.
bad. But yeah, Adrian has just lost a bunch of... Oh, he lost 1.3 seconds. I think Adrian's just got a slowdown. I think. He lost 1.3 seconds in that last sector, and it's dropped him from P2 to P3. But out in the lead, this is an incredible performance from Southside Racing. We knew that they were going to be the favourites, or one of the favourites going into this season. Being such an established team in sim racing and in this championship, but they have put down quite the gauntlet in this round 1, and it'll be Max Muir and Southside Racing Teal to take them across the line and win round 1 of the Champion Motorsports iRacing Team Endurance Series 2024.
I think pole, fastest lap,
Yeah, fast
led
lap.
every lap. Well, you know, without the pit stop cycle nonsense, but essentially, yeah, a complete dominant run.
And this has not been too far off either. Victor Lind for overtake Team 2. And after a very competitive start in this class, and frankly, a couple of drivers, a couple of teams dropping by the wayside, he would have undoubtedly been pushing them to the last. Overtake Team 2 have kept it clean, and what a debut it's been from that team. We knew with their 6 cars they'd be dangerous, and they have delivered. Overtake Team 2 winning in the GT3 Pro class for this round 1 of the season. I think Bear Pipe are gonna hold on for P2. It's not that close for P2 and 3. I'm looking down the order to see if there's going to be any runs to the line, but I'm not seeing anything obvious at the moment out on circuit. It's all going to be quite simple. Bear Pipe are going to hold on. That is a position that they didn't think they were going to get in the closing stages, but the mistake from Adrian Calculus was enough to just to switch it round.
Yeah, they were a surprise. They were a surprise.
And there were a couple of extra points.
Yeah, 100%.
But still, good result for D's Porsche. I don't think they were necessarily expecting a podium either themselves. Just be frustrating that mistake in the closing stage on the penultimate lap. There goes Nate Stewart, the Penguin RC simulation. And I believe, I'm not 100% sure, but I believe the LMDH AM winners are going to be Ascent Racing LMDH. Brandon Lambert's currently in that car. They've already crossed the line. 13th place overall. I believe they're the LMDH LMDH AM winners. So congratulations to those guys. But well, I think as of round 1, saw a fair few instances there, particularly in the early stages. But I think in terms of entertainment, that was good. I think Daytona came across a very narrow circuit tonight. There was a lot of 3 wides which didn't work, where it's everyone coming together and then there's just that little bit of a hit and then it spells disaster for everyone.
Yeah, I think a lot of the instances I saw just fueled from a little bit of frustration, because we're seeing turn 2 being the most common, and it's that I'm quicker than you, but there's no draft into 1. It's easy to defend, and then turn 2 becomes very opportunistic. I don't think any of it was intentional. Most of it was highly respectful driving, actually. Just that pent-up frustration from being a little bit stuck, traffic dictating it, and a lot of it was turn 2. We saw a lot of teams not survive the bus stop, but on the whole, I think the racing was brilliant. I think my favourite highlight was the P3 battle in LMDH. We could see almost 5 teams fighting for that. But hats off to, Satellite Racing Teal really stood out as the team to beat for the season. Dominant display, but you can't take anything away from Overtake Team 2 in GT3, who, super strong finish.
I would say with the point scoring system that we have in this series, winning a race, it's not that many more points than second place. It's 35 points than 32 points. So those consistent results are more important than necessarily winning races. So sure, Sats like won tonight, but teams like Penguin RC Simulation, CMSRacing.com, they've not got a whole lot to catch up in order to bring themselves back level. And of course, Sats like, if they do have 1 or 2 bad results this season, which is very possible, you need a bit of luck on your side to avoid these bad results. They could still be very catchable despite their dominance tonight. But let's have a look at the results. Find out exactly what the final standings were. And there they were, Satellite Racing Teal miles ahead. And I mean, 54 seconds ahead of Penguin RC Simulation. That's a good gap. And I think the Magma cars were qualified a little bit lower down the order, so they were a bit slower to get going in the early stages. But it's the gap back to P3. I think 1.5 laps in the end to CMS Racing Pro is the demonstration of just how dominant Satellite were tonight. Then it was Overtake Team 3, Team FFSR Venom, Pneumatic Motorsports Blue, Overtake Team 1, Satellite Racing Blue, and Pneumatic Motorsports Purple, and last 10th Racing. That's the top 10. I won't go through absolutely all the teams and bore you all. That was our LMDH finishes. In the GT3 standings, it was Overtake Team 2 who won out at a Bear Pope Enduro, who only were just ahead of D's Porsche Renfara Young. There was Penguin RC Simulation GT3, Tempest Simsport GT3, Overtake Team 5, We2 Fast Racing, D's Porsche Renfara Alt, Overtake Team 4, and Delta Sim Tech, rounding out the top 10 teams in that category. good effort from so many drivers to get to the finish. I think we may have had 2 retirements in the GT3s and 2 retirements actually as well in the LMDHs, so good resilience from the drivers. How many teams do you think didn't use a fast repair there in the end?
Yeah, I'm going to think quite a lot. It was more dictated by their incidents and penalties than I think the fast repairs. So I'm going to think quite a lot. Honestly, quite a lot, because you're almost out of contention, you know, if for a top finish with using the fast repair field. And you can get lucky. Like I think we saw that green Ferrari. They lost a lot of time during their stint from the loss of the front, but you can get lucky. Some teams will take it even with the small contact near the end if they're willing to risk it. But yeah, I imagine most teams didn't use it.
And of course, the instant limit, that'll be an interesting thing to have a chat with a few of our drivers in a moment in terms of the instant limit. But it didn't seem like we had as many drive-throughs as we thought might be possible. I think it does sort of demonstrate when you got the limit, people go for the limit. Like, they will run it tight. I'm sure there were loads of teams with 18 or 19 instants. And we did see some drivers fall for it. Even some of the front runners were getting 20 instants after just 2.5 hours of the race. But they did a good job, I think, at keeping it below. And when we saw just generally the racing lines, they had a bit of margin for error for that 1x through the bus stop.
Yeah, for sure, because that's it, isn't it? It is just the bus stop. I mean, you can get one during the oval, but you've really got to cut there, not really be paying attention. But yeah, it's just that bus stop. It is frustrating. Because sometimes avoiding it, this is what I mentioned earlier, sometimes avoiding it can put you in a more compromised position with over rotation, picks up the bump, puts you in the wall, whereas taking that 1x can be a lot safer. Obviously, you mustn't get too close to the slowdown. But yeah, I think on the whole, teams did very well. I mean, yeah, 20x for 4 hours at Daytona, it's not easy.
No, not absolutely not. Shall we have a chat with a couple of our drivers? I might be selfish and drag up our race winners overall, which I believe are Max Muir and Jesse Lyon, I believe. So we'll drag them up
There.
and rudely interrupt their conversation as well. We're very good at that. But congratulations, guys, on the LMDH Pro victory. You must be absolutely delighted.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you.
How was it racing with the GTDs today? Because it seemed like there was a lot of, a lot of LMDHs who were having problems getting through the traffic, and yet you guys seemed maybe the cleanest team out there. Certainly one of the cleanest.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, Jesse. I'll go ahead. Yeah, there's some questionable moments for sure. Like, we had a couple people not really see us in the mirrors, but as long as you keep your head up and you're aware that that can happen, yeah, you can just stay out of trouble pretty easily. It's not super bad at Daytona except in the bus stop.
Yeah, the skill band in GTD is really high. We saw some really experienced and quick drivers and some less experienced drivers, and that's expected with a pro and an AM class, but some cars would just, do what we expected them to do, and then some cars would hold off to a really odd line or get out of the way, and you have to expect those kinds of things, but it's very difficult to expect them because it's not the racing line, and it's up to us to make the pass. So
Yeah.
it's tough sometimes, but it's we got through it just fine.
How did you
Yeah,
find the? How did you guys find the instant limit as well? 20 seemed pretty low, but it looked like you avoided getting the drive-through.
Yeah.
It was low.
Yeah, 20 is low, and considering if you saw how many incidents we racked up in our practice sessions, it's surprising we got under 10. So
Wow.
yeah, we would always get 1X's at the bus stops, and I think we got all of our X's at the bus stop if
Yeah.
we did. But other than that, we did really well. We were really surprised by the end of it.
No, 10x is impressive. Very impressive.
Yeah, that's good. Maybe let's reduce it each round.
Yeah.
Make it, whatever the winner got for the previous rounds, next round has to be that. So next round we'll change it to 10 perhaps.
Oh no.
Oh, I don't know about that. Have mercy.
Immersion.
It was just a fluke, man.
Looking ahead to the rest of the season, you guys got to be thinking about the championship, right? I mean, before round 1, you don't exactly know what the competition's going to be, but you know, for us, you're the absolute favourites now for the title. I mean, how are you feeling about your chances for the next 5 rounds?
Go ahead, Max.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're pretty confident about it, given how this race went. If we can just pull this off every time, then yeah, I don't see why not. But that's easier said than done, so we'll have to, take it as the season goes. Yep.
We were arguing about what car to drive up until last night because of the new BOP that came out. All the cars are slightly different, and we have the most experience with the Cadillac, so we stuck with the Cadillac. And at Daytona, it paid off, but I'm interested to see how it's going to behave at the other tracks since every other track but Le Mans is pretty much a horsepower track, so or is not a horsepower track. So it's going to be tough, but I think that we have a good chance to at least, contend for that #1 position in the championship the rest of the season.
For sure, yeah, you are definitely going to be in the mix. Well, thanks guys for coming up and having a chat with us and putting on such a great show tonight. Is there anyone you'd like to give any shout outs to?
The guys at Satellite, you guys at Apex Racing TV for putting on the broadcast, and the guys at CMS for putting it all together, and then my family who was tuning in today towards the end.
Nice. Well,
Awesome.
yeah, dominant display. Congratulations.
Yeah, great. Thanks guys for chatting, and do the same back at Jerez.
That's the goal. Thanks.
Thank you.
So that was Jesse Lyon and Max Muir, your winners in the Satellite Racing Teal car in the LMDH Pro category tonight here at Daytona. Who do you want to drag up, David?
The GT3 winners, that would be, because obviously we want to get the pros and the AMs done.
Not sure if we've necessarily got them, unfortunately. Then we certainly haven't got Victor, unfortunately.
What about the GT3 AM winners then? I think it was the really... Yep, so I'll bring in Larry and Brett. Well, just Larry, I think, all we've got. I'll bring up Larry. Let's see. Hey, Larry, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
And can I just check, you are really slow motion, the GT3 AM winners, is that correct?
No.
Longhorn, sorry.
Yep.
Okay, congratulations. How did you find the race?
Very good. It was a little, there was a lot of anxiety with the GTPs. The speed difference was incredible, but we had an incident too there was first, second, third in AM racing for position, and on lap 130 I was the meat and the sandwich, and it was the Mercedes on my left. I can't remember how I just tried to keep it as straight as I could, lifted, but I think there was contact. I'm not 100% sure. I haven't got to see the replay yet, but I know the Mercedes on my left.
Or your teammate was driving while you was eating a sandwich?
No, it was me. The Mercedes on the left. Like I said, I was trying to keep it straight, but I think he was maybe below the shoulder. I'm not 100% sure. Like I said, I hadn't seen the replay. I think he completed the pass because I was right on the yellow line, and if he passed me, he had to be on the shoulder. So
I think I know. Were you the Ferrari? You were the Ferrari?
Yes, Ferrari. Yeah, burnt orange.
And there was
Ferrari,
contact on your front left of your car. I think I remember the incident. If I can confirm he did use below the yellow, which I disagreed with, but I'm not the rule maker. I'm not sure. It's always a contentious subject, this running below.
I think David, I'm sorry. I think David had mentioned that no passing below the yellow line, so I'm not sure, to be honest.
I think he ended up dead though, so I wouldn't worry about it. If I remember rightly, the Mercedes ended up
Yeah, but-
completely dead.
Yeah, but still, it's unfortunate. You know, of course, a few laps before that, we got spun by a prototype exiting turn 1, and that's what allowed those guys to catch up with us in the first place. We lost 10 or 12 seconds because of the prototype spinning us. So I had a couple of incidents right at the end of the race that otherwise wouldn't have been any close racing towards the end.
So tell me, Larry, what 1.6k AM winners? Is this, how many endurances have you done? Is this a common thing for yourself? Is this your first? How's your experience with endurance racing?
No, I've been doing this since 1999. Actually, I've been doing it a long time. Just not one of the really fast guys, getting up in age, but still having a good time with it.
Oh, that's excellent to hear. Well, again, congratulations on the AM win. It looks tough. I can confirm you were the overall lead Ferrari, if you want to write that down. So, but no, fantastic stuff. It looked like a very tough race. You handled it well. You know, incidents happen, but on to the next. And, you know, if you finish strong and keep it on the track, you got a chance at the championship for AM. So, yeah. Anyone you'd like to give a shout out to?
Yeah, Brett Stevens, my teammate. I wish he could have made it in here. I'm not sure. We were having a hard time finding the leak.
Okay, I can fix that.
Yeah, I see.
Hey,
yeah,
Brett.
there he is.
Can you hear us,
Brett, can you hear us?
Yeah, I got you.
Hello, mate. Sorry for not being dragged in. I think there was some miscommunication with the winners, but congratulations, mate.
Yeah, thank you. That was didn't think we had it there, and now I guess we do. So.
Oh, that's great. Are you? Are there any tracks on the schedule you're either excited for or nervous about?
Oh no, I think the schedule looks really great. I'm kind of excited for all the tracks.
Excellent. Yeah. So 3 to 6 hours. Is your team 2, or how many drivers have you got?
We've got 2 kind of full time, but yeah, we might have drivers swap out depending on availability, or maybe run 3 in some of them. Just kind of depends.
Gotcha, yeah, because Le Mans, being a 6 hour, 2's doable and fine, but it's a long track. It can, you can get a bit of brain fade from doing 3 hours of Le Mans.
Yeah, that'll probably be 3 for sure.
We're hoping to pull David Anderson in for a stint in that race.
Okay, excellent. All right, again, guys, congratulations on the AM win, and yeah, best of luck for the rest of the season. And great talking to you both.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Cheers. Thanks.
We'll have another interview, shall we? Because I think we've now got the opportunity to have a chat with our GT3 Pro victors. And speaking of victors, we've got
very well done, Mr. Lind.
Mr. Lind coming to have a chat with us. Victor, welcome to the interviews. Congratulations, man, race winner.
Yeah, thank you.
It must have been quite a stressful day, I imagine. I mean, having those LMDHs zip by you lap after lap. Were you quite calm during the race with your teammate? What was the sort of the feelings during the race which were going on?
Yeah, I try to stay calm, but sometimes it's hard when you end up struggling on the track. And the track temp just went up and up, so it got even harder and harder to drive for me. And then you have the prototypes coming, like making it even worse sometimes. But yeah, we managed to do it awesome and bring it home. So yeah.
Yeah, it was quite a fantastic effort from you guys to be able to achieve that. I mean, talk us through the early stages, because it seemed like there were a lot of you in play for the race win in the early stages, but you guys were just able to extend away sort of around the 90-minute mark. What was it that enabled you to make that gap?
I think the biggest gap came from all the people having problem with some guys just disappeared when the pit stopped, so we wonder what happened to them. But yeah, and then it's down to strategy wise, like as you probably saw that we always pitted a lot later than everyone else, So in the end, we could just fuel the car a lot less.
Yeah, that was really impressive. I think in the first stint, you guys went 2 laps further than like loads of other teams. And it seemed to work quite well. Was that like a conscious effort, or was it just that you were naturally both really good at saving fuel?
No, this was the plan from the beginning, and then we were like, okay, let's start with this plan, and then we see what's gonna happen, because you never know in a race what's gonna happen. Is the plan gonna change or not? But in the end, it worked out really well for us. So
yeah, it was a really fantastic effort from you guys. And looking ahead to Jerez next time out, you ever done an endurance event round Jerez? It's still fairly new to the service.
no. To be fair, I haven't driven it yet. So you gotta do a lot of practice and see what's gonna happen.
Definitely. Well,
Yeah.
I really like it, so I think you'll enjoy it, and hopefully you'll drive fast on it as well, and we can see you back on the top step of the podium. Is there anyone you'd like to give a shout out to, Victor?
I would shout out to all the team members from Fender Racing, undertaking and overtaking. Everyone is so helpful, and we're doing a great team, doing a lot of practice together. And then of course our sponsors from Fender Racing, the Palmer Law, and Delta Simtech.
Nice one. Thanks for coming up and having a chat with us, Victor, and hopefully we can have a chat with you next week as well as you win the race again, hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully. Yeah.
No pressure.
See ya.
See ya.
Victor Lind there, your GT3 Pro winner. We believe Pneumatic Purple are the LMDH AM winners as well. Would you like to have a chat with them, David?
Yeah, I'm just bringing up. Where did they finish?
They finished in 9th position in the LMDH.
Got them. Yep. Okay, all good. Hey guys, can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, is it James and JT or Tammy? How would you like me to refer to you?
Well, JT's good.
Perfect.
James is good for me.
Yeah, I was more leaning the other, but I'm glad you confirmed. Pneumatic Motorsports Purple, right? LMDH AM winners. Congratulations. Look, how did the race go?
Pretty good for us for the most part.
Excellent.
More or less staying out of trouble and, you know, just trying to put in consistent laps, not getting any incident points, and just try to stay clean.
Excellent. Oh, actually, okay, we've brought up that subject. How many instant points did you get? We're keen to hear.
I think we ended with 10.
Oh, that's impressive. Very impressive. Much bus stop practice that must have been.
Yeah, I was going to say I picked up the lion's share on that one, and JT I don't think had much on his fault, so I think he ran a clean race other than the little bit of mishap we ran into.
Gotcha. Any major standout instance? I'm just trying to remember your team, because you had 2 Pneumatic Motorsports, blue and purple, right? So it's difficult for me to differentiate. In my memory, if anything major happened?
Just one minor incident with JT at the wheel, and he did a great job of getting the car back and letting us get that fast repair on it and get back into the action. Lost minimal time, and it worked out with our stops anyway, so yeah, all the credit in the world to JT for soldiering through that incident.
That's excellent to hear, yeah. I would say it's not what happens, it's how you handle what happens, but that's great if you manage to get it all collected, get it all sorted, and get back out on track and finish, obviously, leaders in LMDHM, and quite high up overall. 9th is no joke. You must be feeling very confident after that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you know, had the aggression been toned down a bit more in the pro class, I think we would have been, you know, 14th or so, but, you know, just the way racing works out is, you know, by staying clean, we're able to, you know, work our way back into the top 10.
Yeah, well, to finish 9th, you first have to finish. So I think you're not giving yourselves guys enough credit. It is a 4-hour race. Yeah, there was some aggression in the front portion, but yeah, that's the way they race. It's always going to be that way. So I think you you deserve a lot of credit. It was a tough field, very high competition, and there was obviously, let's not forget, there was 29 GT3s to navigate. How was it the first time through the traffic?
A bit intense, especially when they were all bunched together. The main thing was just try to read how they are moving around each other and trying to maximize our car's advantage to safely get around them.
Yeah, I bet. No, you did great. Any tracks on the calendar you're excited or nervous about? We've got it's quite a mix of tracks.
Not sure. They're all a good selection. It'll be interesting to see how it shakes out. I gotta put out a big thank you here to James though for filling in. For some reason, the other drivers in the car could not make the race, and so James volunteered last night at like 11 o'clock, and did his first laps, and saved my butt today.
Oh, that's impressive. That's even more impressive. All right, guys, any of them you'd like to give a shout out to?
Yeah, just a thank you to our team and on both cars even. They did a great job setting up the car and getting everything ready. And like JT said, it made it very easy for me just to jump right in and settle in. So big kudos to them for getting all the legwork out of the way.
That's fantastic. Congratulations, and yeah, good luck with the rest of the season. I think you've got a good shot of the championship if you can stick with that mentality of being consistent and staying out of trouble.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Cheers. Good luck.
That's one. So that's all our class winners chatted to, and strong result for now. Like I said, 9th place overall is a good effort. I mean, we've got 25 teams or something, so 9th place as an AM.
28
teams.
28. And they said, it was more because the leaders fumbled down. Doesn't work like that in a long race. If a lot of the fumbles were selfish-inflicted.
Yeah.
No, I think they did great. They need to give themselves credit. But yeah, 9th, that's a sub. What did we say AM was? Sub 2 point?
Oh man, I said 3K at the start, but I'm not sure if that's actually correct, but I think it's about 3K, which you can't be above. Of course, the guys have got to be careful, because if you get to over 3K or above whatever the threshold is at any point in the season, you get promoted. So if you've been up on the rise and you got to 2.9, you've just got to go, nah, I'm not gaining any more for the rest of the year, unless you're willing to go into pro. But yeah, they've got to keep it down, because
I can see JT's 2K. I don't know about James, the other one. But yeah, that's difficult. That would be a problem if I was, as a full-time racer. That's a problem.
Yeah.
Because you just go like, okay, I'm just taking 6 months off.
Yeah. Get your Smurf to like twice your iRacing, but no, my main's got to stay and low for this league. So
Tyler in chat was a team member of the team that went below the yellow line. How did you? I get what he's saying, because you said that as well. He kept 2 tires on the oval, but is that the wrong way around? If you're 90% on the grass and 10% on the track,
I think in NASCAR you can't go. Any part of your car can't go below the line. Important part of that, though, of that sense, is in NASCAR. I don't know what the rule is for this series.
I don't.
But I think in iRacing generally, you can go underneath it, can't you?
How do you mean?
Like I know iRacing doesn't care as such, but in terms of in the rule book,
yeah, I think it's more, it's handled when it's protested. It's not apart from that, it's I don't know. It's always been I wish iRacing would just set a hard, fast rule that we all knew and understand.
If iRacing added if it got really slow, if that docked 10 miles an hour, or
never do that.
Reduced your.
Has to be real. Has to be real.
But would you like that, even though it's not real? If it docked 5% power, if you went underneath it.
I don't know, because guys would then just brake lane. No, it doesn't work because they'll just brake lane. They'll compensate the slowness by just lift. I don't know. I just wish there was a clear ruling because I've always hated this. But yeah, I've always disliked that the rule on this because I don't know myself what the rule is.
And we visit here a lot.
Yes.
And we've got about 10 years of iRacing experience combined.
Yeah.
So it is not too clear, but I'm sure that the admins will make their decisions on that one. And we don't have to worry about yellow lines for the rest of the season at least. Jerez next up. Very tight, twisty circuit with this many cars. Also a circuit that we don't do that much multi-class on either, so the drivers aren't going to have much experience. I feel like if we're going to have a chaotic round to the championship, it's probably going to be that one. I think the only saving grace is we've got a lot of gravel traps at least.
Yeah, the biggest issue probably isn't even them navigating each other. It's the one incident that goes wrong. This is the problem, because if a GT3 catches an LMD8, it's over from everyone behind because there's just nowhere to go. Like, that's the bigger problem. I'm sure for the most part it's going to go down fine. It's a different dynamic. They do need to be more patient, but it's when something goes wrong, it goes really wrong really fast, and I'm just hoping that doesn't happen.
Yeah, hopefully no incidents between turn 1 and 2 where it is a particular pinch point. Of course, I'll be back on Apex Racing TV next month. Won't we from the studio? We'll be back in the studio for this series in the last round of the championship, I think in
Silverstone.
April, for Silverstone. But the rest of the series is covered by Apex Racing TV, so do make sure to subscribe to the channel. Of course, also, if you're watching on Champion Motorsports as well, subscribe to the YouTube channel there, and you can also watch the future rounds on that channel as well. Do check out the Apex Racing TV and the Apex Racing TV social media accounts. That's like Facebook and Twitter, TikTok, and all sorts of stuff, where you might get see some extra footage from this series as well, and other Apex Racing TV series. So yeah, certainly do check that out. But thank you very much for joining. Thanks to all the drivers for making such an entertaining race. It's been a fantastic start to the new season, the 2024 season of the Champion Motorsports iRacing Team Endurance Series. We are going to head to Jerez in 4 weeks' time for round 2 of the championship. But for now, for myself, Sam Fitzpatrick, and from David Sampson, and from everyone from Apex Racing TV, we will say goodbye.